läuft dann.
Lässt sich gut fahren.
Ja.
Aber zu viel Verkehr für schnelle Runden.
Ja.
2-1-1. Aber du musst mehr Sprit reinmachen fürs Quali-Setup.
Ja, 1 Liter reicht.
So Jungs, Menschen da. Hier ist viel Glück.
Viel Glück dir, ne?
Ja, weil noch ist dann zweites Split kommen.
Was? Du hast den
Ja.
Tom.
Ja, die anderen auch.
Wir sind am 5.
Ja, wir sind am zweiten. Weil das 6.880 SWF.
Ja,
Und
und,
erstes Split ist noch mehr.
oh, echt. Also es sind extrem viele Teams so genannt, ne?
Ja, ja, das war viel. Wir wurden mit zweites Split. Und den Eisen echten Team auch. Zweites Split.
Oh, echt. Okay. Naja, dann bonne Chance, der.
Ja, ich auch. Alle
Komm, schöne bonne Chance.
Ader 50.
Was?
TD3 vorbei ist Ader 50.
Ja. Weißt du, der nächste Scheiß, den 3 Dinger auf spielt.
Weiß, Ader 50. Ader 50, 6.
Misère. Okay. Was machst du?
Und weiß GTE für den echten Fairer 54.
Ich gucke, wo geht die hier?
Weil wir sind gerade 5
Fahren wir vom Schreier.
Ja, den Benneker ist 53 hingefahren.
Ist ja auch im zweiten Split.
Erste, ja, genau.
Ah, das hätte mich jetzt gewundert.
Ja.
Nein, erste. Ja, er ist der Stärkste, wo du erst im zweiten Split.
Ja.
10.900 hat er fast. Also,
What?
ja, ja. Ja. So, dann geht mal wieder rüber.
Ja, dann
Bis
gut.
dann, viel Glück. Ja,
Ciao.
danke.
Ciao.
Wer fährt Quali, du oder ich?
Du
Okay.
bist schneller. Kannst normal fahren.
Ja. Das lief da reingemacht.
Weg.
Richtig. Also, die Practice geht ja jetzt etwas länger.
Practice geht noch 2 Minuten, wenn ich das richtig sehe.
Ah. Jetzt mich dann auch ziemlich still. Kannst du fahren, weil du musst noch etwas am Overlay machen.
Okay.
Bist du am Fahren?
Wie bitte?
Bist du am Fahren?
Ja, ich fahre gerade raus.
Okay, ist gut. Bleib mal stehen und geh wieder an die Box, bitte. Kannst du das machen, Thorsten?
Ja. Also hier, ich bin wieder in der Box.
Okay, dann fahren wir mal raus. Okay, ist gut.
Denk dran, 1 Liter reinzumachen.
Mhm, mhm. Ist okay. So, auf gut Glück.
Nein. Auf geht's. Go, go.
Wow.
Kacke! Ah, ich war 0,2 im Grünen. Scheiße!
Du bist weggegangen. Ja, P4 jetzt.
Scheiße, 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 scheiße.
P6.
Wie viel sind die vor uns? Die hätte ich gepackt. Wir wären jetzt noch auf 3.
Ja, 12 Stunden sind lang.
Ja, egal, läuft aber.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hi.
An, geht gleich los, oder?
Ja. Quali also an 20 Sekunden fertig.
Ja. Was am Führen? Nee, ha?
Nee.
Ich hatte den Scheiße im Streaming hören. Das ist so ganz ruhig, dann Scheiße! Nee, Kacke war es.
Platz 6.
P6?
Ja.
Und Jungs, wie lief's? Dritter.
P6.
6.
P6. Ah jo.
Im Split 5.
Split 5.
Ja.
Scheiße, so viele Leute. So, gut. Wer fährt? Christian.
Christian darf fahren.
Ja, er darf es kaputt machen.
Tom und Dylan auch nur Split 2.
Echt?
Ja.
Mit 7000 iRacing Split 2.
Ja.
Wow.
Ach du Scheiße. Ja, wenn die GT3 gefahren werden, sind Top-Split.
Ja, klar.
Das ist brutalst. Ja, der Tom soll mal Gas geben. Das ist ja nichts, was der da hat.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wo es gelandet sind. Mal kurz in den Stream gucken.
Ja, ich hatte Fehler gemacht. Und ich hatte noch 0,2. Ja, der wäre ein bisschen mehr gegangen. War nicht perfekt dran, ne? Ich hatte gegen 50, 6, 7 wäre dran gewesen.
Mhm.
Und ja, dann hat man an einem Platz gewonnen, ne?
Ja, aber es sind 12 Stunden.
Eben.
Gut,
Eben.
ich logge mich aus, dann bonne Chance.
Ja, das Stream lebt der
Danke.
Papa. Lebt der Papa?
Ja. Stream lief gut, also im Handy mal so, ja. Also.
Okay, tipptopp, merci.
Gut, alle bonne Chance.
Ciao.
Danke. Ciao.
Setzen wir mal, merci, setzen wir mal am Chopper.
Okay, top.
Okay.
Tom und Dylan Platz 7.
Oh ja, okay. Ein bisschen auf die DPs aufpassen, weil die haben ein Durchschnitts-I-Rating von 2,2, ne?
Ja.
Also da sind sicherlich ein paar Honks dabei, ne?
Okay. Ja, und 17 Stück, ja.
Ja, es sind viele.
Also das wird macht Platz fest.
Ja, definitiv. Auf geht's.
Oh nee, ich hab noch Quali-Setup.
Nee.
Nein.
Nee. Da hätte GRT schon geschrien. Bist du auch in Chopper-View, Thorsten?
Ich hab Klim.
Okay. Siehst du gut, was vor ihm ist?
Es kommt immer gerade drauf an, wie ja, die Strecke.
Dann mach mal Chopper-View.
Ja, ich weiß, das funktioniert bei mir nicht.
Also mit Alt 11,
genau.
F12. Jetzt wäre ich ein paar Plätze nach vorne gejumpt, dann sehe ich ein bisschen, was vor ihm noch weiter vor ist.
Ja, gut, ich kann diese Flip View machen und kann auch 1, 2 vorbringen.
Ja, dann geh du bitte 1, 2, also ich würde mal bis auf T3 so gehen. Also auf das T3, das gelbe Auto.
Ach, das Bonbon.
So vom Bonbon. Weil Abstand zu den GTE ist momentan fast Zero, ne?
Ja.
Nur als Info. Und dann siehst du halt, wenn bei den GTEs schon scheiße die Kacke am Dampfen ist, aber T3 ist auch nur ganz kurz vor uns.
Ja.
T3 ist 2 Plätze vor uns.
Ja, sonst spring mal auf den letzten GTE.
Okay, bin ich.
Genau, dann siehst du, falls da Kurve 1 jetzt scheiße ist. Ne? Ich habe die GT3s voll im Griff. Also, ich sehe das. Weil oft kommst du Sebring, Kurve 1 kommst du da rum und dann stehen da 6 Autos. Ne?
Ja, wenn es zu viel, also Reifen lasse ich noch los.
Eben, das ist gut, wenn wir ein bisschen weiter vorne auch sehen, was los ist. Aber wie gesagt, ich bin schon Sebring, da ums Eck gekommen, da standen da 5 Autos. Ne?
Oh, Zeil ist ja wirklich gut, kein Platz. Ja.
Ja, da ist fast kein Abstand. Aber es kommt vielleicht noch. Weil es sieht jetzt ein bisschen so aus, als würde er rausnehmen. Er nimmt raus.
Ja.
Ah, dann haben wir Stunde Start oder so.
Aber die sind jetzt schon heiß.
Jetzt schließt er wieder auf.
Die formieren sich jetzt auf den Geraden.
Achtung, wird langsamer.
Ist ja dem schon drauf gerannt, glaube ich.
Nee, gerade so nicht. Der steht fast. Der fährt los.
Hier fährt alles noch langsam.
Ja, aber der vorne fährt los.
Jetzt ist
Ab.
Jetzt geht's los.
Es kommt ja noch mal mehr.
Rechts frei. Jetzt nicht mehr. Rechts nicht frei. Jetzt frei.
Vorsicht auf der Geraden.
Achtung vor dir. Kurve 1. Alles gut. Frei. Ist frei.
Da ist einer auf der Wiese.
Nein.
Der kommt jetzt auf die Strecke zurück.
Jetzt Auto. Kommt jetzt rüber wahrscheinlich.
Hoppla, das war.
Verbremst. Er hat aber Mod gespielt, ne?
Ja, stimmt, there we go. Sorry, Jeffrey.
Der erste GT3 überholt gleich den letzten GT.
Ja, würde mich nicht wundern. Ich habe macht das schon Sinn, da ein bisschen Abstand zu lassen. Weil die GTEs sind super langsam am Anfang, ne? Weil es so viele sind, die beieinander rennen. Aufpassen, das ist frei, das ist frei, das ist frei. Kann's weg, ja, ist frei. Hätten wir da.
Wandel.
Nee, alles gut, fuhren.
Wandel.
Noch mal fuhren. Steht jetzt, längs.
Prototyp, okay.
Das ist schon noch mit dem Eiflag, wo ich gesehen habe, weil ich so, das ist ganz weit vorher von GTE. Ihr könnt ausstrecken als fort.
GTE auf der Fahrt.
Ah, Kacke. Das war mein Fehler.
Einfach abgenäht, ne?
Ja, nicht abgepasst einfach.
Ja. Aber das ist Abstand. Die führen das relativ lös.
Ja, Mercedes ist relativ schnell auf der Riech da. Jetzt hat man schwer Alarmstütze kommen.
Oh, ja.
alles Sport tut weit gar. Dritte oder Feierte?
Bitte.
So, mit dem Kiki umgefallen machen.
Mercedes steht ein bisschen besser auf der Bremse eigentlich.
Ja, mir also beim Reißbeschleunigen schon. Also wenn es Schwung macht, ist das Audi nicht schnell wird.
Ja.
Der ist auch auf der Geraden ging schneller. Ja. Aber in der Kurve ist er langsamer.
Oh!
Nein. Pam!
Weiter. Plus auf. aber jetzt. Ein kleinen Teil haben jetzt, aber Spoiler ist riesig. Das ist ein Flash, wenn das ist. Ja.
Scheiße, sorry. J-Lex?
Nein, schnell.
Sag mal GT vor dir. Okay, 3.
Einfach probieren am Rand zu fahren.
Ja, noch müssen wir mal Position 3. Mercedes, wenn das ja noch Hammer.
Oh doch, pass auf, ich habe losgedreht.
Sie zeigt schon eine Kilometer.
Ja, 10 km/h.
Das war gerade den Platz mit dem Schlitten. Nicht da.
Boah, du sollst vor allem wieder fest halt durch und du bist gefriert zwischen zwei oder du gehst noch weg.
Ich meine nicht die Flecke.
Was meinst du, Thorsten?
Was denn?
Repair oder? Was noch.
Vorsicht! Das war mir klar, der Mercedes hat schon die ganze Zeit spät gekommen.
Very intelligent.
Aufpassen, das ist die nächste Delo jetzt.
Was sagst du, noch fahrbar oder eher nicht?
Fahrbar ohne Problem. Ich werde gefressen auf mit Topspeeds.
Wenn wir jetzt reinfahren, verlieren wir wahrscheinlich noch mehr.
Nee, ich würde sagen weniger.
Dann fahr rein.
Tom, da kriegst du so.
Schwer sagen. Problem ist halt, du musst noch 40 Minuten fahren, so, ne? 40 Minuten sind 20 Runden. 20 Runden, 2 Sekunden, 40 Sekunden, wo du jetzt verlieren wirst.
Das ist viel, ja.
Ja, und Vorsicht, der Ziel rein. Die Frage ist halt, wie lang Repair ist.
Ja, bestimmt 3 Minuten. Hat sich erledigt.
Ich mach Reifen direkt mit. 1,55.
Warum hast du Reifen direkt mit?
Ich kann so eine Ausstattung.
Das kostet 30 Sekunden.
Ah ne, der macht die gleichzeitig.
Macht er jetzt schon Reifen?
Ja, der auch.
Nee, der bockt ja hoch, dann machst du erst Pits und dann Optional Repairs.
Nee, läuft gleichzeitig. Steht der Optional läuft etwas langsamer.
Ah, okay. Ja, dann macht das.
Scheiße.
Ah,
Shit happens. Bisschen früh, aber shit.
Oh, that was crazy. I wanted to open it up a little bit more, but it was all about just keeping the car in one piece, being safe.
I have no complaints on that. So just now that you're out, you can relax and think about what you did, and then we'll apply to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you did very well. Yeah.
Thank you.
You make me nervous, but you didn't. You didn't make me nervous this time. Yeah. So that was good. What about your gears? You know where they're at? First, second, third, fourth? Okay.
What we're telling you now is what we told him all along.
And you're doing fine. You're doing perfect. You're just trying to that's for years in places to get in there. My name is Mark Grant. I work for iRacing. I am the driver of the folks for the team. They both got up to speed fairly good. The biggest thing is especially the speedway is the line in this place. It's old pavement, it's wore out, doesn't have a lot of grip. So there's a different way of racing this racetrack line-wise and driving-wise. So we had to look at those aspects of it. But they took to it very well. And, they learned most of it. They still don't have it. Very, very well. Very happy with the test today. No mishaps. And I think everybody had fun.
So both Max
welcome back to the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. Apologies for the issues, but it seems like we are back up and running here for 12 Hours of Racing in Florida. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Mandler for the first 12 hours, well, for the first 6 hours, excuse me, of this broadcast. Off screen, that means Apex Racing have dropped a couple of positions back. We have Team Redline Black in GTE currently leading the way. Max Verfollegt behind the wheel of that one. He has a 2%, oh well, well, decent gap over Verfollegt Racing Esports at the moment, as that gap stands at about 2.4 seconds. And then in GT3s, things look a little bit like this. There's Williams Esports Chill Blast. They've been able to pull out around about a 2-second gap over Verfollegt Sim Racing White, but Verfollegt have some friends inside that community. Verfollegt Sim Racing Green Light is also in the frame. Lorenzo, you can keep an eye on things while I had to do my stuff. So have you spotted anything interesting that's gone on, or is everything keeping things alright?
One close to one another, but there's a really good battle for P3 in the GTE class.
Look at this. This is MSI versus Porsche by Redline. Side by side through Sunset Bend, and now they're heading themselves down in towards turn number 1. MSI Esports just ducking back in line there, allowing Vecchio to slide his way through. And so just as you were talking about this very train, it seems like now they want to get the passing done. You see the BS competition car going in third place in that train, that's the pink class, and also Core and Redline Green also on the outside looking into this as well. So you picked a good spot to look for.
I think it's like you picking up the spots, and now the other spot will be able to see the classic.
Eventually they do find the track, pull off the corner. They're still fight with Redline. This is Samuel Leclerc versus Patrick Penright here. In terms of the drivers, they'll continue to battle door to door into the next corner. Harder than brings the door for the right-hander. Redline Green trying to find the speed through the middle. They're still not clear yet. They're still fighting it out. And so something has to give at some point. Redline has the inside more. The next corner, they might just be able to get it done through here. But what a great little extended battle. And something tells me before we go into these two.
This one, and also, just as the red line was making the turn, actually the field was needs to spun around and not get up the outside. I want to see later. They actually spun around, but that was just on the backside of the range. See this battle in high school. It's going to be a lot of
to make a big old dominant move. There's a challenge but it seems like they decide against it in this instance.
Der Wächter.
Piste besser und Pneu besser.
Ja, da verlang ich was klar, ich kann es heute Paschkarte.
Amen.
Kehlefandel?
Nee, alles gut.
Alles frei. Noch 10 Mal schön fliegen.
Nein, ich kann auch fliegen. Den Williams Jim recht.
Ja, muss ich gucken, bei GT nicht heute ist Diana umgesetzt.
Kunde jo enke me leiiergeld mat Environseeffekte. Ska vi nëlle.
Ja. Da wo ich dem Ausgewicht war zu bett ist. Bon, du war just Passagier, du kon ich net mal.
Schlimm was aber nem Spieler.
Ja. Aber das noch lange. Ja, wie gesagt, geschehen, aber im Grunde ist schon gedreht.
Valentin auf P12.
Naja, P12 im zweiten Split verdienst du auch kein erstes Split.
Das war böse. Das war böse.
Oh, die Trommelon gut, ja.
Ich finde sie selber. Nee. Die Jungs sind in einer ganz anderen Liga wie wir. Ja, das ist schön.
7000er Rating, da geht's vorwärts.
Schon Bombe da. Das ist schon kleines. Schon 2 Plätze abgeholt.
Ja.
Ich muss auch sagen, richtig gescheppert hin.
Wie viel Hunde ist noch hier?
Ich stehe an der Box. Ich kann das nicht so, weil mein Dinge nicht richtig stimmt.
Kannst du nicht an die Standings gucken?
Standings, wie meinst du das?
Du kriegst dir Zeit in der Division, oder?
Nee, da kann ich keine Zeit noch wissen.
Standings steht nur -3 Laps.
Okay, absolut. Wir sind irgendwo in nirgendwo.
Ja.
Alle anderen GT3 haben -1 Lap vor uns jetzt.
Jo.
Es sind 3 GT3 hinter uns.
Ob du wirklich richtig siehst?
Wie würde das nicht angehen? Williams Esports ist ein Platz vor uns mit -2 Laps.
Williams Jim.
Ja.
Das ist aber GT, ja.
Ja, ja. Hat mich wahrscheinlich aber weggeschmissen. T3 liegt auf 2.
Da wären wir ja gerade dahinter.
Ja,
Auf Platz 3 liegt jetzt Turn Racing.
das waren die hinter, das ist der William, der hinter uns war.
Ja. Wie sieht da die Zeit denn so bei den Jungs vor uns? Nochmal. Meine letzte war 2-2 auch.
Ja, 221, 227.
Okay, dann wird's schwer.
Ja.
Der direkt vor uns 217.
Prototyp, Achtung.
Und noch 2 Prototypen.
Ja, das ist der schon jetzt zum zweiten Mal hinter mir abgeflogen ist. Doch. In dieser Runde.
Prototyp. Ja, also die auf P3 sind, die fahren 201 tief oder 200 ist. So Runden eigentlich Sekunden dieselbe mehr.
Also 100% also ist noch drin, ja.
Nein. Der Topspeed ist der erste.
Bei den anderen.
Ja.
Oh, das ist ja gut.
Immer kurz weg.
Ja. Was war denn du? Ja.
Nein, es ist 15 Boxen.
Ja, kleinen Moment an alles merkt.
Ja, maar den hat auch den Land rutschen. Ist das nicht? Man hat auch kein Just Land kommen, ist das nicht nur aber immer nicht, was ist das?
Kommt in der auswischen oder?
Nein, nein, nein.
Also Platz 15 gehabt. Und ich fiel ob ein Peter, der nicht massiv. Nee, mal nicht. Schnell drauf. Ich meine, sie verschieden dabei die Schwert, die einfach der Fast Repair nicht gemacht haben.
Also das ist okay, Fast Repair mit Knopfschnell.
Den Knopfschnell, ja.
Hat schon Kinder auswischen.
Ja,
wahrscheinlich gemeint, du gingst mir weit rutschen.
Ja, das kann man ja nicht so lang, wenn man vielleicht Glück gehabt hat.
Ja, du hast wahrscheinlich mehr rundherum gedreht. Ne?
Ja, mit war richtig so ein Snappel, was dir ist da.
Ja.
So Punkt, was, wie das für das Passagier, ja,
ja, du musst mir nicht. Das ist weg. Oh, wie schön heißt sie. Platz 15 siehst du jetzt relativ sehr.
Ja. Ich hatte lange Zeit schon relativ oder nicht mehr Idee.
Ja, du warst so, wie du bist mir sehr, du warst so um 13, 2 hinten.
Ja, ich bin noch geliebt, ne?
Ja, ja, auch.
Ja, ich ging los an, also ich an einer Sekunde noch.
Ja. Das ist schwer so, wie das den Dingen nicht richtig funktioniert.
Ja, wie das ist kurz im Relativ gesehen.
Aber das ist natürlich kein Problem, ich kann eigentlich die Waze-Apps starten, ne?
Ja.
Vielleicht funktioniert den, ne?
Nee, dafür das doch Zeit kann. Schon geht der relativ den Abschnell um die los.
Also die Wastelaps funktioniert richtig mit der Position. Ne?
Okay. 16,5 Sekunden aus den 15. Führer machen. Plus ein Tor.
Racelabs.
Das ist Freeware für Overlays, Relative und so weiter.
Ah, okay.
Und der gibt sich halt richtig Mühe, das jetzt ordentlich hinzukriegen.
Achso, das ist das Neue da.
Ja, wo der Dave Cam auch genau, jetzt fixen. Das ist schon richtig gut. Das Einzige, was jetzt hier nicht funktioniert, das Gap funktioniert halt nicht. Das ist hier halt eben nicht. Was?
Das hier stimmt bei JRT 2
Nee, ich würde eher sagen.
Den nächsten GT3.
2 Minuten 20.
Zeigen hier auch 2 Minuten 19.
2 Minuten 9, ja.
Ich habe P15, 15 Sekunden vor mir.
Und eine Runde dann.
Ja, genau.
Jetzt zeigt er P28.
Ja, der springt bei mir die ganze Zeit. Ein bisschen in Glas zeigt er mir P9 an, das stimmt ja nicht.
Position in iRacing zeigt er mir an 48.
Ja, das stimmt.
zeigt er dann den Stream an.
Ich gehe mal ins Stream.
Ich guck. im Stream.
48.
42 bei mir auf Twitch.
Bei mir in Facebook 48.
Bei mir 48.
Last position 16. Und 16 von 19 GT3.
Ah jo. So Jungs, ich bin kurz mal weg.
Alles klar.
Okay.
Wir sehen uns heute Abend.
Ich halte dich auch auf Laufende.
Jo, mach das immer schön reinschreibe, da läuft es.
Alles
Ich versuch's zu verfolgen, so gut es geht.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao.
at this point, it's definitely not going to be a race win, definitely not going to be a podium, which is what they would be looking for.
Yeah, and this is kind of a gutter, you know, for Verfollegt, because we've seen Verfollegt time and time again. Lineups go down, and really something happens. But when you run in Verfollegt, or whatever, something always happens to Verfollegt, or, you know, the bad luck is something always all pressure.
Yeah, pit lane's very busy with GTE cars. The vast majority of them have come down onto the pit lane. 5 minutes out of the hour mark yet. So not quite easy to reach the hour here on this stint. Picking themselves off from their box. Of course, we are inspecting tyres being taken for these cars at the moment, especially in these tyres. I don't think he's the best driver on the tyres. Start making these double meanwhile, we do have the other GTE cars that have stayed out. There's Verfollegt Esports. They will inherit the race lead for now, since they have not done same situation for Order 24 by Redline. Benke also did not come down in that last time around, but we have had what looks to be another Sebring GTE. I'll just pull this up for you. 33.5 seconds on their stop. Usually for the full service of the tyres, for over a minute. So that is obviously a double spin strategy being pulled out the bag here before. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it out.
That's a big gamble. It's a very big and risky gamble for sure, because it backfires, you know, quite fast. The track's getting hotter. You know, we're at 29 degrees Celsius, only getting hotter by the minute. So, I see no major events to save. I'll be very honest, except tires, like maybe out of content, maybe they can actually, you know, talk a little bit. It's gonna be a struggle.
I've seen no one else is entirely to everyone else step over with cars coming in. The rest of them have been like all started the race. So we have another set of stops coming through. There's Verfollegt Esports stops in their box. Looks like they're using tire up on the jets. Verfollegt Esports. Everyone else very positive. They're coming into about 30 seconds on their stop right now. So we've got to see if any of those jump out of the line. It looks like we have. There we go. Verfollegt Esports, 34 seconds on their stop. They have decided to also go for the double stick strategy, and we'll see anyone else go in so 2 cars out of the field. Out of the field about 17, 18 cars.
Yeah, which is surprising in my opinion. I thought everybody from the GTEs would have gone since.
So they've jumped up a good couple of positions into because you're basically gaining about 30 seconds. Drivers on the fresh rubber, so you're basically, yes, you're gaining 30 seconds in the stop, but can you hold on to those 30 seconds for now? it was very, very short-lived as they'll pass pulling the red line back to 1 track, it looks like the vast majority of everyone is spread out. So I'm not seeing that massive train except for maybe the round of Red Bull. But apart from that, everyone has their own bit of space to but that can only last so long before the train starts to stop.
Yeah, I think the only thing that or has a second lead, Bobski, and then Simcoe next. Racing is about 7 minutes behind Bobski, so it is actually also in the battle. I can see as well in the GP class between the Porsche 240 and Red Line. Plays plus black, vacuum applying a lot of pressure.
That was a P6 in GTEs. La Fuente in that Triple A Esports Black Card, Gianni Vecchio inside that Border 24 driven by Red Line. It's a bit long to say, so I'm just going to say Border by Red Line throughout the rest of this race. On that last lap. Exactly go well, at least in the opening portion of the race where he had a bit of a spin, but he was able to pull off the recovery drive and able to grab himself a podium, which was absolutely brilliant to witness. Currently, they are in P number 7, so still plenty of time in this race to get things done, especially when you have a talent like Vecchi behind him.
Yeah, and now he managed to close down the gap. It's going to be really close because I think that's the word of the racing team. You can even see La Fuente is not pleased. He's blinking the headlights to that Daytona prototype because it allowed that to, just knock on the door on the back bumper of
well, we'll just see what the state of play is for these guys. You can see that drivers are allowed to actually take a big ride in. So they're allowed to go outside the white lines there and get better speed through the corner. iRacing look nicely for doing that. That's a little bit further out than that section. So the drivers exploring basically everywhere they can run here to try and find the best speed. But you can see the dynamic track also in effect with rubber being laid down, marbles going towards the outside of the corner as well. So even though we're basically just over an hour through this race, that track is already starting to really change as this race goes on.
Yeah, you guys can see there's a lot of the lines over here on turn 1. You can see also on turn 2 or turn 3, whatever you prefer. There's also a big chunk of rubber and the marbles on the outside for turn 4, as you guys can see. And also one of the cool things about dynamic track is since they go into that sand part, the sand trap, it puts a little bit of the sand in the track, so there I expect later in the race, not this early, but about midway through the end of the first half, more sand into that inner part of the track, which is going to affect the tire grips a little bit because you're going to have sand on the tires and turn in is not going to be as good as you want. But both cars now was on they have a switch. The white car is on the double stick and the Triple Esports black car is not. So you can see those two Triple Esports cars. The one ahead is on the double stick right now, the one behind is on pressure. And so I don't see the Triple Esports quite putting up a lot of fight as they go into Le Mans corner. The black is just right within draft range and attack range, as also, as you can see, La Fuente already blinking his car to his teammate and saying, I'm going to go to the inside. But, white car just, going for that inside move, just, signaling, I'm going to be on the outside, I'm not going to force anything by it. And both Porsche by Red Line and AAA Esports Black make the move and take one position, and AAA wide losing 2.
Yeah, and Redline, they have a good run off of the final corner here, but just going to stay in line. So, and mid-corner speed as well brings it all the way through to the exit. So, despite there no side-by-side action being going on, Vecchio is certainly still trying to push that Porsche by Redline car. He's just sort of not going for big inside moves just yet, which you can understand. Being this early on in the race. The big portion of the track where you can do that sort of thing, though, is into this one, the big braking zone into the hairpin, and you can just see Vecchio just goes so much deeper on the brakes there than La Fuente that he just gains a whole bunch of time simply by slowing down.
Yeah, if you're like 5/10 of a second, you can see Vecchio just taking 3/10 of a second away from La Fuente into just one braking point, and that braking point is kind of this is something funny. That hairpin is a very tricky corner because if you get the corner entry right, you can get so much time. It's not even a joke, and because he has kind of a wider line approach, you know, just a little bit to the left, and then you shove it in. You know, early apex into the right hand, and you power it out full acceleration. He gains so much time. That's what Vecchio did. So well done by Vecchio. You know, he had that time and just, you know, closing the gap and keeping left foot honest, but he's still offensive.
Yeah, it's sort of been maintaining this gap at the moment, this sort of 2-3 tenths of a second between the two drivers at the moment, and try as he might, Vecchio, you know, his strategy is just to apply so much pressure to the back of La Fuente that he makes a mistake, but La Fuente doesn't seem fazed by Vecchio's presence. So at this stage, Vecchio might need to try something different if this sort of just follow very, very closely behind doesn't work out for another couple of laps or so.
Yeah, and it's going to be complicated. You know, you really want to make the move as soon as possible. Frustration builds in a little bit. One thing that you can be relieved about, though, is that you're closing down on Lieber because it was 9 seconds on the previous lap. You also have to look at that as well. And in that, it is now 8 seconds. Both cars, AAA Black and Porsche by Redline, are closing in 4, so they're getting within the top 3, maybe top 2 range of this GTE field. So something to be, you know, relieved on that end.
I mean, yeah, exactly, and you can see exactly why, because these two cars on the pressure tires at the moment, whereas the 2 cars ahead of them about 8 seconds down the road, it's the Williams Esports BenQ car and the Corsim Racing GTE car, and both of them are on old rubber. So that is just going to be the theme for the next couple of moments with those cars that are also trying to fight, closing in on another particular battle. So it could be that we'll see a 4-car change here in the not too distant future.
Yeah, and also I didn't see both Williams and Vecchio and that I honestly don't see the Porsches running out of you know, defending cars and fair.
For a while again. Vecchio very passive into Sunset Bend that time around. Doesn't want to follow as closely as he has previously. You can just see that gap open up a little bit as they come through to the exit of the corner. That will give us the chance to have a look at what's going on elsewhere, though, because you still have a battle for particular prototypes that looks like this, with VRS Planet Sport E5 trying to chase down Apex Racing Team's Johan Hart in the 4 at the moment. Just under half a second between those two as they deal with a bit of GT3 traffic. And, well, at least on that last lap, we're about half a second. So, good chunk of time to be gaining. Of course, when you look at lap time differences here, they can very much be influenced by the traffic. You can see that exemplified there, coming down the pit straight with a GTE, a GT3, and a Tito prototype, trying to work their way through and to try and negotiate position. And that is just sort of one of the many sketchy situations that can happen in that type of procedure, and requires great awareness from every single driver involved.
Yeah, we just need to negotiate properly, and luckily for them, good negotiation on Mali, Oscar. I just want to see who's driving for Mali right now. That is under negotiate against Black Star. And good also on Oscar. He's still within draft range of sorts of RM, and it is 1.1 seconds, but there is some draft you can get from the that penalty.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show through that whole is what actually got the worst end of the stick when it comes to the traffic there, because yes, they gained half a second on the last lap, but they've immediately lost it now due to the traffic not falling in their favor. So it's my favorite phrase in endurance racing is traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and you know, you won't see any better example.
Yeah, I have no other comments. You stole the comment I was going to make out of my mouth.
There we go. But right now, just have a little look to see how that GTE pack is doing. It still is in the status quo between Williams and Core, the two cars on the double stint here, and they're quickly being closed in on by AAA Esports and Porsche 24 by Redline. But again, that's not going to happen. This 4-car train developing is not going to happen for another good couple of laps just yet. So we will come back to it once that starts to come to fruition. In GT3s, though, this is the closest battle out there on circuit. It's Pure Racing Team GT3 and Racecraft Esports Yellow. Racecraft Esports gaining a bunch of time over the last 2 laps, and now they're in a position about 0.3 of a second behind Pure. And that will be immediately ruined by a Daytona prototype trying to get through there, and you know, compromise line through the corner will even slow up that GT3 more as well. So Racecraft Esports have to be hoping that Pure also get a rough ride with the Daytona prototype as well here, as that will be negotiated coming through Big Bend. That's the ideal place for the Daytona prototype to get things done. Around the outside they go. So that's a mini win for Pure Racing Team.
Yeah, Grabowski is going to be a little bit pleased with that. Just see a little bit of late braking for Lockwood into the hairpin. So 1/10 of a second shredded away between Grabowski and Lockwood. So here's summarized perfectly. It's a small win for Grabowski trying to clear away, but it's not going to be, in the overall perspective of things, something that Pure is going to be relieved of. You know, Lockwood has the pace. Both drivers are on the same stint of cars, just fuel stint. It is different between one another. It is just 1 lap. But still, Lockwood is going to keep Grabowski honest. He has to push the car so he doesn't leak stuck.
Yeah, so he just needs to continue to work at it. Looking, you know, we've gone about 1 hour and 20 minutes in the race without doing a full couple of laps of onboards with any of these drivers, so we'll have to do that now. So why not? Let's do it on board with the Porsche by Redline car. We're going to go on board with Gianni Vecchio for a couple of laps. Myself, Connery Maddock, and Lorenzo Bonda will be back in just a couple of minutes' time. That was a couple of laps on board there with Team Redline by... Porsche by Team Redline, excuse me. It is that way around on the graphics as they try to hang on to the tail of AAA Esports Black. Both of these cars are closing in on P3 and P4. Williams Esports and Core Sim Racing, they're going to be catching in just a couple of moments. That gap coming down quite a bit, lap on lap, due to the tyre difference between both of the pairs of cars. But while we're on with that onboard, we did see a couple of Daytona prototype pit stops. So they're coming down for the second time in this race. And, well, we'll get to see Mac Backham here. He is on the pit lane. We also have Tommy Erstgaard. We have DriveX Esports Scalpers also deciding to come in for Daytona prototypes. And they are the first couple of stoppers here inside of this the start of this second stint. And soon they'll be off and away in about 10-20 seconds time before they'll decide to head out and away. But there we go, tyres being taken. We don't expect anything different from those Daytona prototypes. But at this stage, all the strategy intrigue is going to be in those GT classes, because the GTs seem to be very, very similar in terms of how they're negotiating this race.
Yeah, it's gonna be complicated. It's gonna be complicated for us to see any GTs coming in time now, but it is their due anytime soon. It is going to be at least 15 more laps for the entirety of the GTE field, and I really want to see those cars who double stint it, to see where they will come out onto the pit lane and what position they will be, because right now what we are talking about, GTEs, now that through a car train, the true car train is now becoming a third car train, because AAA Esports and Porsche by Redline are on their back bumper with the track.
Yeah, it'll show here. There's the gap between Core and AAA Esports. You can see how that's been coming down almost well, bordering on a second a lap, just under, with 8-9 of a second a lap being Core. And of course you're seeing Porsche by Redline also keeping tabs on AAA Esports. So like you said, it is going to be a 4-car train in just a couple of moments, and well, it won't be disrupted by pit stops just yet for GTEs. They're about halfway through their stint, so we're already starting to see a whole bunch of desync between when the GTEs are putting in and of course the GT classes.
Yeah, it's going to be desync, but I think the next one we're going to be seeing anytime soon actually won't be the GTEs, will be the GT3s, because as we saw, Connery, they actually put it earlier than the GTE cars. Their fuel probably lasting a little bit less than the upper or the higher tier category, so they're going to be coming in maybe in the next 10 or maybe 11 laps for their pit service.
Yeah, we're getting sort of, you know, like I said, halfway through a GTE stint right now, and if those cars and all the tyres are losing about a second a lap, assuming around 30 laps on a stint, it's relatively equal between the two strategies at the moment. I'm not going to say that's going to continue throughout the rest of this race, because this track will actually get a bit hotter before it gets cooler, because we're still in the morning portion with local time 11:40 a.m. at the moment. So track temp still has a couple of degrees that it can climb, which might make those double stints a lot more of a struggle. But we're sort of at the sort of crossover point. When you talk about like different compounds coming into effect, you know, in the real life racing side of things, where there's a crossover point between intermediates and options, or intermediate and just full slicks. You know, that's the same sort of thing as we're seeing here, as we're seeing crossover between the two strategies starting to work out.
Yeah, where this crossover would be, whoever's double stinting will be on what we're usually going to say intermediates, so they're going to be with some grip, but they're not going to outpace anybody else, and anybody who actually fit it, single spin it. I think it's not option tires, and people will sometimes say prime tires.
Well,
big difference.
Yeah, that comes from the faster slick and then the slower slick tire in Formula 1. So yeah, that used to be that on broadcasts in the Bridgestone, when Bridgestone tires were still a thing. And then they decided, then Pirelli came in and was just like, hey, it's just going to be, you know, the soft tire and the, you know, the super soft and the ultra soft and, you know, hyper soft, you know. So it's It's yeah. So that's basically what I'm going on about that. It's just some weird phrase in my memory that I've just blurted out, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, you know. We're all humans, we're all prone to mistakes. But talking about GTs, look at the pressure Vecchio and La Fuente are applying that corner. He already passed them with certain ease, and here it comes against Canapino. Canapino is not going to resist that chart from both Porsches. Maybe not on Sunset. He might live it for another day, but I think turn 1 is where they're going to be killing of Canapino. Not killing in the bad way, but hold up, not in a bad way. They're going to actually put him behind both cars. He's going to be alive. He's going to be running behind him. But, you know, race-wise, he's dead.
It's worth reminding that English is the second language, so we'll just use that as justification. But look at this, side by side in towards turn number 1. Triple E Esports get through on the old tyres Williams Esports, but Borgia by Red Lion, it's going to be a bit more of a struggle for them as they'll have to continue the battle into turn number 3, but they're able to squeak themselves by. Core is not close enough to be able to capitalize on anything. They went deep on the brakes to see if they could do anything in their battle with Williams Esports, but it ended up not happening for them. So after what we thought might be a little bit of an exciting portion of the race, it all gets done rather quickly.
Okay, in less than 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Alright, actually, let's see if we get lucky countering, because we also getting battles in the GT3 class for the podium spot, because Blackstar is now on the drafting range of the Orion Rift Team HPP cars, and suddenly we got a GT3 battle as well.
Yeah, so haven't seen one in a while. These guys closing up, of course, but you can see why, though. If you look at the lap time deltas, it's about half a second a lap that Blackstar Racing has been closing in, and that is because Orion Race Team was one of those only GT3 cars to take the double stints at this portion in the race. So at this point, you know, with double stints sort of on the border of working out, I'll say. I wouldn't say they are working, but they're sort of on, you know, sort of like the crossover point like we already described. Oh, there's a bit of contact in the back. Oh, that was well held by whoever that Daytona prototype is.
That's VRS?
Yeah, it's VRS Partner Simsport, and now there's Apex Racing Team looking to head their way by. And look at this, side by side, it's the hairpin. Apex down the inside, and they're able to get the position complete. The battle for P4 it was there, as Kwanda really compromised due to that contact, and Apex were there ready to pounce. Johan Hafter sends it down the inside, and he's able to gain the position. I'll just have to have a look to see exactly how that happened, because that happened very quickly. You can see the tail end of it coming down into there, and you'll just have to look coming up through the first sector. Here's the view of Apex Racing Team. So you see those two cars ahead come together a little bit coming out of this section. And there we go, big shove, and that gives Johan Hart all the speed that he needs to be able to complete the pass coming down into the hairpin, and you can just see that happen. A little bit later on the brakes, slides it in. Kwanda out into the marbles a little bit as well, which is not going to help, and
yeah,
but look at that. Just as I go back to the live pictures, they've swapped again.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah, so just as we do try to do some form of analysis, they continue on fighting, but we'll just have to find exactly where this happens, like the repass here. So how has Tommy Erstad been able to get his way by here? Angles towards the inside into the final sector, or rather the outside, coming through the fast right left-handers, and then commitment on the brakes into the slightly slower section, and Erskard not hanging around, not resting on his laurels and thinking, oh, this position's been lost. He gains it right back, and he's now back up into P4.
And if we were to talk about a race perspective, I think the only thing that they lost is actually a gap to Kevin Ellis Jr., because that battle allowed Kevin Ellis Jr. to gain a second on both drivers. It dwindled away a little bit because he had to overtake a few cars. He had to take the Leo DP and And also I have to say, I think that was Van de Val car ahead of him. I'm not 100% sure. But, you know, Kevin Ellis, who has nothing to do with this, just, you know, gapping himself away from both the other GTP.
Yeah, so maintaining the gap and, well, trying to gap Tommy Scott right now as far as his battle with Johan Hart is concerned. Gap up to 5/10 of a second already. So Tommy is trying as he might to run away, but he can't afford any more problems with the traffic. That he's done so already. Back to this GTE battle though, because these guys have been stuck together like glue for the past hour or so, and there was a slight look. It's a big look for Vecchio down the inside of AAA Esports. Is he able to get it done though? It's side by side for the middle sector between these two. We've been waiting for so long for something to happen here, and finally Vecchio is taking the bull by its horns, and now he's just about able to get clear out of the right-hander, but AAA Esports has the speed off the corner to take the fight into the final sector. They had a slight nose in, but they simply have to back out. A flash of the lights in frustration, and Vecchio's gained the position. As long as he can keep this before turn 1 on the next lap, he might have it pretty secure.
Yeah, let's see as they come down into Sunset Bend. There is, you know, draft range for La Fuente to work with, but it's not going to be enough as they just start into the braking zone off Sunset Bend. They're going to bring Conrad around here. They're going to commit to the inside part of the Sunset Bend, and nicely done by Vecchio. P3 sealed and guaranteed for Porsche by Redline.
Yeah, it's a brilliant pass indeed. He just set up for it as we'll wind it back to see once again how this pass was negotiated between the two of them. We will just have to grab that in a couple of moments, taking a while, but there we go. There's the tail end of it. We'll just have to cycle it back just that slight bit further, and here we go. You can just see the angling towards the inside there. For Vecchio, it's a big, bold move down the inside there, but at this point it's still not done. We've seen this already with these extended side-by-side battles coming through the middle sector, because the advantage just switches so often from the inside to the outside to the inside. But right there, Vecchio almost got clear, but now he still has to be careful and leave some form of space on that left-hand side for AAA, because there was a slight, basically centimetre of a nose in there that AAA Esports had, and that's simply not enough to go for a big commitment. So AAA Esports did decide to back out of that one. So good decision there, and a good pass for Vecchio.
A great pass for Vecchio. You know, massive room for error as they come down to the twisty section. That is called Bishop Bend, and that is a double left-hander, which is a flat-out left-hander for both parts. But there was a little bit of an overlap, not by much. Basically tire to tire, rear tire with front tire, and that could have gone very wrong, but the gap was well managed by Vecchio. As you can see, he's clearing himself away from Fuente, so there is a lot of gap to be shredded by Vecchio against Job right ahead of him, because Job is on turn 1 and Vecchio is just Sunset Bend, but there is still time for Vecchio to close down the gap and, you know, put Job into danger.
Yeah, as you know, that gap is still pretty major at this point. But meanwhile, a gap that is major is the gap between P8 and P9 at the moment in GTEs. Van der Val Sim Racing Blue in a close battle with MSI Esports GTE on the brakes into the first corner. Van der Val following very closely, and there's a GT3 AMG Mercedes that they'll have to try and get by that has damage to the front end as well. So MSI Esports will be a bit held up here coming through this section. But can Van der Val use that to their benefit? Not right now. Just that little bit too far back. They will tuck inside the slipstream of the GT3 car before going back into the car of their own class. And, oh, that's leaving it quite late there for Alan Sanchez going to the inside to try and defend. That was a big move, and I don't think that was entirely necessary, considering Van der Val would have still had to try and get past that GT3 car. That inside line wasn't available, but MSI Esports defended it anyway.
We've seen that MSI Esports they're quite aggressive sometimes on their defending, which sometimes causes incidents. Of course, They're defending their space. It is legal, but it is a risky. You know, you're putting the other driver to the option. It's kind of like Senna move-esque. You know, you're leaving the other driver to make the decision of who commits and probably goes for a move where you're gonna get into an incident, or you just back yourself away and then let the other driver win. So for now, MSI Esports still retaining position, which is very good for them. But here comes Verfollegt once again on the draft charge.
Yeah, attempting to stay in there, but the draft not powerful enough from about half a second back to be able to do anything. So just having to stay in line for now and continue on this fight perhaps somewhere else. But with the first, coming up, well, we're already past an hour and a half gone in this race. We have 10 hours and 20 minutes left remaining. And with no one in an active pit stop window right now, we can actually just do a bit of a rundown of your top 8 in each class. So I'll start with Daytona prototypes, because that looks a little bit like this. VRS and SimSport lead the way by 8 seconds over another one of their cars. So the 18 leads the 8 in this situation. Apex Racing Team are in P3 with VRS and SimSport 81 in P4. Apex, their 90 car, is in P5. DriveX Esports in P6. We see Simsa Esports, Daytona Prototype Black, and Nirvana Sim Racing, Daytona Prototype in 8th place. And Lorenzo, just take us through top 8 in GTPs.
Yeah, so we got Team Red Line Black with Max Paneke in the car in the lead of this race. Red Bull Esports is in second. Porsche 12 driven by Redline is in third. AAA Esports Black is in fourth. Williams Esports Ben Q is in fifth. Force Sim Racing GTE was in sixth, but now is in seventh. It's because BS Competition, I'll just sixth from them. P7 is MSI Esports, and Verfollegt Racing Good is in P8 for your GTE class.
In your slowest class here today, the GT3s, Williams Esports Chill Blast lead by 3.6 seconds over Vendaval. We see Black Star Racing in P3, quite a while, quite a distance.
Ich würde sagen, Topspeed ist gut. Hinter dir. Bist du ja jetzt raufgefahren? Genau, raus. Trotzdem nach. Pass auf, der geht. Jetzt zieht zurück. Geht drinnen. Moment hinter dir. Der zieht noch rein. Gerade hinter dir. Der geht außen. Pass auf. Ist auf Wiese gekommen. Aus den Innen ist wieder hinter dir.
Nice move. Wenn man unbedingt vorbei will.
Ja, das ist so schlimm, ha?
Die fahren wie die Henker.
Ich werde mit dem Porsche aber nicht zu machen. Das wäre als auf Teil der Aufhängung. Ja?
Bremsen.
Ja. Das ist vorher. Der Porsche, der war als ob ein Teil von der Aufhängung gebrochen war. Ja, ja, besonders weil das Lenkrad ja auch 90 Grad nachher stand.
Also jetzt steht es wieder komplett gerade.
Ja. Ist ja gut möglich, dass dann in der Engine irgendwie dann so virtuelle Aufhängung gebrochen ist, dass die dann eigentlich nur ersetzt wurde. Weil ich habe eingelenkt, oder ich war am Einlenken und ich habe dann eingelenkt, dass er mich berührt hat. Der Schlag war nicht schlimm, weil der hat mich ja eigentlich nicht weggeschoben.
Nee, das ging aber dann geradeaus.
Ja, das ist einfach geradeaus gekommen. Weil der Aufprall war nicht so hart, dass ich in die Mauer geflogen bin. Ich bin richtig in die Mauer gerollt. Da ist 3 Korvetts hinter dir.
Ja, hab's gesehen.
So. Pass auf, die sind hoch motiviert. Ja.
Ja, die können auf der Gerade vorbei.
Ja, war es P10 und P11 beieinander. Der geht rein, der geht rein. Wir haben wieder einen Platz gewonnen. P16 wieder.
Die Bremse schon auf der Gerade.
Ja, die sind auch viel schneller.
Pam! Der war
Ja,
der Hammer.
das ist doch der, wo ich gesagt, pass auf, der ist auch motiviert.
Auto schiebt ohne Ende.
Ja?
Ja.
Ja, nicht das aber, was kaputt ist. Ja, das ist jetzt mittlerweile 35 Grad. Ne?
Ja. Kann's auch sein.
Ja, aber die anderen fahren immer 202, ja? 202, 203.
Ich komme ja gar nicht dazu, vor lauter Verkehr.
Ja, ja, ja. So, die gelben Kappe, pass auf. Pass auf, etwas auf die Topspeed. Okay, ist gut. Topspeed ist gut. Das GT hinter dir. Ja. Leck mich am Arsch. Turn Racing ist auf P1 und die waren hinter uns. GT geht rein. Alles sind da rein. Alles sind da rein. Korrekt gibt nichts. Hinter dir. Pass auf, Corvette links, langsam. Okay. Corvette geht links. Ja. Den iRacing hinter dir,
Ja, ich weiß.
der eigentlich auch hinter uns gehört.
Fährt an die Box.
Ja. Jetzt hast du der Corvette hinter dir.
Ja, 3 Stück.
Ja, genau, 3 Stück. Der erste zieht rein, der zweite versucht mitzugehen. Ne? Der hat dich fahren gelassen. Ich war nicht sicher.
Ja, er hat zurückgezogen, aber ich habe den durchgelassen. Schon wieder der.
Ja. JT hat sich aber mittlerweile erholt. Der zeigt wieder das Fuß.
Okay.
Also nur etwas. Ein bisschen
Oh Gott, sind die langsam.
Wer?
Der hier. Ich bin schon auf der Gerade vom Gas gegangen.
Ja, ja. Ein bisschen geht den Rad der gerade schneller. Kommt dann aus der Box. Den schaffst du aber ohne Probleme. Vor allem, dass du den BMW, der immer sehr nah hinten drauf fährt. Wow! Und noch da!
Oh Mann.
Also Sebring bringt uns kein Glück ab.
Ne. Frei?
Ja, kannst fahren. Pass auf, AMG. Okay.
Meine Fresse.
same time as the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and so we figured it's going to be very tricky to balance the two. So for this, we were like, we've already got a setup from 2 weeks ago. Let's try and adapt it to the new time model, which works pretty well. And then it also gives us a bit of future knowledge for the upcoming BMW 120 events. In hindsight, we were like, focusing entirely on this race weekend. But I think it's going to be helpful in the future for future events when times are, when the schedule gets very compact. And I think there's like a BMW 120 race one day after the Porsche Esports Super Cup, so having that extra bit of knowledge with the setup is going to help us a lot, I think.
There you go. Not just thinking about the long game in the race that you're in right now, but thinking about long game in terms of the rest of the stuff they have going on as well. So it's good to see you guys still be very, very competitive indeed inside that BMW, and race win still potentially on the cards, but we've got about 10 hours before we actually see what the result of that is. So with that, is there anything you want to say before we go back to our scheduled program?
Nope, just thanks for the interview, thanks for the broadcast, and yeah, maybe speak to you again later. Hopefully the race goes well.
Yeah, definitely swing by, and that is also my chance to say, if you're a member of one of the other teams, then feel free to come into our TeamSpeak and just have a little bit of a chat like what Sebastian Job has decided to do. So thank you very much, Sebastian, and best of luck in the rest of the race.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. Sebastian Job as part of the Red Bull Racing Esports outfit, currently P2 in your GTE field at the moment. And Lorenzo, that seemed very, very positive from Sebastian there about how things have gone, and you can see exactly why. Yeah. They're not allowing Redline to really get away.
Yeah, they're keeping them honest, so it's best of props to that. I know the BOP has come along and, has affected the BMW a little bit. It isn't what people say OP, so it isn't overpowered as it was before. People might complain when in the last season. So it is a very honest car, it can keep them honest if you actually get it set up right and push it properly. So good on them to keep Beneke honest, keep pushing every single time. And let's see if Fruits is going to be able to do the same thing as Holzman is doing, because Holzman so far, as you're saying, is being slightly superior to himself. 6/10 shredded on the last lap.
Yeah, so Holtzman is doing a really good job behind the wheel of the Red Bull car at the moment. But we'll have this up on screen because Apex Racing Team and Coanda are close once again. It looks like Apex is going to get caught up behind the GTE here, and well, they actually make the GTE get itself sandwiched between themselves and Coanda there, coming through the final sector, so that will disrupt the battle just a bit. I'm just going to grab the lap gaps up on the screen. You can just see things at least sort of starting to go the way of Apex at the moment. You see the big 0.4 of a second gain, you see 0.2 of a second being gained by Apex, and you can just see that as a loss for Coanda at the moment. So Apex are running very, very well, and they go for a big old dive on the inside of Beeler as well, and yet trying to put yet more lap traffic between themselves and their competitors. Backham's holding on for the moment, but it seems like the pace is relatively equal between Alex Jr. and Backham at the moment.
Yeah, and we've seen that basically to the entirety of the stint. Backham and Alex going to every single lap. One driver is getting, the upper end, but I just saw Bila hitting the cones on Sunset and just striking on over here on the broadcast. So it's kind of funny to see that. But still, it is an up and down for each one of the drivers. One driver is getting a bad lap, and one isn't. So I don't see any one of them is actually making moves anytime soon, unless there's again that opening that one driver makes a mistake and the other one capitalizes.
Well, there's quite a bit of DT traffic for these guys at the moment that they're going to have to side their way through. And Kevin S. Jr. doing a good job at it so far. We're just going to ride on board briefly with him to see how he's able to get past all these GT cars. Around the outside at high-speed sections is a decent spot, considering how much downforce that these yellow prototypes have compared to the GTEs. They don't have much else in terms of straight line speed, though. It's relatively equal between the two cars. And of course the slow speed quarters as well. They're very, very similar. So the gap between these Daytona prototypes and the GTEs are a lot closer than some other prototype classes could be to their respective top GTE class, like in the World Endurance Championship, for example, where, you know, LMP1s and LMP2s are usually just that quite, well, at least quicker than the GTEs and these Daytona prototypes are right now.
Yeah, because of course we have to talk about the driver's skill, but if we have to talk about also GTEs and GT3s and perspective, we have to take account that in WEC we have a whole lot less cars than we have over here in this race. I just want to say I think we have about 15 cars in the GTE field and about 15 in the GT3, so it is much bigger than what we get in WEC, so it is more natural to see cars in that category being close to one another, so it isn't surprising them, you know, to be at some points close to one another, but relatively for 2 hours of racing, kind of been spaced out, different strategies working. I see things basically closing down in the final 4 hours. Go ahead.
Look at how much time Red Bull Racing Esports has gained. 1.5 seconds on the last lap. That is incredible pace there from Holtzman, and it also might also be a combination of Gregor Hutu not quite being the same pace as Beneke as well. So it's just meant that this gap has just been gobbled all the way up. It was around about 3-4 seconds while we were talking to Seb a while ago, and now all of a sudden, within 5-10 minutes, it's now 0.3 of a second, and Red Bull Racing Esports looking to try and get themselves to the race lead.
Here comes nice
drive off the corner. There's a GT3 ahead as well. I think that's the Bavano AMG Mercedes. Red Bull Racing Esports looking for the race lead into the braking zone, and they've been able to get it, and they are able to make the corner as well. It wasn't fought too hard there by Gregor Hutu, and I have to feel like Hutu knew that was coming, considering how fast Holtzman was closing in.
Yeah, I think Hutu played the safe game, you know, don't get into contact, and now he's going to work a little bit to try to clear himself away for that off that AMG GT3, but Holtzman with a massive win for the lead so far, so he's clearing himself away quite nice as they just go into power turn. Oh,
go on.
No, I was gonna say Hutu is having massive struggle to actually clear out the GT3. I thought it would be more aggressive.
Yeah, look at that, he's just lifting out the throttle, trying to stay behind for the moment as they will try to find a line through, and looks like not quite going to be able to get it done just. He's lost a lot of time behind the traffic here, and this is Hutu being tentative, and you don't often see him tentative, but now you just see how much time he has lost compared to Red Bull Racing Esports. Gap is up to 2 seconds already, so this has gone horribly for Redline.
Yeah, this has gone totally horrible for Redline, and Hutu basically with a worst case scenario in just 1 lap. Of course, he's still within contact of Red Bull Esports, but you just get, this is the thing you really don't want to see, being conservative under a car that is slower than you when you're fighting for the lead of the race. So it is horrible, horrendously bad for Hutu. We know how capable he is. We know he's a multi-world GP champion, but he's struggling so hard in the GT cars. It's not even sad, you know, to be very honest.
Yeah, we've just had a couple of Daytona prototype stops, and there's one of them. Kevin Ellis Jr. making his way in. Of course, he was involved in the battle with Kwanzaa for those podium spots not too long ago, and they get themselves stopped in their pit box. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. is just going to make way for Peter Berryman is now going to be behind the wheel of that Apex Racing Team number 91 car. So a driver change for Apex, and Johan Hart currently remaining behind the wheel of their number 90 at the moment. As having a look, you see down the pit lane, there's Bavano Racing, see Sam Daytona Prototype, Tommaso Carla going to be getting his car stopped as well. So Daytona Prototype pit stops in progress. And we're still waiting for the VRS Kwanzaa number 18 car to come in. That's Jeremy Bootsloop, who is currently a bit stuck behind a bit of GT traffic. And we're also waiting for Alpine Eagle Racing, World Sim Racing Team, and Leo Sim Racing Team to come down in. But this number 18 Commander will be in soon. They get disposed of the lap traffic, and Hulu will be hoping he didn't lose too much time left.
He does. If he lost, maybe he might have lost a second, maybe a second and a half, just because he was in the twisty section of the track. But in comparison to the other cars, they're doing so well in terms of pace. Even losing a 1 second and a half might seem like quite a lot to us, but for them, it is kind of like they can give away 1 second and a half. They're dominating the race so far, very well from as he comes down into the lane. 12 seconds ahead of Apex number 91 and 19 from the Apex number 92.
Yep, and you can see the Apex 91 heading through on GT3 traffic. Peter Berryman, like I said, taking that car over. So, you know, we saw some earlier driver changes for the GT and GT3 pack, but now they're starting to come into fruition for Daytona prototypes. So that's how things stand right now. Boot loops come down on towards the pit lane. So that will mean that... Hang on, am I reading this correctly? Because I'm seeing Apex 91 ahead of Joshua Rogers right now.
Yes, they are. The 91 is ahead of Rogers.
Yeah, they are. Like so, yeah, so Joshua Rogers 3 seconds behind Apex from Racing Team number 91 at the moment. And Josh, this is... Hang on, I'm just going to double check. Because we want to confirm. There we go. Matt back on the Joshua Rogers are on board with their number 8 car. I would have thought that Josh would have been teamed up with Mitchell, which is why I was slightly confused for just a second. But it seems like it's okay. It's not the race-leading Coanda car that has had problems.
Alright, so I was going to check that on one thing that also benefited Apex is that I might be wrong, you might correct me over here, Connery, but Perryman's pit stop has been 25 seconds in comparison to 10 seconds more for Joshua. So that's why he has a little bit of a lead on that number 8 car. But still, we know Joshua Rogers, how crazy fast he is. So we've seen on Daytona how fast he can clear out of a field of DPs, and I don't expect to see... I expect to see something similar over here. He's going to close down the gap quite fast, and he actually is. So in a few laps, he might be able to contend for P2 in this class.
Yeah, so 2 seconds between P2 and P3. But Josh Rogers, 2019 Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, widely considered the fastest racer on iRacing at the moment. But of course, he's always trying to fight for that particular title with drivers like Max Benecke, for example. But right now, at the early part of the 2020 season here on iRacing, it looks like Joshua Rogers still on top for now. But of course, we're yet to see like the first round or the first couple of rounds of the Porsche Esports Super Cup just yet. So we're still a couple months from that happening. But in terms of iRacing special events right now, it seems like Josh Rogers still has that same pace like he had throughout 2019.
Yeah, I think nowadays Joshua Rogers might be the driver to beat. I don't see anybody, and I don't see anybody else nowadays being in the same category as Joshua Rogers. Of course, they're all talented drivers, but if you are to pick a few drivers, probably pick Benecke, Job, and maybe even Holtzman in this category to be in the same range or possible long shot drivers to beat Rogers. But as you said, Esports Super Cup is coming up really shortly. We have a lot of talented drivers coming into the season, so there is a possibility of Rogers' kingdom when the Porsches falling down, just because we got so many drivers with so much skill coming in, and they're hungry for trophies and wins.
Also, Team Redline Black, they've come down onto the pit lane again on the last lap, and they've put Max Benecke back behind the wheel of the car. So, okay, this is interesting. Of course, they took no tyres because they changed it just a couple of laps that Hutu was still out there, but Beneke is back behind the wheel. So this tells me that Hutu, with how slow he was going especially, might have had some form of technical issue with his equipment that has resulted in him having to come back down towards the pit lane again and to put Beneke back behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, I'll be very honest, I really want to open up, if Beneke is streaming this race so far, open up the stream and just pick his brain what is going on in that red line black car.
Yeah, because of course many of these drivers will be streaming at this point, and Beneke is definitely one of them, at least as far as I can see on my Twitch right now. So, yeah, I'll be very interested to see what's the story behind that. Maybe something that has been mentioned on his stream as to what the problem actually is here, or even if there is even a problem. You know, it could be just a decision that they've taken at this stage. But I wouldn't see why that you would do that, because yes, even if Hutu is the slower driver of all of them, he's still, I don't think he's going to lose as much time as it takes to come down on towards the pit lane again and put Beneke in. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and Beneke is already on the charge. He's right behind the triple A equals wide, and he's kind of being even aggressive. He's kind of like move away, but away. We've seen, I think, Beneke, was it Daytona, Connery, that he pulled up something similar? No, it was a Bathurst. I'm trying to remember, because he did something similar, you know, he was slower.
I wasn't involved in the Bathurst broadcast, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, man. Because I remember Beneke was a slower tier car, and he kind of like moved the faster car out of the way just because he wanted to overtake. It was on Daytona, I remember.
Okay. So, yeah. Interesting developments then. I've seen people say Beneke doesn't want to chat while he's driving, which is understandable considering how much focus it takes to go very quickly here. But yeah, that's a bit of a weird situation. Maybe some other representative from Redline can describe what's going on right there, because I didn't spot any instance that they may have had, and people will be sort of mentioning that to us in the chat if that was the case. So. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So recovery drive now in full effect for Team Redline Black after that interesting situation. So we'll see how that one develops, and I'd be very interested to see what the actual reason why that happened. But meanwhile, Apex and VRS Kind of Simsport, Joshua Rodders, he's made up the gap now. He's 0.3 of a second behind the Apex driver in P2, Peter Berryman, and you can see how quickly he has closed in. We can get those lap gaps up. 1.3 seconds, lap 71. 3.5 of a second on lap 72. Rogers is on his typical charge here, and it's just Berryman trying to figure out how to hold on.
Yeah, and you know, when you can see Rogers going so late in the braking, he actually was a little bit wobbly at the exit of the hairpin. You know, this is the level of driving for Rogers, is all out, no questions asked, no hostages being, you know, taken. This is how hard he's going to drive and how aggressive. You know, close the gap once again on Alice. Jesus Christ.
Ooh. Yeah, that's leaving it a bit late on Bila, but Rogers is able to squeak his way through. And of course, with the recent developments in as part of Coanda, they're one of the first sim racing teams to get themselves a actual dedicated house for their team members. This is a common thing in other esports where the team just buys a house for all of their players and they all just play out in the team house. And of course, you know, it has a gym, it has other services, so it's just like, it's basically a professional environment where they can actually just focus on the racing and the racing alone without any distractions. Rogers with the shallower line through Sunset Bends, but not able to get the pass done just yet. They'll split the BMW GTE car either side, and Coanda again looking for the dive. He's looking very threatening here, especially for this early on in the race, but you understand the fact that Josh won't be one to hang around at the moment, considering he is so used to being at the front of these things and putting in clean laps. Working his way back through the field, however, a little bit more of a foreign concept in recent times, but I just remember back at the Sim Racing Expo, the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, where he had to start at the back of the field in one of his qualifying races, and he was able to qualify himself for the final after working through on the slower cars. But now he's down the inside at the hairpin, and he's able to gain the position, and that is simply done there for Josh Rodders. He had a lot of speed coming off the corner as well. So now that's Coanda number 8 up into P2, so Coanda number 1 and number 2 at the moment, and we return to Apex being 3 and 4. So it's basically the case of Daytona Prototypes right now, Lorenzo, being dominated by just 2 teams.
Yes, and now the thing I want to see in the next few laps is if Loop's dominance over the number 8 car is going to still reign, because as we can see, Rogers just clearing out the red line green car, still driving aggressive, still going all out. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rogers doesn't stay content with P2. I think he's going for P1. He wants the race win.
Yeah, he's really, really gunning for it. And for a driver that's been so used to winning, he wants to return to his usual ways. But he'll have to do it trying to get past his teammate at the moment. And of course, you know, still anything can happen with 9 hours and 36 minutes left remaining. It's probably one of the most used terms in endurance racing, but it's very, very true. These things can develop and can change massively when talking about this amount of time to go. So with how things look right now, that could definitely be turned on its head when it comes to racing inside that final hour. But for now, Coanda number 18 leading this race from Coanda 8 from Apex Racing Team in 3rd place overall. GTEs, we had that race lead change recently, and we also saw a surprise pit stop from Team Redline Black to put Maximilian Benecke back in the car after Gregor Hutu only did a stint of a couple of laps. It is still Redline in P2, but with a different car though. It's Porsche by Redline, Gianni Vecchio, that is currently trying to make that 15-second gap seem a little bit less at the moment, and he's doing a good job with those green times on the lap time deltas. And in GT3s though, race lead's been pretty quiet, as you can see Williams Esports Chill Blast continuing to sort of manage the gap right now, as far as I'm concerned. 8.7 seconds between himself and Vendaval. We also have Black Star Racing in 3rd place in that class, about 22 seconds off your race leader. So it's basically Williams Esports and Vendaval Green that have run away at the front of the field in GT3s, leaving everyone in their dust.
Yeah, I think for the start of the race, when Moreno Surica actually powered down on the accelerator on Sunset Bend, I think there's no other car who actually has been following the same pace that the Moreno Surica was able to do this. Why? He managed this 10, it was at some point 14 seconds, he shredded away to 8, maybe 10 seconds. It's still a reasonable gap that Williams Esports Chill Blast can actually work with, be comfortable, you know, not get under the threat of any other cars on behind him, but still a long race to go. We still have the night, the dusk and nighttime to come, so that's where it's going to get tricky for those cars, especially with multiple lights on, left, right, up and down, and you have to manage through the chaos of the night.
Yeah, and of course, right now, everyone is on a very similar strategy, especially in GTs, because we had those couple of teams taking a double stint on the first stop of the race, but now everyone on the fresher tyres. The only anomaly is that Redline Black car, but that's because they had to dive down in and put Benecke behind the wheel, and of course they didn't take the tyres in the process of that. So, yeah, it's sort of as you were as far as GTEs and GT3s are concerned at the moment. We do have this close battles into Dylan prototypes though. DRS Wave Italy, Alpine Eagle Racing, David Greco versus Hannes Thaler, with Alpine Eagle Racing closing in, well, decent chunks, at least on lap 73 and 74, where they gained over half a second apiece. So DRS Wave Italy might just be under threat in a couple of moments if that trend continues.
Yeah, that might be continuing a little bit, but still good battle over the last between Greco and Alpine Eagle and Thaler. And let's see if Thaler is actually going to have the draft. I know these cars are more prone to actually get better draft to close down quickly. And as they come down to Sunset Bend, there is a small damage, I think, on the front of the car of Greco, so it might affect a little bit of the acceleration out of the DP car, but it won't be much. But still, good battle nevertheless. And we had another battle for GTEs between Positive Sim Racing and AAA Esports Y, where Martin Kolak actually managed to take a Gordon Voget, and right before Sunset Bend was at a power car.
Yeah, so that happening off screen. It was DRS Wave Italy Alpine Eagle Racing. Still, well, not as close as they were, shall we say. And you've also got Danilo Piazza also on the back of this as well. So Alpine Eagle Racing in the DRS Wave Italy sandwich. Although, like someone mentioned before, I can't remember who exactly started it, but why are we naming sandwiches in terms of motor racing as being defined by the cars on the outside?
That is a David Haynes
because
question.
you don't define a sandwich by what bread it is. You define it by the filling. So it's an Alpine Eagle Racing sandwich with DRS Wave Italy bread.
The only way I could think is it's pizza. So you'd say the Alpine Eagle Racing is the topping of the pizza?
No, I'm saying Alpine Eagle Racing is the filling in the sandwich.
Fair enough. It's because sandwiches is David Haynes' specialty, not mine.
Yeah, these guys though, the trio of Daytona prototypes, no matter what food they represent, they're gonna try maybe to have a bit of a fight into Sunset Bend. Alpine Eagle Racing certainly looking for an inside line into Sunset, but a little bit too far back to be able to make that one work. And with the GTE cars in close vicinity, you can see and understand why that he did not want to go for that move. But if we right on board with the DRS Wave Italy car that's sort of third in line at the moment, you can see how close he's getting to the Alpine Stars, the Alpine Eagle Racing, excuse me. Alpine Stars Geodesic is a different team, I do assure you. But Danilo Piazza, currently the man on the mission, and let's see how his progress has been. Very good. Green means good.
Sorry, I completely blanked out.
This is our own silly hour. You understand the concept of silly hour in endurance racing?
I do. That's why I blacked out for a second. That's me.
Yeah. So for those that don't understand, silly hour in endurance racing, if you're new to it, is usually regarded to the time in the race where drivers make silly mistakes. And usually, I think from past record, it's usually been in a 24-hour endurance race where it's starting to get sort of dawn time, and the mistakes start to set in there. So we're having our own commentary version at the moment, but these guys, they haven't had their own silly hour just yet. And we'll have to wait and see if that actually does come to fruition, because we've seen very few car-to-car contacts. I can actually tell you exactly how many cars are retired from this race, and that is 4. We've had 4 of 54 cars retire, so we currently have 50 cars out there on circuit, which is pretty good going.
And all 4 cars were actually GT3 cars. No GDPs, no GTs are out of the race. I'll be very surprised. I'm very surprised to see race this far, especially for a track like this, which is a very high attrition track. So it's still great racing nevertheless. See all cars still standing, a lot of the cars still standing basically full fuel. But again, we're coming into the dark, people. Things might get more interesting during the dusk and dark times. Oh,
go on.
Alright, Radical I think just spun out one of the GT3 cars into turn 2 and nearly made a mess because the Apex were right behind them. And Wave Italy also right behind them.
Yeah, we can see that as Radicals online in their GTE efforts. We can see them just ahead here. That's one thing back. Let's have a bit of a look. Down here through the first sector. Not seeing anything just yet, but you can see how close he's getting to the back of that Movano car. There's the dive down the inside of the GT3, and that's Movano going for a spin. And you're absolutely right, Lorenzo. It was in front of the battle that we were just watching. As I'm gonna just try and have a look at that again because I'm not entirely sure. Let's have a look from above. This will probably give us the best view of it. There's the dive from Radicals and just tags the rear left wheel arch of Movano, tags them around, and I don't think there's all that much Movano could have done about that. They left the space on the inside, and Radicals just took a bit more than a little bit.
Yeah, I think that there was just a little bit of lack of, understanding between both drivers. As just real quick, Antoine Hinglan just on the inside part on the backstretch just managed to make the move on Radicals. One place up for that Porsche 911 for Apex Racing number 99.
Yeah, and you can see them in their battle with that Radicals Online car. Look at him, all the way to the pit wall goes Higlan, and well, that's his teammates in that Apex Racing team Daytona prototype dives down the inside, but Higlan just making sure that the Daytona prototype can have the best entry possible into turn 1, I suppose. As now, thanks to that mistake from that Radicals Online car, it has meant that Apex Racing team are able to secure position inside the top 10 here in P number 9 at the moment. And this train, it's quite considerable train ahead of these guys at the moment. Take a little look at the track map, and you can see this is the train just sort of on the top left of the track map, and things seemingly very, very congested at this stage inside that portion of the circuit. But you can see these trains sort of come and go as far as the race goes on. And in some instances, we get the quote-unquote super train of basically almost everyone in the same piece of real estate. We haven't had that one happen just yet, except for the very start of the race, but it does happen.
It does happen from time to time, and it isn't a huge track. This Sebring Restaurant Raceway display, I was specifically go ahead.
Look at this gap, though. Vira's Corner Motorsport number 18 that has been race leading since the very start. Now they're starting to get a bit concerned because, yes, it is a teammate that's pulled them up, but it's Joshua Rogers, and you can see how much time he's been gaining over the past couple laps. It's been a 1.1 second gain just 2 laps ago. And again, Bootloop's going to get held up by Core, and now it might be a battle between the two teammates for the race lead of Daytona prototypes. It's an all-co-anda affair. It's the 18 and the 8 that are going to decide to duel things out here in the not-too-distant future. But both of these guys, they'll understand what the situation is. I don't think they'll race each other too hard here, especially since we're quite far from the end.
I think Bootloop's going to understand that Rogers is much faster than him, so he's got a problem. Let's just see as they come down into the turn number 4. They're gonna number 5 to be more precise. They come into the hairpin. Here's Rogers blinking the headlights to the DP right ahead of him, and Rogers does not make the move.
Yeah, he doesn't. So it's a bit sketchy with the other Daytona prototype coming through the hairpin, though. They negotiate the lapping procedure, though. Rogers very quick here down into the right, and now it's going to be door-to-door for the race lead in through the middle sector, and that is Joshua Rogers getting through very, very easily. So that number 8 Commander car is now leading, the number 18 in second place. Both of these cars, though, 2.5 seconds ahead of Apex number 91. You can just see them in the background right there. So Apex really, really keeping themselves in contention here, because usually what we've seen before has been the Quanta prototypes especially just run away at the front of the field, even coming towards the end of the first third of an endurance race. But Apex, they're really, really challenging them now, as long as I get my words in the right order. And you can see they're still very much within the same half straight.
Yeah, and I think the problem now for Bootaloop is that he's going to come under the threat if he doesn't pick up the pace. He needs to use Rogers as a draft car, just draft under Rogers, trying to get better laps. So try to close down the gap to, as much as possible, stay within the draft range. Stay within the draft range it does, and don't let Berryman slow down. Sorry, excuse me. But if he hasn't clocked down a to mid-low lap, whereas the number 91 car has been doing constantly in closing down a bit the gap that he has to close down on the number 18 car.
Yeah, so there we go. That's the state of play in your Daytona prototypes. The gap's already been eked out to 0.7 of a second. So Josh Rogers just doing Josh Rogers things, and we can take this opportunity to look at what's going on in GT3s, because we haven't been paying that much attention to them over the last 30 minutes or so. This is the closest battle, Orion Race Team versus Racecraft Esports, and it looks like Orion Race Team are just about being able to get their way by over that last lap, especially with the 0.7 of a second gained on that last lap. So Orion Race Team, they're sort of, I guess, trying to recover from a struggle of a double stint strategy through the opening portion of the race.
Yes, but it was I'll be very honest, it was a really good stint for them in overall perspective. So they just kept within the top 10. They're far back from Aeronix though. Aeronix is just done turn number 1, headed to turn number 2. So they still have some gap to shred away on Matthias Egger. But still good double stint from that Audi R8 GT3, to be very honest.
They're currently running, in terms of pace, they're running as quickly as Core Sim Racing GT3 is in 4th place. So they certainly have a bit of speed behind the wheel. It's just a case of trying to maximize that now with this stint. Just put that open portion of the race out of your mind and look to try and improve things. Going towards the end of what is the second stint here. Of course, we're about 7-8 laps before we see these GT3s dive down on towards the pit lane. So still plenty of time to get things done. But in the meantime, I think we should just take a couple laps on board with someone in the fields, just to give us a little bit of a break. And I kind of want to do it with Danilo Piazza, because DRS Wave Italy, they've sort of been latching onto the back of Alpine Eagle Racing at the moment, and they also almost had a look around the outside coming through there, and they'll have to stay in line for now, as we'll just hold off on the onboard for just a couple of moments, because this might get very spicy very, very quickly if DRS Wave Italy decides to go for the move and forces the Alpine Eagle Racing car to go defensive in through the right. And, well, Danilo Piazza, he doesn't want the onboards, he wants his battle actually commentated with 1.5 tenths of a second between those two drivers, and look how much time has been gained over the last 3 laps as well.
Yeah, a lot of time has been gained for Danilo Piazza. So now the job on Piazza is just, you know, be patient and make the move as safely as possible, but that going far wide into that the twisty section does help a little bit, and I think maybe has gotten a slowdown and had to back away, because he's losing the gap quite a lot and very fast.
Yeah, it's a bit of a train of cars ahead of him as well. We'll ride on board with him, as we will go race spot TV fan immersion, so there's going to be a lap or so on board with Danilo Piazza, as both himself and Alpine Eagle Racing are coming up on a large amount of lap traffic. Let's just listen. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. It looks like the curse of the fan immersion has returned, ladies and gentlemen. DRS Wave Italy having a problem into the first sector. We'll have to see exactly what has happened. As down in towards turn number 1. There we go. Contact with S2V Esports in the GT car. Danilo Piazza heavy into the Armco barrier. That front left pushed in quite a huge amount. So I'm sorry, DRS Wave Italy. We sorry we jinxed you.
Mi scusi. Scusami, amico mio.
You know more Italian than I do, that's for sure. But yeah, that is unfortunate there. Like I said, we hadn't seen an incident with a bit of lap traffic in quite some time, so it's unfortunate that it happens there, as Danilo Piazza, that car is injured at the moment. You can see on driver's front left, see that that wheel arch, that wheel assembly is not in the best of spots. Of course, they did other prototypes, and of course, all the cars in this field are still running the old damaged model. So on the newer damaged model, then that might end up actually being a bit worse with some of the context that I've seen in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, for example. So Danilo Piazza, he's still going, but he'll have to come down towards pit lane to get that fixed at some point.
Yeah, they're going to be coming down, I think, into pit lane as we speak. They've just done Sunset Bend. This is going to be damaging for the new Piazza. Oh boy. That is at least half an hour of stuff.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. You can see there's the other DRS Wave Italy car coming in as well. That's their teammate in the number 7. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. They get themselves stopped. There we go. Okay, so do I risk trying to go on board with another driver now? That's the question, Lorenzo.
Can I pick instead?
Yeah, I think it's better if you pick.
Alright, okay, let me just pick one right here. Might be plus. Tell you what, I'm gonna pick Kane Halliburton in this one.
Connor?
Car number for Kane Halliburton is number 11, Racecraft Esports Yellow.
Okay, so Racecraft Esports Yellow. There they are, as Kane Halliburton behind the wheel of that one. We're going to go on board for a couple of laps. Let's hope nothing happens this time around. Otherwise, I'm going to get banned from the server or something. So we'll be back in just a bit. It's happened again, Lorenzo.
Racecraft, I apologize. I said
Yeah, we usually take on boards to have a bit break, but I was just sitting here watching this, and it looks like Racecraft Esports Yellow, they've been pushed a bit wide by one of the Daytona prototypes here at some point. So, yeah, problems for them. We have to go back just a little bit further. But you can see there's the tail end of it. There was one of the Porsche GTE cars trying to work their way through, and Kane Halliburton quite understandably flashing the lights in frustration. You can see there's the shove. Didn't quite get. I think that's one of the AAA Esports GTE machines that was trying to squeeze their way through there. So we're 1 for 1 each, Lorenzo, in terms of messing up drivers' races. Maybe that one a little less bad than DRS Wave Italy's, but still, it's not a great track record. I remember when Will Vincent was commentating a new Endurance Series race, and every time he went on board with someone, they had a problem. And he ended up, they ended up joking about banning him from the server, which is why I said what I said. This hasn't gone well, has it?
No, I think this is a heavenly sign of saying no more race spots than
Yeah, is thing is that means we'll have no breaks because we don't want to do commercial breaks except for technical issues. So, are you up for just commentating this entire thing until the end of the first 6 hours?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're ready. Let's go.
Energy.
Energy. Yeah, I mean, let's get those Coca-Cola memes in as well. But right now, we are going to need a little bit of energy to try and get towards the end there. Team Redline Black, they're on their recovery drive after their unscheduled pit stop to put Maximilian Benecke back behind the wheel after Gregor Hutu was having a problem. And now he's just steadily working his way back through the field. He already got past Altus Esports on that last lap and was running about a second, 1.5 seconds a lap faster than Altus, so there's no surprise that happened. Meanwhile, his gap to Radicals Online, that's coming down by about a second a lap as well. So it just goes to show the difference in pace between a top driver in the GTE class and some of these mid-pack and bottom of the field drivers. It is still quite crazy.
It is insane. It's not. We normally say it's insane. It's not even funny, but I think that's the case. Because you can see. I think there's a great quote from Alex Brundle, Martin Brundle. Sorry. When I saw the Senna commercial in terms of qualifying, good drivers find 1, maybe 2/10. Really good drivers find a half a second. Really good drivers find a quarter of 3/4 of a second to 1 second, something like that. And that's basically the same thing in race pace. Good driver, normal drivers, normal good drivers, 1, 2/10, maybe 3. Really good drivers, half a second to third tenths. Really good drivers find a full second or things like that. And that's what's going on. And I'm not even surprised to see Benecke actually clearing from the Leichtenstein Altus Esports and closing down on that Radicals car.
Yeah, so, that's the situation that Team Redline Black in at the moment. 2 seconds to Radicals Online ahead, but if this trend is to continue, they'll be there in about 2 laps and able to hold themselves up to 58. It's just about how far they can actually propel themselves up the order because having a problem like that, having to take an unscheduled stop has really put a damper on their race as far as top 2 are concerned. Maybe a top 3 finish, a podium finish might still be on the cards for them, but it's going to require a lot of work. So keep an eye on that Redline Black car throughout the rest of this race to see how far they finish, because they'll be pulling off all the passes here through the middle portion of the race to try and make that happen. We do have a pit stop. We have the driver of Dian Fialo come down in for the Vinyl Sim Racing Team GTE. There's a little bit of front end damage to that Porsche. You can just see the splitter of that car is not exactly straight. So maybe they've been in the wall somewhat, maybe even clipped a curb a bit too hard, which can do that to some of these GTE cars. We also have more GTE stops. There's AAA Esports Black, Verfollegt Sim Racing Blue are also in. Core Sim Racing GTE about to get themselves stopped. So this is, for all intents and purposes, the opening of the GTE and it's actually GT3 pit stop window.
Yeah, I can see also the Orion Esports, the Orion team into the pit lane. Again, a little bit earlier than usual. I saw, I think, a TP in the grass at the hairpin. Had this Powersline Motorsports just going off the grass on the hairpin.
Yeah, they have. Let's have a look. So coming through Big Bend, Adam Blocker behind the wheel. They have a GT3 machine ahead of them. Is it involving the GT3 machine? Well, it is. They're going to send it down the inside and they just outbrake themselves. And then they go out into the grass, which is on this patch particularly slippy. So it just has to be tentative in terms of bringing that car back onto the racing surface, but he has been able to do so and doesn't spin all the way around and lose yet more time. But that's a bit, just some lost time and maybe a bit of an embarrassment on broadcast.
Yeah, but it happens. This is the this is the thing about long racing. You are prone to make mistakes from time to time. You are going to misjudge some braking point. It happens to them. They just don't have the car. I've done this time and time again. No matter the time.
Yeah, and Pastime Motorsports heading their way through the final corner. There's another GT3 car deciding to come down the pit lane. So, like I said, stops in full effect right now for both GT classes. And about half of each class has actually already come on towards the pit lane. And it is still a slight bit worrying, though, that they're still not quite able to hit the hour mark on these stints, which is usually the baseline.
Wenn es gar nicht mehr geht, wirklich. Besser reinkommen. Pass auf, Korvette rechts. Das ist aber noch eine Runde.
Ja, jetzt muss ich noch eine Runde fahren.
Kann ich da eine rauchen? Ja, und schaust mal, wie die Reifen sind, wenn wir jetzt gewechselt haben.
Ich denke mal, ich habe es komplett überfahren.
Fahren, alles frei. Noch eine Runde.
Du warst doch am Rauchen.
Easy. Nee, ich war jetzt verschmissen. Bei der Box habe ich eh etwas Zeit. Oh, das sieht auch schon etwas schief aus.
Platz 8.
Korvette zieht rein. Pass auf, der gefährliche Porsche. Der geht rein. Gold Racing Team. Die Bongos.
Ah, ne, erst.
Ja,
Der hält überall rein, der Asi.
Ja, der fährt wirklich. Ich hoffe, der wird noch abgeschossen. So, ich bin bereit.
Ich komme.
Ich bin bereit.
So, jetzt fahre ich nicht vorbei. 18 Sekunden Optional Repairs.
Machen wir. Oh. Die nehmen wir mit.
Das Auto sieht aber schon ramponiert aus, hinten rechts.
Ja. Schauen wir mal, was jetzt drin ist.
Schauen wir mal, ob es an mir lag oder am Auto. Ich gehe mir mal was zu trinken holen.
Jojo. sie ist schmierig wie eine Sau.
Auch nur 2-3er Zeit.
Ja.
Nein, wir haben jetzt genau 40 Grad.
Yep.
Aber ich denke, das Auto hat auch ihren Schaden.
Ja.
Weil die anderen fahren 2-2, 2-3. Also das müsste möglich sein normal.
Da auf dem Porsche Gold, das ist Casey Körber, das ist der Bube da, der ganz Bube. Das ist mit dem Kack-Team, die uns rausgeschmissen haben. Schieß ihn ab. Oh, der Bild.
Oh, nicht.
Ah, das ist Williams Jimmy.
Da ist aber auch geil abgeschlagen, glaube ich.
Ja, die sind auch 43.
Der Gold Racing Team ist auf 2, wenn ich das hier richtig sehe.
Ja, 1 oder 2. Was?
Es wird immer wärmer.
Ja.
41 Grad.
Wir haben den T3 direkt hinter uns.
Ja, ich weiß, habe ich gesehen. Der ist komplett krumm.
den T3.
Er muss irgendwo schön eingeschlagen sein. Gleich wieder 3 Corvettes.
Ist ja da, wo ist er?
Der hat zurückgezogen. Hat sich anders überlegt. Aber jetzt zieht er durch.
Die Idioten, warum ziehen die? Warum stechen sie rein?
Kommt noch einer.
Ja, dann bremst die ab. Zeit, eine freie Runde habe.
Aber es ist schon Wahnsinn, wie viel Reifenabrieb da überall liegt.
Ja, ja.
Ich hatte vorne noch 30%. Vorne 30, hinten 48. Ist das klar, dass das nicht mehr geht? Vorsicht, vorne zieht durch. Porsche kommt.
Ja. Sieht man der Zeit im Vergleich.
2030. Der direkt vor uns fährt 2,4. Anderen fahren 2,32. 2,25. 2,24, also ja, halbe Sekunde schneller.
Ah, Kacke.
2,18. 2,19 fahren sie vorne an der Spitze.
Ja, wäre unser Hobel noch ganz.
Ich denke auch, dass er irgendwo einen Schaden hat. Vorsicht rechts. Er zieht rein.
Ist der gerade aus der Box kommt, der AMG?
Welcher?
Der vor mir. Der Zane Plumley P14.
Martin Sportscar. Ne, der müsste einen Fehler gemacht haben.
Ja, der sieht auch heftig zerstört aus.
Ja, vorne die Front.
Das ist ein Franzose, da geht nur ein Hecklicht.
Der ist vorne komplett krumm. Vorsicht. Ich denke, der fährt jetzt an die Box, der ist Müll. Fährt weiter, er fährt nicht an die Box.
Ehrlich, fast
Was
die uns auf den Sack gehen.
Jetzt kommt er.
Really, pass or don't pass, but do not stitch in. Und, ja, wie sagt man das?
Keine Ahnung.
Etwas übermotiviert.
egal, solange das Auto ganz bleibt.
Ja, ist schon viel safer zu fahren als am Anfang.
Eine Sekunde aufgeholt auf Platz 15 müsste das sein, oder? 14. Weiß gerade gar nicht.
Wir sind P16.
Immer noch.
Ja.
Obwohl der Mercedes, ja, der 14. Achso, der ist wahrscheinlich eine Runde.
Ja, eine oder mehrere. Das ist ja nicht Martin Sportscar.
Ja.
Das ist der 5 Runden vor uns. Ja?
Ja, 5 Runden vor uns.
Ja, aber wenn der Repair macht. Auch nicht genommen, wir würden safe weiterfahren. Der muss egal wie ein Repair machen.
Ja, definitiv. Der war vorne komplett breit.
Es ist möglich, dass der noch bis zum nächsten Tankstop fährt.
Und vor uns ist 2 Sekunden langsamer etwa. Moment. ,8 Sekunden aufgeholt in der letzten Runde.
Der vor uns, der müsste mit uns in der Runde sein.
Ja, die nächsten 2 sind mit uns in der Runde.
Die nächsten 2 sogar?
Ja. Und Kupka ist auch wieder mit uns in der Runde.
Kupka, ja, der...
Nee, 3.
Ja, mit der der war 1,5 Sekunden hinter mir. Ich bin ihn jetzt losgeworden.
Okay. Er ist auch in der gleichen Runde. Aber die nächsten 2 vor uns gleich. Leider sehe ich nicht, wie weit weg. Nach 15 Sekunden sagt mir der Crew Chief gerade.
Ja, also P13 sehe ich auf dem Relativ und da habe ich 12,4.
P13?
Ja, auf dem Relativ, ja.
Okay.
Ist etwas Sprit raus. Fährt sich jetzt besser der Wagen.
2028, ja. Es wird auch kälter, 39 Grad. Ah, Corvette ist weg. Weggedreht beim Anfang.
muss ja sagen, die Karre sind ja viel tiefer im iRacing, ja? Okay, die stechen manchmal rein und dann bremsen sie ab, aber die fahren viel respektvoller als die GTEs.
Ja, definitiv.
Und die GTEs da, die Abschlöscher da.
Ja gut, die können ja eh auf der Gerade überholen ohne Probleme.
Ja, ja genau. Ja, okay, mit dem GTE ist auch viel schwerer zu überholen, ne?
Ja. Nur noch 13 Sekunden. Schon wieder 1,5 aufgeholt.
Top.
Irgendwie ist der andere davor weg.
Ich sehe ihn jetzt. 12,6.
Einmal dieser Ott. Das muss Martin Sportscar sein. Das ist Ott. 60. Kommt noch der gelbe Ferrari, der stecht bestimmt auch rein.
Dangerous.
Ja, kommt gleich noch eine Corvette. Ja, der steckt zurück.
Ja, der GT kann noch so viel blinken, wie er möchte. Jetzt kann er mich überholen.
Nur noch 11 Sekunden.
Ah, siehst du, der Tom ist hier ins Auto gestiegen. Wir sind, ist alles in Ordnung. Wir können, sind nicht disqualifiziert.
Ja. Na gut, er hat ja keinen das anwählen, ob er fährt oder nicht, glaube ich.
Ja, er hat abgegeben, fahren. Solange du dich nicht einmal hinter das Lenkrad sitzt, ist es in Ordnung. Dann ist ja das DC Driver Share, DS, ist dann DC. Disqualified Verfollegt mit C geschrieben. Oder Driver-Share mit C geschrieben. Oh. Das war knapp.
Weit raus.
Oh ja, der war übersteuert. Also ich fahre jede Runde Volley-Etappen.
Aber trotzdem nur 2028.
Ja, okay.
Das ist schon krass. Der Unterschied.
Ja, Strecke ist ja auch anders als so. Der Wagen ist angeschlagen.
Gamley ist in der Box. Eben waren es noch 11, jetzt sind es plus 14 Runden. Also der steht.
Okay.
Kupka fährt auch nicht schneller. 2028.
Ne, der P3 ist, glaube ich, nicht bei uns unterwegs.
In der gleichen Runde wie Lumley. Jetzt noch einmal über Start und Ziel sind wir vorbei.
Okay. Ich hab den Lukas Ott da ja auch vor mir.
Ja, genau. T3 ist ja ein gutes Stück hinten dran.
Aber ich weiß nicht, warum der so weit zurückgefahren ist.
Ja gut, er hat auch irgendwo einen Einschlag gehabt.
Nee, der muss abgeflogen sein, oder? Weil der direkt hinter mir war.
Vielleicht war er in der Box, keine Ahnung.
Oh, möglich.
Ja, Lumley fährt wieder. Aber jetzt in der gleichen Runde wie wir.
Okay.
Nee. Hallo, wieso zeigt er jetzt wieder 11 Runden an? Ja, die spinnt komplett. Eben hat er mal 15 angezeigt, jetzt 11 Runden. Ne, der fährt immer noch. War eine falsche Info. Der fährt immer noch 4 Runden vor uns. Was für ein scheiß Programm.
mein iFlag ist runtergefallen.
Was ist runtergefallen?
iFlag.
Ah, okay.
Ich hab mir so gedacht, wie blinkt nichts mehr in der Ecke. Blinkt sie komisch hinterm Schirm. Straightly. Nee, hat er jetzt einen Slowdown bekommen?
Anscheinend. Vorsicht, Corvette.
Ja.
Zieht rein. Vorsicht, Mercedes.
Wo ist denn das jetzt?
Ja, bleibt rechts.
Mercedes ist ohne Wind schon schneller als ich.
Ja, der Mercedes ist auf der Geraden extrem stark.
Ja, aber
Aber in der Kurve ist er langsam. Vorsicht links.
aber so, dass er mir auch wegfährt, wenn ich im Wind habe.
Ja. Selbst wenn er keinen Windschatten hat, ist er schneller.
Nee, das nicht.
Kommt gerade einer auf die Strecke zurück.
Ich weiß nicht, den Windschatten kommst du dann noch mal jetzt.
Aber nicht weg, die zwei.
Boah, das ist aber nicht der wieder am Ach, die fahren weg.
Ja?
Ja, ich würde schon sagen. Ich komme auf der Gerade nicht dran.
Also haben wir hier wohl noch, schade.
Ja, die fahren mir auf der Gerade weg. Ich habe keine Chance.
Nach.
Jetzt sind wir da 41 Grad.
Ja.
Wo ist der vor uns hin?
Keine Ahnung, er ist noch geführt. Er ist auf. Ja, er fährt nochmal schneller. Fährt dann 2034 auf einmal.
Die fahre ich aber auch.
2036, ja.
Ja, aber echt durch den Traffic, ja.
Die ganze Zeit ist er 204 gefahren. Konnte man gut aufholen.
.8, hab ich glaube gesagt. Also, wäre der Schade nicht da, würden wir die Pace von P1 fahren.
Ja, die Pace wäre da, definitiv. Und ist die Box.
Ja.
Sind wir jetzt P15.
Oh, noch 3 Runden.
So, ja. Na gut, vielleicht macht er noch Repair.
Ich versuche ihn jetzt zu overcutten. Da er schwerer rauskommt und ich jetzt schneller fahren kann. iRacing, ist das und?
Nee, und ist Ace Pistons. Green Hornets Racing ist 5 Runden vor uns.
Ah, bekomme ich jetzt nur eine Runde vor uns angezeigt.
Okay, mir zeigt er hier an -10 und wir -15. Aber T3 ist anscheinend komplett weg jetzt.
Wir zeigt, ja.
Der hat -18 jetzt. Und Ott hat -16 jetzt auf einmal.
Ja, weil Green Hornets hat bei mir -14. Und Artifact hat 12. Richtig jetzt?
Artifact hat -9. Also ich gucke gerade offizielle iRacing Standings.
Ah, okay. Ja, das ist richtig.
Ja, Ace Pistons ist jetzt -16, die sind eine Runde hinter uns. Anscheinend machen die Repair. T3 ist -18, die sind weg. Wir müssen jetzt auf 15 sein.
Ja.
Der nächste ist eigentlich, ja, Martin Sportscar. -11, also 4 Runden vor uns.
Martin Sportscar, das ist der zerschossene Mercedes, ja? Ja, schau mal, der erste, der fährt doch nicht so schnell weg. Der hat nur 4,4 auf mich.
Ja, es war vorhin schon so, die fahren nicht so extrem schnell weg. Ja, ist ja schon, ja, vorne hat er leichten Schaden. Das ist dieser Blamley.
Ja. Nächste Runde beschreiben.
Ja. Der ist noch ein Stint, ja.
Jojo. Williamson ist aber auch einfach nur reingelaufen. Ja?
Ja, ja. Vorhin schon.
Weil der hat die Kurve nicht gekriegt. Blickt mir mal.
Nochmal das Schweinchen rosane Porsche-Ding.
Ist für die Box alles in Ordnung? Ich kann selbst fahren. Okay, alles okay.
Wo komme ich hier gar nichts angezeigt für die Box bei mir?
Doch, du musst die F3-Tasten drücken, aber.
Ah, das Problem ist mit den F-Tasten funktioniert bei mir nicht.
Wie hast du denn die Blackbox mit dir hingestellt?
Ich habe gar keine. Ah, da ist sie doch. Hallo, wieso ist die Blackbox weg gewesen?
So, voilà.
Wieder was gelernt.
Ich hätte noch weiterfahren können mit dem Reifen.
Wechselst jetzt nochmal die Reifen?
Ja, weil die vorhin so tot waren.
Ja, das waren ja auch 2 Stints.
Ja, hier ist ja mein zweiter Stint.
Der kommt jetzt.
Ja, aber du warst am ersten Stint schon bei 60%.
Okay.
Und ich bin jetzt bei 74.
Sie können noch weiterfahren.
Naja. Komisch.
Ja, gut, ich habe wahrscheinlich das Auto komplett überfahren. Ich weiß es nicht.
Ist einer da? Kann ich fahren?
Kommt einer. 2, Vorsicht.
GTE.
GTE. Der ist ein Audi. Jetzt ist frei.
Das ist der, mit dem wir im direkten Kampf sind.
Ist das der Ott?
André Habedank.
Der Habedank. Ja, das ist
Okay.
Ace 10.
Wie heißt das Team?
Ace Pistons.
Okay, ich hatte keine Reifen, das ist alles scheiße.
$4.000er Rating.
That's quite charming.
Yeah, no matter what, let me just recap, just because this is a weird broadcast, the split doesn't take away the glamour and the competition of the other splits. For example, my team was racing in a lower split in GTE cars. Unfortunately, my team had to be an F. But we were looking to have a good result nonetheless and have fun with it. But still, if you win a split, if it is a high split or what category it is at, DP, GT, you should celebrate because it is a long race, it is a nutrition race, it is a race of patience, so it should be celebrated regardless of the split.
We have 8 hours to go. We just ticked over the 8 hours to go mark. 7 hours, 59 minutes and 45 seconds left remaining. And with that, we actually have a representative from this team, Team RSO, in the commentary booth at the moment. We'll bring him in, and well, Manuel Sudau, as part of Team RSO, the number 117 in that Daytona Prototype class, currently running in heat number 9 at the moment. And Manuel, is it a good thing for you guys that you're just running just inside the top 10?
Yeah, first of all, good evening or good day, wherever you are. I think I second Simone, so for us it was pretty much the same. We were kind of discussing about our expectations, and we said that every top 10 result would be a very good result for us. So qualified in 12th, which was okay. Then we had to avoid a crash in T4 in the first lap. So we dropped back to last, and so coming back into P9 is a pretty good achievement after only 4 hours. There's 8 to go, and the best thing is the car is without a scratch, and it's absolutely fantastic to drive. I just enjoyed every second, and it's the same for my team colleagues, Luca and Robin.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You guys are going along pretty well at the moment, and you're sort of matching lap times to the Leo Racing team just ahead of you. So, you know, it's a 13.5-second gap at the moment to the car that is ahead. How far up the field do you think you can climb? Because your pace is looking okay, and we've still got plenty of time in the race to go.
Yeah, I think with Leo Racing team, it's going to be a very interesting battle. I mean, we've been ahead like with 10 seconds or so after the first double stint of Luca, and then during my stint I had to extend my stint to 24 laps to be clear with the strategy by the end of the race. So I was going a bit slower, and I was losing a bit of time to Alessandro Vico. He was really pushing hard, and it was very nice to have this little battle against him, even if we were separated by a couple of seconds. And I think he was like 3 seconds behind me, and now they kind of overtook us in the last hour and broke away by 13 seconds. So pretty stunning pace right now. But we're on a completely different mission right now. So we're really just keeping things together, trying to stay out of any trouble, and just lapping like just normally. So like no risk, no pushing, nothing.
Yeah, and you know, it's a topic that has come up quite often with how good the attrition rate has been, because we've only had now 5 cars retired from this race, 4 of them GT3 machines, 1 of them a Daytona prototype, as DRS Wave Italy have now, unfortunately for them, retired from the race. Why do you think that has been? Because usually during iRacing special events, we have a bit of a chaotic first hour, and then things start to clean up from there. But for now, we've been pretty clean since the start. So why do you think that is?
Tough question. I think there's 2 reasons which come up to my mind. I mean, the first one is I really think that this IMSA class is are very nicely distributed by pace. You know, the Corvette is just quick enough to overtake all the GTEs without any trouble, and the GTEs are just good enough to overtake the GT3s. And normally, if you come up with WEC or something with LMP1s, it's a very huge difference in performance. So this is maybe one thing which is spicing things up normally a bit more. And the second thing, I don't know, but I would be very interested to hear more opinions about it from other interview participants later. But for example, I think that the new time model might be another reason, because like personally, I have to admit that I only drove it now in the Corvette, so I haven't checked it with the GT3 and GTE cars. So I was reading a bit about some troubles or some people complaining. But for the Corvette, only running 45 minutes, the time model actually is pretty nice. Like after 4 or 5 laps, when you really have the temperature in the tire, it gives you a very long and very confident feeling for like the rest of the stint, like 15, 16 laps. And you can just kind of keep the lap times coming without pushing too much. So like especially now for the endurance, I really like it. So maybe this is another reason. I don't know.
Yeah, you did mention the slightly shorter stint lengths from Daytona prototypes, and we're also seeing the same thing from some of the GTEs and GT3s as well. Is that all tire dependent?
I don't know about the GTEs, to be honest. maybe you really can hand over this question to more people, but for the, I mean, yeah, might make sense. I mean, with the Corvette, after 45 minutes, we're about to get like 75% left on the rear. So go another 15 minutes wouldn't be a problem, honestly, if we would have enough fuel. But for the GTs, I don't know.
Yeah, because at least in the first stint, they did have a couple of short stops. That might have also been.
I think in the first stint,
yeah.
in the first stint, maybe this was more due to strategy, because I think they just avoided the lapping of the GT3s.
Ah, okay. That's one we didn't quite pick up on. That's some good insight there. With the rest of the stints, they've been sort of the standard length that we usually see. So that's actually very, very good to know. Of course, you have your teammates of Robin Hasse and Luca von Leitner backing you up for this race. And are we going to see any more appearances from a fourth or fifth driver through to the end, or is it going to be just you three taking this car until the end?
No, it's going to be us three. So I think for 12 hours, that's pretty much perfect to go with 3 people. So everyone will be in the car like 3 hours or so. So this is really nice, and like also, which is very cool, is that all 3 of us, we're kind of matching the pace, so there's not a big difference. So I mean, we see some of the Corvettes around us in position. They're having like huge differences between the driver lineup, so they're like moving up and moving down, and this gives you more overtaking situations. And also the traffic cannot rely anymore about like on your car so much. So when you see like the car lapping you like the 4th or 5th time, and you know what the drivers are doing, it's always giving you a bit of confidence. And without communicating with the other driver you're overtaking, you kind of know what he's doing, and other way around. And then if you have pairings of drivers where one is a bit slower, or I don't know, it might be a bit more of a risk with this lap traffic. So I'm really happy with the 2 guys, and it's also an awesome atmosphere. And again, like always, we have a huge team behind us, and there's more people involved in spotting and giving us strategy hints and everything. So yeah, it's cool. I love these special events, and I love endurance racing, and yeah, it's just awesome, especially these times when all the sports is kind of suspended or cancelled. Well, sim racing lifts it up. We're still here. Everyone's enjoying it, and I think that's a big plus. And maybe, hopefully, some of the people out there watching us kind of realize that this is really serious what we're doing, and it's pretty awesome to see how people like VRS and Josh and Mitchell, especially, how they're pushing with the same car. It's incredible, their pace. So big ups to the guys. It's really absolutely deserved. They put so much work and time into it, and it's just inspiring and very, very appreciated to see what is happening in our scene, and how good the level of performance is. So big up.
Yeah, it is absolutely brilliant. And you know, you bring up a really good topic, because like you said, a lot of motorsports not happening at the moment. This is, some people have said that this is really sim racing's big chance to fill the void that has been left now, and we could potentially, you know, see the silver lining to the cloud that's going around the world at the moment, and just say that, okay, maybe we can make something of this, and this will be a great time for sim racing.
Yeah, you know, I mean, here, like, I'm living in Switzerland, and I'm involved with the Racing Fuel Academy. Maybe you know it, because Jake Sperry actually was there for doing a commentary for the 24 Hours of Le Mans like 1.5 years ago or something. So we're also having a lot of like discussions with people from the real racing. We have real race drivers on our team too. So I like all the time when I'm discussing about this, I don't like to hear that sim racing is kind of, I don't know, jumping in for the real racing, or that we can show the real racing that we exist. So I mean, if people don't see what we're doing here, it's just I'm sorry for them then, because you know, sim racing is a different sport, so it's its own sport. We play after the same rules than real racing, but what we do is completely different. So I was very interested when we were discussing earlier about VRS moving in the house, and how every micro tuning thing on your hardware and on your simulator might affect your performance, and you know, this is true. So there's a lot of engineering and hardware development and software development around in sim racing, and there's so much work which is unseen behind the scenes. I mean, I know we developed so many tools and software stuff in the last years just to give us some more confidence and knowledge for what we do in practice and especially in the races. So this is something people don't see, and I'm pretty sure that it's the same for other top teams like I don't know, Vila and Redline and DRS of course, and yeah, and you know, like the whole scene is developing, and there's many differences to racing, and this is often also something people don't know, and when we discuss with, I don't know, other teams or sponsors, they kind of still think that there's that we are kind of a couple of people sitting at home gaming, but yeah, no, it's pretty dedicated and it's pretty professional. So cheer up for everyone who's here and who's taking it serious in iRacing. I'm really happy to be part of it.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to be part of it as well. It's kind of insane when you think about this, where it's like, at least for me, you know, streaming to a couple of thousand people around the world, you know, that are willing to listen to my voice, and at the best of times I'm not willing to listen to my own voice. Let's just say that, but you know, that's kind of crazy, and it's on a bit of an insane trajectory right now. But you know, I don't know if like Lorenzo wants to add anything at this point, because this has been going on for a while, but you know, it's steady growth, and I'd rather steady growth than just having it explode and then crash immediately afterwards.
Yeah, and I think we're pretty resilient to I don't know, like people pushing from outside into our sport. I mean, we've seen a lot of come and going in the last years too. So especially in teams, I mean, there were a couple of racing teams, remote racing teams, I don't know, buying teams. Yeah, it's our sim racing team now. Yeah, we're so cool. And then they disappeared like 1 or 2 years later when they just found out how much work it is, and that there's a lot more. So you really have to care about the atmosphere and people in your team. So you really have to care about stuff. You have to meet. You have to discuss. And there's a lot of things we're talking about, and your sharing times is not about sim racing. It's about friendship, and so if you don't have it in your team, you cannot really create it. You have to grow it. I think friendship can only grow. You don't create it. You're not saying like, okay, we're friends now and then it works.
Yeah, I don't know any instance where that has worked. Let's just say that. But thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolutely amazing chat, and best of luck in the rest of your race for yourself and your team as a whole, Team RSO. And before you make your way out, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I really want to thank everyone on my team. As I already said, it's really enjoyable to be part of Range Sport Online and to have this little project going. And yeah, it's also growing, so we're really curious how things will develop. And then, of course, thanks a lot to Richard Charlton and Simlab for supporting us so strongly in the last years, and also to Racing Food Academy. And then I want to shout out to you guys, because when we're talking about sim racing and how cool it is, it's also about you, because I mean, like all these people entering chat, like, wow, is this real IMSA? So it's not cancelled? No, it's not. It's like virtual, and you know, this is a compliment, like the biggest you can get, because it's people completely neutral coming to the broadcast, and they just appreciate what they see. They see like motorsport, awesome motorsport, super performance, nice pictures, nice screening, and perfect commentary. So thanks a lot to you guys, and then thanks a lot to all the people watching. And maybe one personal note to end this. Living in very historic times right now, so I just want to say that everyone out there should really care about society, and that we really have to live now in a very like, I don't know, foreseeing and responsible time, and we really have to care about our people around us, and stay at home if you are living in some countries which are currently suffering under Corona. Be responsible and be mature.
I think that's a good message as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Manuel Sudau from Team RSO. Thank you very much. It was a long chat, but you know, some great topics covered, and you know, it's you know, again, it's you can't really fault Manuel there. He's a very, very nice guy as well. We have so many nice guys in sim racing. We don't have that many villains, although I can name a few, but I won't say on broadcast it through fear of calling them out. Oh, that is a car off. That is Radicals Online track racer Fabrice Cornelis has had a problem onto the brakes into, I think that was Cunningham corner. Let's have a look. It wasn't influenced by anyone else. Just clips the grass on the outside, just the slight amount. And sometimes it's the slight amount that all that matters. We'll have another look on the onboard, and you know, we were talking earlier on, Lorenzo, about how the grass can really bite here, and it's happened. One of the first instances of it happening, and Fabrice Cornelis, he almost held on to the car, but as soon as he gets on the grass again on the outside, he's quickly going to be heading towards that tyre wall, and well, there's going to be a decent amount of damage to that Radicals Online track racer car. Not as much, though, as at first appearance, because he didn't go that hard into the barriers, but still, it's an error from Cornelis there.
Yeah, that is a full error on Cornelis, and people have to remind these cars are not rallycross cars. They're heavy boys, especially that big heavy boy right there. And unfortunately, once you clip the grass, I think we mentioned this in the Danish esports racing championship, Connery. Nowadays, with this new tire model, grass is lava, so avoid the grass, people.
Yeah. As well, Radicals Online Track Racer, they'll have learned that very quickly, as they are continuing on their way. It's P13 for them at the moment, 6.7 seconds behind AAA Esports White here. So yeah, they've lost quite a bit of time as a result of that one, but you know, still plenty of time in this race. We still get to have well, we get to the halfway point. We're still about an hour and 43 minutes left to get to that point. So you'll then have to switch over, if you're watching on YouTube, to part number 2 in about an hour and 42 minutes time. Mostly because iRacing takes some time to process things. It's better to split them up into different parts than to keep them all into the same VOD. So that's the situation going to be on YouTube. Twitch, though, you can just stay on the same Twitch page and that'll be absolutely fine. Nothing will change for you guys. But you will get some fresh commentators in as well. We'll see Justin Prince and Randy Chenov take the call from hour 6 until the very end of the race. So that will be the job done for me and Lorenzo, but you'll have some, well, I have a Canadian and an American take you until the end of the race in just an hour, well, starting in just an hour or so's time.
Yeah, it's an international broadcast. We have, unfortunately for you, Connor, you're the only guy on the other side of the pond. So that's unfortunately we were going to have Will Vincent with us, but, you know, technicalities happened, and unfortunately it didn't happen for this broadcast. Surely he's going to be back up again in the next one. Unfortunately, the next one is Nürburgring. He loves Nürburgring. If I say this, he's probably going to come down.
You don't know how wrong you are. That's the
thing. I'm saying this sarcastically. He hates doing Nürburgring. So he's not going to be around, so it's going to be for Le Mans. For the next long race broadcast of any leagues that we have, but still, have you Randy and Justin. Actually, Justin is just waiting. If he wants to come in, I'll leave it up to you. He's actually ready to join us if he wants to. But have you Randy and Justin will be a very interesting duo.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, we can actually, if Justin's ready, bringing him up into the commentary booth in not too distant future. I'll just have to double check that here. Just to give you a bit of an update about what's going on out there on circuit, though. Some people asking again about Team Redline Green. There they are. That would have been Max Verstappen's car if he's racing, but it doesn't look like he's going to make an appearance unless I've been told wrong information. But Patrick Henreich behind the wheel here. Well, Max is signed up to that car, so you can jump in if it's okay for him to do so. But right now, Team Redline Green not having a great day by any means. They're P14 out of 18 GTE cars. So yeah, this is nothing short of a horrible time at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, of course, let's remove Patrick Heinrich's incident on lap 1. That aside, to be very honest, basically we're everything down to human errors. I saw Moser actually few laps ago when he was driving, making a mistake just before the bridge on turn 4. So just clipping the car on the outside curb on that right hand and getting on the gravel trap. So I had to break the car. So many mistakes made by that green car. You know, whilst a mistake piles up, or one too many mistake piles up, it gets some frustration, and you have to kind of do a 180 on your mindset. You can actually bring one quick update, which has been mentioned on the chats, and I forgot on social, but I forgot to actually mention it up. Can I, Connery?
Well, we'll figure that one out. There we go.
So, sorry, Connery. If you guys see the gap between VRS Coin the 8 and the 18 was actually bigger than 3 seconds, as you guys are seeing on screen. Everything was happening because there was a lap 129 on the tower turn. Rogers nearly had a scary moment with both Neo DP cars.
Ooh, okay. So, 121, you say? No guarantees I'll be able to grab this.
29.
Okay. So, it's probably going to be unlikely that I'll be able to get this. I wish I could, but sometimes it's not easy to get these things, and with things being that far back, it makes it infinitely more difficult to do so, and yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to happen. But still, yeah, I mean, that gap is perhaps a little bit smaller than Rogers would have first hoped. Shall we say, between himself and his teammate. And you can just see a little bit of front left damage there. I want to wonder if that will crop up on the onboard view. No, I can't quite see it from there, but you can get the end-on shot here. You can see that front right is looking a little bit pushed in as far as I can see. I'm not sure if you're also seeing that, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was because he had a touch on one of the Leo DP cars, spun him around on tower turn. And Joshua just went straight into the tire barrier. But luckily for Joshua, he was going so slow. He kind of, you know, clipped, not clipped, but had a small bump on the tire barrier. That's why he has that static damage on his car, not a more considered damage than the number 8.
So Rogers perhaps getting away with the one a little bit there. You can see on the lap deltas, he's still gaining time over the VRS Car Sim Sports car, the number 18 car, so his sister car. So just bit by bit, he's gaining time. But that does mean that it's now a 4.5 second gap rather than the towards 8 to 10 second gap that it was previously. And now you can see way down the inside of a GTE, that's absolutely fine, but Rogers, he's not one often to make that many mistakes, so to have this situation befall him, it's a little bit out of character, but then again, I haven't actually seen the incident with my own eyes, but I can say that Rogers usually wants to keep himself out of danger.
Yeah, but I think that was something that was out of Rogers' control. I think it was just a collateral damage because it was 2 Leo cars and a GT3 on the inside. I think it was a GT3 on the inside part of the tower turn, and it got a little bit confusing. And the Leo cars were so slow into the turn to avoid the GT3 that Rogers, I think, was caught by surprise and had that contact.
So there we go. It hasn't hurt the pace of Josh Rogers right now, but it certainly put a risk to him. And now he's able to maintain the gap. I just saw Mitchell actually use a bunch of time. He's up to, look at this. It was literally like 3 or 4 seconds just a couple of moments ago, and now it's 13. So I'm not exactly sure what that is about.
I just saw.
Let's have a look, man. Let's go.
It's just about cutting in. He had an instant power slide. Power slide turned the car. And Dion had to throw the car to the outside of Cunningham corner into Collier corner, and that's why he just lost a really real big chunk of time.
Yeah, well, have a look. I think this is it. Flashing of the lights pretty frantically. So this has lost Commander number 18. Oh, he just had to slam on the anchors. The power slide car that had a bit of a problem into the hairpin, and Mitchell de Jong just had to get that Coanda car slowed down. This has lost yeah, about 10 seconds at this point. You can see the car ahead just loop it. Mitchell, good reactions to try and get that car stopped, and finds the gap on the outside, out into the grass as well, which again, it can be a problem, but there we go. Back onto the circuit, finds a gap to rejoin in and doesn't impede anyone. Good to see, but yeah, so that's the second Coanda Daytona prototype now that has had a problem.
Yeah, and it makes the car a little bit lively on the latter half of the spin with the braking, so he has to be more careful when he comes into heavy braking zones like Cunningham Corner. And unfortunately, power slid into the grass, and good Mitchell, good reactions from the Young, which used his rally car background experience to go into the grass and keep the car on track, and not use a lot of it.
Yeah, so it's one of those situations where you're doing a bit of damage limitation. Put this one out, but it looks like right now, at least with the standings right now, we've got VRS and SimSport now P1, 2, and 3 in your Daytona prototype field, so they're going along very, very well indeed. Meanwhile, Red Bull Racing Esports Porsche by Redline and AAA Esports Black will be the top 3 in GTEs, and then top 3 in GT3s is Williams, Vanderbilt, and then Black Star Racing. And we can look at on-track action again because everything is fine. But Justin, how are you doing? We actually have a new commentator in the commentary booth now, and well, he'll be one of the team that takes you until the end of the race. It's Justin Prince. Justin, how have you been doing?
Been doing okay so far, and from what I've been seeing, keeping an eye on the racing today, it's been surprisingly a calm Twala versus Sebring so far. It's been interesting so far to see this type of racing action that we've had so far with some good consistencies from some of these drivers.
Yeah, very, very good consistency as well. You know, like I've mentioned before, the rate of attrition has been fantastic. We've had 5 cars retire from this race of 54. So 49 still running in this race, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to drop off anytime soon either. We have a couple of Daytona prototype pit stops underway though. We have Smith Sports number 81 down in. We also had Leo Racing Team come down in to get their service done as well. They'll head between the green cones and they'll rejoin the racing surface in just a moment's time. Quickly tailed by that Coanda car though. They're getting a bit close to comfort coming off of pit lane, but able to rejoin alongside the GT3 car. But there's no incident between them, and that is one of the sketchy situations I was talking about earlier, Justin, with pit exit sometimes. The cars coming off of pit lane are rejoining exactly where the cars on the circuit are track out, heading for the track out point through turn 1, so there can be some clashes through that.
Yeah, especially since the exit essentially the pit lane comes essentially right on the exit of turn number 1. Not only that, you have to remember that pit exit is a little bit dicey when it comes to trying to avoid the yellow line. If you even cut it a little bit or accidentally hit a cone, that's going to end up giving you a black flag potentially for an unsafe pit exit. You also have a lot of marbles right along that pit exit that can make it difficult to get yourself back going onto the racetrack. So you kind of need to be careful because of the R cars around you and the fact that any mistake could end up costing you a ton of time.
Yep. Oh, that's a Coanda car. That's gone for a slide. That was David Williams in the number 81. That was absolutely insane there. Well held by the British driver. We'll get another look at it because I don't know how he was able to hold on to this car. Didn't exactly see what instigated it either as we head in through the right there, and is it just a clip of the grass? Is it outside influence? Ooh, gets a bit of a slide on. The slide continues and holds on to it, and then there's battling ahead of him, which he might get caught up in, and wow. Okay, David Williams, he finds the cars with the gap, 2 tires into the grass, and somehow he's able to get through. So he had twice within the space of 10 seconds where he had to save the car there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was a little bit, you know, of a convolution, a compilation of, you know, hard attacking moment for David Williams, but great skills on the VRS driver to keep that car on track, especially at the exit of tower turn, where he clipped the grass and the car just threw a little bit to the right. It could have gone so wrong because of the DP right ahead of him. I think he was caught up by surprise by the slow pace of the DP that actually had clipped the sand part on the exit of a tower turn, and that clip on the grass nearly killed that 81 car.
Yeah, that was a very, very close call, Justin. And David Williams, he's fresh into the car. He hasn't put down any laps for that Daytona prototype just yet, and instantly within the first couple of laps he has to run. He has to deal with that situation. That is just great quick-mindedness.
Yeah, very sketchy situation to say the very least to get yourself into, but again, don't blame him for having to at least go in the grass, because it was either going in the grass or potentially rear end the back end of Johnny Gindy, who is for position. But it's getting dicey still in front of him because there's still a couple more lap cars who are racing these prototypes a little bit on the corner exits.
Yeah, they are. There's the Team Redline GTE machine. They're just getting past right now. And DriveX Esports going to be trying to hold on to this position over Viras Kulanda. And, well, they're doing relatively well at it so far. They do have a bit of rear right damage that I can spot. The rear right of that car is pushed up a bit in terms of the bodywork. And that's going to be adding unnecessary drag to the car of Johnny Gindy at the moment, but he's able to keep himself ahead by the time turn number 1 arrives, and Kulanda was slightly beaten, maybe a little bit, by that GT3 car coming down the pit straight. So that does allow DriveX Esports a bit of breathing room here, Lorenzo, and sometimes the breathing room's all you need.
Yeah, and especially in the car that is arguably, not arguably, but certainly faster than the other ones, and in the perspective is hard to control under the first few laps when you try to get the tire build up on the car itself. So I think Johnny Gindy is going to be pleased by it, but not so pleased that David Williams is already on the back end of his car.
Yeah, so we'll see how this battle progresses then. It's not even the closest battle right now, because we have this one in your GTE class between MSI and Williams Esports BenQ, both on similar strategies. Vendaval, MSI Esports on 25 laps on the stint, but Williams Esports on 17 laps. So they have a bit of the, Williams Esports have some, younger tyres, shall we say. Not entirely sure why that was so difficult for me to say, but, and you can see the results of which. A couple of tenths of a 10% gain like 134, and then marginal gains by a couple of thousandths of a second on the previous 2 laps. So they're matching lap times at the moment, but Williams Esports, they're in a situation where they have the slightly fresher rubber, they have the slipstream as well, so they certainly have the capabilities here, Justin, to close back in. It just hasn't become a reality for them just yet.
Yeah, they'll eventually get that possession when the difference in pit cycles goes in pretty soon here, but the main thing is that on their downside is there are 2 prototypes behind them. That might turn to an advantage depending on where they reach the MSI Esports GTE, but the problem is you get past the wrong spot, say a corner entry where it compromises your run into the upcoming corner, it could potentially lose you a ton of time. For example, Apex Racing Team and Powerslide Motorsports is currently the 2 drivers they're having to let through. So that can be a factor as well in this. They've already lost a little bit of time since letting by that Apex Racing Team, just having to let them go on 1 straightaway.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, MSI just having to get at least somewhat out of the way of the Apex Racing Team car trying to come through, and they do. Gap back down to about 0.7 of a second between those 2 at the moment, as again this is a thing that might continue for a good couple of laps more, maybe even until the end of this stint right now, Lorenzo, because MSI Esports, they're going to have to blink first. They're 26 laps on their stint, and we've seen around about 29:30 for a GTE stint, so they're going to have to come down in soon, and this battle will then separate out as a result.
Yeah, in 2 laps top, they should be coming down in pit lane on Fernando Sanchez, so as they go into turn number 1. Data Powers will just got overtaken at the entry on the turn, so no time, major time loss for Alejandro. And if I'm Alex Arana right now, I'll just play, you know, that basic game, that well-known basic game of save fuel, save as much rubber as you possibly can. I saw Arana try to make a few moves, but it's not going to be necessary for him to make that move unless there's a major mistake by Alejandro. And we've seen before how MSI can get defensive with their spacing. So if somebody tries to get a little bit funny, they're gonna be funny as well. They're gonna defend hard, and sometimes it can cause an incident, but they're still gonna defend that plus. It's their own right.
Yeah, and well, these guys. Let's have a look at the gap now. It's looking a lot less, or at least a decent amount less. It's a third of a second between MSI and Williams now, so Williams starting to turn up the heat now towards the end of the GTE stints, or at least towards the end of MSI's stints right now, because they have a pretty good separation in terms of the exact lap that they came down in. Williams Esports 19 laps, and we have MSI Esports on 27 at the moment, so that might be making a good amount of the difference here just in between these two cars right now. And soon Williams Esports, if they're continuing doing what they're doing right now, soon they'll be in the position to try and get past, but not going to happen this lap, and depending on when MSI Esports come in, it might not ever happen.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing too, is if your Alex Arana is, you kind of don't want to be held up by a driver that's not in the same cycle, because the thought process in that mind is it potentially could cost you future positions in the next stint. You don't want to sacrifice or lose too much time by dealing with somebody that's going to end up coming in a massive amount of difference of laps, such as this battle right now. So that kind of puts the pressure a little bit, but at the same time, there's also got to be the team manager or the strategist telling him at this point, think big picture. This could also be a chance to try and maybe save a little bit and try and make sure we hit the fuel numbers for the next stint and so forth. There's all those things you have to think about as a driver, and whether to go 100% and try and make the pass on somebody you're going to have to let by anyway, or you end up saving. Their MSI Esports GT3 just went off and took a shortcut.
Okay, yeah, we just caught that, the tail end of that, because we were riding on the back of the MSI Esports car, the GTE car, but their GT3 seems to have had a problem. We'll take another look at this. Looks like they got a couple of scrapes to the right-hand side already, so it seems like they've been in the wars in this one already in the 12 hours of Sebring, but now into the hairpin. They go, hit the anchors. It's a simple case of, oh, okay, that's, well, there's the definition of outbraking yourself there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you know, normally for GT3 cars, you want to approach right around the 300-meter board. I think he approached about the 200-meter board. And when that happens, I'll give you guys a hint. There are only two ways this can go.
Okay.
Number one, death.
We got some news. Apex number 99 has had a problem. That is the GTE effort. So Apex Racing Team, the Daytona prototypes are safe right now, but their GTE has had a problem. And Justin, you saw this one first.
Yes, and remember Johnny Gindy, he was in the mix of some traffic at one point trying to pull away from David Williams. Well, he was trying to lap by the 99 for the Apex Racing Team, accidentally doored the Porsche and sent him all the way to the tire barrier. Nothing he can do to save the car, sliding hard into the tires around tower, I believe it was.
Yeah, we'll get a look from up above. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. It was close the first time as well, and well, that was the only time. It just sends Hichland into the grass, and slam on the anchors all you want. There's only one direction that you're going into there, well, and it's into the tire barriers. So a heavy nose into the tires for Antoine Hichland, and gets back going again. He did go like straight nose on into the barriers though, which is the best way to do things. It does protect your suspension a little bit more than going in at an angle, but yeah, it is just a slight bit of contact with the Daytona prototype, Lorenzo, and Hichland is scared out of line and scared onto the grass.
Yeah, and fortunately for Higeland, that going in straight, I think, as you said, best outcome possible. Front end damage, and I think it was body damage. I didn't see anything more aero damage or anything else like that. I think he got lucky to hit on the brakes. Got a bit of lockup, not lockup, but major braking point on the asphalt part, on the tiny asphalt part, and just hit with small speed that tire barrier. But I honestly thought he was going to lose the car on tire turn, because he can easily lose the car if you get hit over there and just goes to side swipe.
You have a bit of train of cars though for P3 in your GTE class. There's the race leader heading his way through, well, in GTE's heading his way through, but this is a GT3 battle that we're watching at the moment. And it's Black Star Racing trying to hold on to position to Inex Racing, with Bila Racing Team not too far behind either. And remember Lorenzo, actually, we saw this battle before between Black Star and Inex Racing, and they gave us a good show, so it might happen again.
Yeah, battle, let me remember, number 300 between Racecraft and Black Star. So yeah, they're getting close to one another, but fortunately, you know, it's still on the advantage of Black Star, and I don't think SimuCube is gonna play aggressive over here. We know PG Sturdy. Oh, I said it wrongly.
Here we go. It starts happening slightly through Sunset Bend. Inex Racing also looking to try and get the drive off. Biela's fallen off the back of this one, and they're leaving these guys to their own devices. As look at this, Black Star Racing are on board with them from the rear. You see how close Inex are getting through turn 1. That's a big Audi rather than a big BMW M8. As now it looks like it's still going to be Black Star Racing in the lead on this battle, still holding on to a podium spot for now. But NX Racing, they have no problems in getting boisterous and a bit aggressive, so we'll see exactly what happens. It's PJ Sturgios this time behind the wheel of that Audi, as now he angles towards the inside, in towards the hairpin. He's going for the move. Has he completed the move? Yes, he has. No fuss from Inex Racing there, Justin, as they're able to dispose of Black Star. Black Star might have a bit of a run back here in towards Tower Turn, but not going to be close enough to be able to do anything there. But that was a very clean pass from Inex.
Absolutely, and I was going to say, if I'm thinking the right PJ Sturgios and thinking about his overall exploits, he sometimes can make those types of moves. If you leave an opening, especially in an NX racing machine, PJ Sturgios will try and take advantage. In that case, you've seen that at first in Sunset, being able to take the corner deeper and basically took it in the hairpin. I was expecting that to happen, and now Black Star Racing has to be thinking, what's going to happen here? Because now they're going to be under attack here again in Sunset. Wouldn't be surprised if Buell Racing Team tries to go and make a pass this upcoming lap.
Yeah, Biela's been gaining a bunch of time lap on lap while this has been happening, so now they're in the position to capitalize. There's a M8 in the background there, GTE, that's going to be looking to try and get themselves through. That's Positive Sim Racing, I believe. So around the outside of Biela they go, out into the marbles, which gets a little bit of a slide on, so they're not able to make it whip. But here comes Biela then. Ooh, angles towards driver's right-hand side. They're certainly poised to try and get past here. Here comes the dive down the inside, and Black Star Racing just letting that happen. They almost cut up the BMW, though. There's the cutback, though, for Black Star Racing. They take the fight through the first sector. They have the inside for the next corner. Biela out into the marbles. 2 tires into the dirty stuff. They're able to hold on for now. They make a bit of contact, and Biela's shoved even further wide, and now is making contact with the M8 as it works its way through, as things are getting a bit argy-bargy here, Justin.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of a late arc in the corner maybe from the Black Star Racing machine. But I was about to say, why not just follow the Positive Sim Racing machine? It's a faster class driver. You could have followed him on through instead. Now they lose some extra time because of the contact with that GTE. So you have to think smart in those situations. That was not the smartest move, and not the best place, mind you, either. You want to be side by side at Sebring.
May I chime in real quick?
Do so.
And I was actually going to give a little bit, I was going to give major props to Bila, because if we are to look where they started the race, they started last. And they're fighting for top 5, maybe podium spot positions with Black Star and Simicube. So you are in a position where you come from last into podium, and you basically risk going side to side in turn 2, 3, and 4. And nearly risk going off track and getting into contact with a positive BMW M8 and possibly retire not just 1 but 2 cars. Yeah, this is something you really have to be considering about. You know, be conservative, be not going to say positive, but be mindful of what you're doing.
You're trying not to make fun. I appreciate the effort, but being a racing team right now, you can see we're on board with them. Coming through Sunset Bend, the track has been rubbed up quite a bit coming through there, and there's a whole amount of debris on the outside of the corner as well, which might affect those outside lines coming later on into the race, where there are a lot more battles for position, a lot more important battles for position. But Vila still trying to make up this gap that they did end up losing with attempting to get past Black Star Racing here. They lost about 4/10 of a second on that last lap, Justin, but they're still in prime position. They can just put that little mistake behind them and live to fight another day and get into the top 4, like as Lorenzo said, from the back of the grid.
I think they are faster than Black Star Racing machine, should know, but here's the smarter move. They see the window.
They do. That's what they should have done last time. It doesn't come off this time though. But yeah, Justin, that's exactly what we were mentioning. We're trying to use the faster traffic to your advantage. Just didn't quite work out that time, but I'm glad to see that option being explored now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just didn't get close enough to be able to realistically make the send that time. But I think, again, Buell Racing Team might be in a situation to make this pass. They, again, as we've just discussed, have to be smart about it. If they try and force something, it might not work out very likely. And the thing is, too, I think Buell Racing Team knows they got a similar, if not as quick, if not faster pace than NX Racing Team right now. The more they get held up trying to fight Black Star Racing, the more time they're going to lose potentially to continue their surge up the board.
Yeah, 2.5 of a second out of Le Mans corner. This is a good gap to beat. Coming down the back straight here. Vila trying to close in. You can see them just edging in inside the slipstream here. They hit the anchors into Sunset Bend, but these GT3s, they are coming up on their next pit stop cycle, so don't be surprised if either of them head their way onto the pit lane, but not this lap, as Lucas Jetstat is continuing to try and reel in Mika Happinen here, but no chances this time in towards turn number 1. It's a bit of a shallower line being taken by him, but it's not going to gain him all that much ground. A couple of cars came off the pit lane ahead of these guys, and well, that is the same class there with the GT car. There's Simicube Racing a little bit further down the road as well, but it's basically same class lap traffic these guys are having to deal with now, Lorenzo.
It's going to be a little bit of a gaggle as they go by through slower traffic. I was going to say lower. To remind, since it is probably for position, but still,
no,
it's complicated. You know, you really want to negotiate as fast as possible, but that allows Jetstat to come in into the inside. And oh boy. Oh boy.
That Orion Race Team car is currently P13 in class. This is a battle for P4 at the moment. Can get that swapped over between Black Star Racing and Vila Racing Team. And Black Star Racing, they're really going to be frustrated with Orion at the moment. They're being a little bit of a roadblock as far as they're concerned. So they're just about going to get past maybe in towards the next corner. No, but like Orion's just keeping themselves ahead of this train for now. They are entitled to do so. Blue flags in iRacing are advisory. You don't have to let the other car pass within a certain number of flag marshal stands. And now Black Star Racing going to be trying to do something about them into Sunset Bend. They'll take a slightly compromised line as a result, though, a little bit wider into the corner. Vila also, well, they're perhaps compromised a little bit more here coming through the corner. They're still yet to get by that Orion Race Team car, and now there's also others getting involved. 3 wide, we'll see 4 wide across the start-finish line as that Coanta car plays with fire. As, wow, that is absolutely incredible stuff. And now you can see that it's having to deal with GTEs coming through as well. So things start going from bad to worse here, Lorenzo, for that Vila cars. They've lost so much time.
Yeah, their golden opportunity was with the Positive C Racing car to make the move, but unfortunately for them, they were just a little bit more impatient. They wanted to make the move earlier as possible, excuse me, and now they're going to lose so much time because there are plenty more DPs right on the back side of the image, and the more time will be lost. The only upside to this is that Apex or Vendaval makes the overtake on Cunningham corner as they come into right now.
Yeah, they do, as Vila are just having to be hoping that the Black Star Racing car has a little bit less luck with the traffic right now. There's the Theo Racing team, Daytona Prototype, I believe, also looking to work its way through. In fact, it is one of them actually leaving 1 second. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy for GT3s at the moment because these are 4 positions quite far up the standings. This is for P4 and P5 here, Justin. So it's not like this is a battle just in the mid-pack or towards the back of the field like we've been so used to so far this race. It's for some pretty decent positions.
I've been impressed with Black Star Racing actually throughout this entire battle we've been keeping up with here because they've made some smart moves. They've been using some of the slower cars, for example Orion, as slipstream to be able to try and gain time. And now take a look at this undercut call for Buell Racing Team.
Yeah, they decide to dive onto the lane, and they are the one of the first teams to do so in this particular pit stop cycle. So they're wanting to get the jump in the pit stops over Black Star Racing. And Black Star Racing, do they respond on this next lap, or they're going to flesh out their stints? They are one of the cars on the fewest laps on their stint right now, so I would have thought they'd just love to stretch things out a little bit and race their own race for the final 7 hours here, but I could be wrong. And well, while we have that developing, we do have a representative from Red Bull Racing Esports waiting to come in, and this is the second time that a representative from Red Bull has come in and had a little bit of a chat to us. And Justin, it's your turn to have a little bit of a chat with Patrick Bolton.
Yes, indeed, Patrick. First off, your team having a stellar run so far in the GT class. How are you guys feeling in that BMW at the moment?
Hey all, thanks for being here. Yeah, we're looking at pretty good so far. It's a bit of an unexpected lead, I would say. Previous events all have been looking better pace-wise, but this one just seems to be more, the luck seems to be more on our side this time. Yeah, of course have been a bit fortunate with the problems that Gregor Hutu had, that made it easier, and yeah, right now mid part of this race just trying to maintain the lead that we have around 20 seconds I think. Keep it as clean as possible, and pace is looking good.
Yeah, it looks pretty good so far right now. Frederick Rasmussen just jumping out of pit lane this past time by the average pace of the 156s for your entire team currently in this track temperature. How's it kind of been, though, to try and adjust as this event's gone on to the changing track, and how the rubber's built up here on the circuit, too, especially with a lot of the tires being updated across the iRacing service just a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, it's obviously a bit harder than usual with the limited testing time that we have. It's a bit of an unknown situation for everyone with the tires. Yeah, changing track conditions, I think most of the people are used to that. Obviously, before we're jumping into the car, we're making sure we have some half an hour warm-up, trying to anticipate the weather that we're going to be in, and then yeah, and just take it easy for 2 or 3 laps, and then just try to find a rhythm.
It's also kind of a interesting situation too. Of course, you mentioned some of the luck here, but as well for everyone essentially to be in a situation where, of course, there is a lot of concern or like the real world event being delayed all the way into the fall time, for example. What's been kind of your thought process as the past few days has developed with the news that's been going around the world of motorsports, and now essentially esports now being put essentially on the spotlight here today for this event?
Yeah, but first of all, it's always the fault of the esport on the coronavirus. First of all, for sim racing, it's when real world racing is maybe on the hold for a bit, but yeah, I'm just not an expert in that. I mean, there's way smarter people than me out there that know what to do. For us personally, it didn't change much. You know, I'm living my life. I'm practicing with the boys as usual, and yeah, hopefully it will get better soon.
Hoping so as well. But as this race approaches the end of its 5th hour, what's been kind of the advice going on around the team to make sure you stay focused for this middle stint to get yourself to the checkered flag on top of the podium?
I mean, the driver lineup that we have is so incredibly talented. First of all, I'm super happy that we're in this position right now because we've been there so close in the previous races, and we've been always a little bit unlucky, I would say. Now we have been more fortunate leading the race at the moment, while we maybe shouldn't. Though I think everyone knows what to do. Don't spin, keep a solid pace up. You know, I spun earlier. That was a big of a shock for me. But, managed to continue, only lost a few seconds. You know, little mistakes here and there, but try to minimize it as good as possible. That's the plan for the rest of the race.
Is there anything else you'd like to say, or anyone you'd like to thank before we let you get back to you and your team?
Not much I want to say, but obviously I'm grateful for all the work in the background from the team. Step, Frederick, Graham, the drivers, you know, that we've been practicing, that I've been practicing with. Everyone put a lot of hours in. It's not an easy task today in the BMW, I would say, against all the Porsche, so I'm quite proud of the team that we're still managing to be competitive. And yeah, just big thanks to Red Bull and everyone that supports us.
Thank you very much for the time, Patrick. Good run from you and your team so far.
Thank you.
Connery, back over to you.
There we go. Patrick Holtzman just speaking to us for a little bit as part of Red Bull Racing Esports. It's worth reminding that that invitation is extended to other team members in this race. You can come in and have a chat. You don't even have to necessarily be driving. If you're a team manager or spotter or something like that, then we'll want to chat to you as well to see how things are going. There was a bit of a sketchy moment further behind with one of the other Daytona prototypes there. I believe that might have been, if my, well, it's not Simsa, but it was it might have even been Leo that had a relatively big slide coming through the middle sector and almost binned it, but it seems like they're going along okay right now. And again, it's sometimes those sketchy moments can pile on a bit, and I have to remind everyone, Lorenzo, we still haven't yet hit silly hour yet.
No, we haven't. We're coming up soon. Oh, I actually saw what you were talking about on camera. Sorry. The song, Steve. It's, you know, we're not in silly hours, but I'm always in silly mode. But we're about to approach silly hours, to be very honest. I think this switch from 6 hours to 5, maybe 4 hours would be a little bit in terms of where the drivers are, you know, just trying to avoid mistakes, where everything's going to be, you know, separated apart from each other. So this will be, you know, the interesting hours to talk about strategies and everything else, to see where they actually condense, if they're going to be condensing in the latter half of the race, the final hours of the race.
Yeah, so as we get quickly towards 7 hours remaining I'm just going to take us for a quick couple of onboard laps on board with a team, and well, what better person to do it, what better team to do it than the team that's been in the lead for some time. You see that number 8 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car out there, driven by Mac Backham at the moment, as they look to continue and try and bring home a race win. Another iRacing special event win for VRS Coanda Sim Sport. Are they able to do it? Are they able to hold on for the final 7 hours of this race? We'll be back with the commentary in just a couple of moments. hour to go until we reach the halfway point of the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. We've had a fairly interesting opening couple of hours here in this event, and we're quickly closing in on the halfway point. We've had strategy intrigue, we've had top players, top teams fall by the wayside, but we've still got a long time to go. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonda and Justin Prince, at least for the next hour or so, and then we'll introduce Randy Chenna to the commentary once we hit that halfway point. But with that, we already have some news about something that's happened out there on circuit, because the Simsa car for your Daytona prototype has had a bit of a problem. It looks like Tim Graven is involved in this one. The 030 and the 117 have had themselves a bit of an incident. We'll get things cycled back to see exactly what has happened here. It looks like it's going to be a couple of laps to go at this point, I believe. Justin, just take us through it.
Well, it was actually on the lap 159, so it will be about this time by for, say, Leo Racing Team, who had a technical issue in the entrance to turn 3. What that essentially caused is they lost, it seems, their ability to steer the car. They went sliding off from the tires. That caused a massive checkup from World of Sim Racing Team. Simsa Esports DP Black, not knowing this, accidentally hooked one of the drivers. Team RSO ends up getting significant front-end damage as everyone stops in the middle of the racetrack, and they're sent off into the grass. So multiple different prototypes involved in this one.
Yeah, well, have a look. I have to wonder if I've called the right place, as this is currently Leo Racing Team heading into the final corner. If it's not going to be turn 3 this time around, it might even be the time previous to that, as we'll see them head their way through, and it looks like at least coming across the start-finish line, no one behind them for the moment. We might have to see this one run through until the point where they actually do make contact, but right now it's seemingly okay. Coming through turn number 1, and looks like okay up towards turn 3. This is going to be the problem point, if there is any, and not on that lap for the Racing Team. So we'll just have to go searching once again and hopefully find out exactly what has happened there. But still, it sounds like it was a pretty major thing to have happen, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it could have been damaging for all the teams involved, because they all broke themselves into turn number 2. Then actually caught by surprise the Simsa, which had to outbrake themselves, and because the World Sim Racing broke themselves, and one domino after another falling into
we just
pieces.
caught it. We just caught it. Yeah, I just saw it up on my screen. We'll just have to wind things back just that little bit further, as this is on board with Team RSO now. You can see there's going to be a complete mess ahead of them in a couple of moments. There's a car going off, and there we go. It's angled further behind, and that's RSO heavy into the back there. Leo Racing Team was the car that sort of caused all that commotion behind by going off, I believe. As you can see them there, in towards turn number 3. Oh, there we go. Off towards the inside, towards the outside, and then basically as a reaction to all of that going on, a couple of cars had a tangle behind, and it's a couple of cars in the grass, and Team RSO trying to get going, and that is a complete and utter mess in the first sector there, Justin.
And the sad thing is, especially for Simsa, they just left the pits before that too. And they had to come down and get a new back wing. That's how bad the damage was on some of these cars. So these drivers having to either make their scheduled pit stops or come down a second time in 2 laps. That's going to be detrimental to their finishing positions. It's going to take them potentially the next couple hours to gain a lot of that time back.
Yeah, Simsa tag around the number 51, and then it was Team RSO that came hot into the incident and sort of got the concertina effect going. It's a little bit of a mess in the Daytona prototypes through that section, but it seems like they've all been able to keep going here, it seems. So there's none that have retired from the race as a result of that. It's just a whole bunch of lost time for so many cars there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and especially cars we were covering and even doing interviews not so long ago. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that Connery kinda cursed Team RSL.
I thought I was done cursing this this race so far, but now you're accusing me of cursing it even more.
I have to point the fingers. You said when you gave me the race buffer and immersion, you kind of pointed to me. I'm just gonna twit.
Okay, I understand what's going on here. Meanwhile, Team Redline Green, Radical's Online Track Racer, both teams that have had a good couple of problems, putting it lightly, inside this race. Sort of battling for position in the bottom end of the GT3 field at the moment. Obviously with Team Redline Green, the current news, at least the most accurate news that I have so far, is that Verstappen won't be making an appearance for that Team Redline Green car. But that's going to be a huge amount of firepower loss for Team Redline Green. That could have really revitalized this recovery drive just a bit, but now they don't have him to use. It's going to be a massive struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen with that Redline Green machine, absolutely. And here's the thing too we have to think about. When you end up having a situation where a driver's not able to do a stint, or they end up having something happen, it just throws your entire rotation into chaos. And those are the types of things where it's hard to prepare for. There's been many cases, not just in the circumstances we're in 2020, but in the entire history of endurance racing, here in iRacing, where you never know when someone's going to have a technical issue, when someone's going to not be able to make it to their stint on time, when someone has to go for an extra stint or two. So you just need to be prepared for the unexpected, and right now, it's going to take a bit of luck potentially, I think, for Team Redline Green, because right now they're in the 157s in terms of pace. Compare that to Red Bull. They're right now about half a second to a full second off the race leaders. It's going to potentially need some attrition to move up the field, if not some absolute luck towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it's a pretty dire situation for Redline Green at the moment. Redline Black, of course, have also had their own issues in this race where they had to take an unscheduled pit stop because Gregor Hutu was having a couple of problems in the opening laps of his stint around about the hour 2, hour 3 mark. So that meant that they dropped back down through the field, and they've been on a recovery drive ever since. They're doing relatively well at it so far, but they were on pace to potentially win this thing, Lorenzo.
They were, and for them it's kind of a bummer, but let's give prop where it's due, right? From a recovery drive, from getting everything wrong, getting possible disconnections and everything else, up to getting a good position where they are right now, and still in contention for more spots and maybe a podium spot. It's something great, and this is the kind of recovery drive that makes you feel good at the end of the day, to be very honest.
Yeah, it is one of those things. And up on screen right now, we have Bila Euronics GT3 as they're trying to hold on to position number 4 from Black Star Racing. But it looks like Black Star, they're just falling even further behind at the moment in this particular battle, as it was a good group of Daytona prototypes who are trying to swing their way through on this, and it does mean that Bila lost a little bit of time, but the gap's still at 1.6 seconds between them and Black Star Racing at the moment, so relatively safe at the moment. But there comes a point where, Justin, that 1.5 seconds in an endurance racing context is actually, might as well be 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, that is still a decent amount of time, to say the very least, where you have to try and close up. And it's kind of a situation where you need to gain the time, yes, or want to gain the time, but it takes hours to close up that time. It's not as simple as mashing the gas and hoping you gain a second or the whole entire gap in 3 laps. You kind of need to pace yourself and think as well, if you push too hard and go for a couple stints like that, let's say, you move yourself off your fuel numbers to be able to make it to the finish. So there's a lot that has to go through the minds of some of these drivers, and you have to play the strengths and weaknesses in these types of situations at this point. By the way, one thing to note, David Williams did come into pit for his, what appears to be scheduled stop, and replaced his whole entire front nose.
Oh, okay. So a front clip change for one of the Coanda Daytona prototypes, as we'll see them through in just a couple of moments. But yeah, absolutely. It's David Williams. There he is. So it's a fresh nose on that VRS Coanda Sim Sports car, that number 81, looking pretty clean at the moment. They did have to take the extra time in terms of getting that front nose on, but at least they don't have to be dealing with that damage anymore. And Williams has a very clean car to continue on with his stints here, as they are fresh out of the pit lane. So is DriveX Esports as well. VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 8 of Matt Backham is also a driver that has come in. We're still waiting for Jeremy Bootloop in the number 18 though. He's about 23 laps on his stint and is basically the only Daytona prototype not to come in just yet on this cycle, apart from the World Sim Racing team in 15th. So Bootloop just extending out the stint a little bit here, and we'll be able to carry that. Go on.
I'm just actually seeing, if you guys are taking a look, I just saw DriveX Esports into the pit lane during the pit service. They actually crashed on the previous lap on the just after the double lap intersection into the twisty turns just before Le Mans, and actually it was all by themselves. The car just clipped the grass. Johnny Guindy lost everything and clipped the side of the car heavily into the barrier.
Yeah, we just caught the rear end of that. Let's go around about 30 seconds before and see what has happened with Johnny Guindy. So it's coming through the... Ooh, the grass strikes. That's a high-speed spin and a high-speed instant with the barrier as well. That is sometimes what stepping a foot out of line can do, as DriveX Esports, well, they get back going. They're able to limp it back to the pit lane, but that car has seen better days, Justin.
Yeah, and that just shows again, if you even touch the grass a little bit, what's the saying that Renzo used? The grass is like hot lava. In that case, it absolutely struck the tires at this point. He's lucky there's not even more damage to the suspension, but that's going to be a significant amount of time from how hard and amount of momentum they had into that wall. That run they were having inside the top 6 is basically going to see them now go far down the pylon here with how much damage there is.
It's quite a bit of damage. You know, it's extensive damage to the side. You can get that front clip change pretty easily, but right side suspension, right side wheel damage, not going to be as simple to sort out for DriveX Esports scalpers. At least they're able to limp back to pit lane though, like I said, Lorenzo. So they didn't have to take the time it takes to take a tow from that point on the circuit. So at least there's a little sort of silver lining there, but not much.
Yeah, but luckily for them, actually they managed to bring it into the pits without even towing the car. So they just brought it carefully into Le Mans. They rejoined the track, not many cars around, and drove it back to the pits. So not a lot of time lost in terms of bringing it into the pit stalls. So the problem is, you know, is that right side is entirely bent. That is not just going to be 5 minutes of repairs or 10. That is at least 45 minutes of repairs and even the additionals.
Yeah, so DriveX Esports not looking to come out of the pit lane anytime soon, as far as that damage goes. Just having a look to see the progress of Team Redline Black at the moment, because they are chasing down the BS competition car with Alexander Voss behind the wheel of the BS competition car, and this is sort of, I would describe them as the original members that were part of Williams Esports when Williams Esports was first a thing in iRacing. So you have the likes of Alexander Voss, involved in there. He is currently behind the wheel of that BS competition car. I think Lauren Heinrich is also a part of that team, if I remember correctly. And it's basically those members that were also a part of Core Motorsports back in the day, Justin. So they have a lot of history together.
Yeah, they've done really well, to say the very least, in terms of speed. You were mentioning there for today's race, but there's been a lot of growth, mind you, with that whole entire organization, because you don't forget, they basically don't have just that BS competition machine. They have the Williams machine that's up in front of the GT3s. They have another car that's in the class that they just unveiled in the past week or so, the number 5, that's in 31st overall, the iRacing team. That car is having some interesting runs, to say the very least. There's the BenQ machine. That whole entire organization has grown with the help of Williams Esports and shows its commitment from, I think, Williams to grow in the esports scene, and many organizations have been taking that charge. They're one of the front runners at this point.
Yeah, they are, and it's kind of weird to see the arrangement between these different organizations at this point, because I was originally under the impression that Lauren Henrich, Heik Schube, Alexander Voss, it was an entirely new team that they've joined, but it looks like, considering the livery that they have on right now, it's just a Williams Esports sponsored car by that BS competition organization. So that's the situation there for basically what is the fastest Williams Esports car in the field at the moment. They are currently in P number 4, but yeah, they're continuing to go along well. They're about 7.1 seconds behind AAA Esports Black, although they are losing time compared to that car. Meanwhile, they are getting closed in from behind by Team Redline Black, with Enzo Benito behind the wheel. So, Lorenzo, it's another case of Team Redline Black. They're having to make up these positions through the field, and now they've broken into the top 5, and now they're quickly charging to try and grab a podium spot.
Yeah, and I don't. I'll respect to Alexander Voss. Don't get me wrong; he's a very, very good driver. But the way Enzo Bonito has been driving that car, pushing every single lap, and shredding as much time he actually is shredding. But of course, we have to talk about tire strategies over here. He has better rubber than the BMW M8. I don't even see Voss in any way defending his position from Redline. I don't even think it is worth going aggressively for defensive move against a relatively faster Porsche 911 Redline Black car.
Yeah, we had a couple of issues, or at least sort of this interesting situation with Team RSO at the moment, with Luca von Leitner, because Justin, they're not doing well. So just describe what has happened to RSO.
Well, basically, remember, they were one of the drivers involved in that incident, and the main reason I wanted to bring that up is it took 3 minutes and 11 seconds to completely fix things. The problem is, it doesn't, at least at the early portions of this run, has not looked like it's fixed absolutely everything. Mind you, too, with the tire adjustments on the iRacing service, cold tires are not the best things. They have always not been the best of things, but it's even more trickier to come out of the pit lane. It's taken them the past few laps just to be able to get into a decent pace that's near what VRS Grand Assist sports up at the front. They were at one point where they were off the grass in their first 3 to 5 laps multiple times. At the very least, they're back on track. But there is one other thing to note here, Connery, too, to think about. Remember the overcut we've seen from the 18 machine? It was similar to what we've seen in the last stint. He ended up gaining at least 2-3 seconds in the pit lane. Here's the problem. Apex Racing Team has reeled them in throughout all of that, in part with traffic.
Yeah, they have. We can get that gap up on screen, and it's looking positive for Apex at the moment. 0.7 of a second between them, and that just one spot higher on the podium. VRS Grand Sim Sports number 18 in P number 2. Kelly Constantini behind the wheel of the Apex car at the moment, involved inside this traffic. That Kwanzaa gets disposed of the Simsa GT3 machine. There we go, down the inside. They complete the moves required, but Bootloop is feeling a lot of pressure right now, Lorenzo, from Constantini. Constantini's gained so much time, even just over the past couple of moments that we've been talking about it. He's gained a lot of time, and this might mean that it's just a matter of time before something happens. There's the authoritative move from Constantini down the inside at the hairpin. He holds himself up into P number 2. Bootloop, can he find a response here? It doesn't look like, unless he goes for the send in through the right, but not going to happen. But Constantini, man, that was a ballsy move down the inside, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was a ballsy move indeed, Connery, and a great move nevertheless. I think there is some talk of Jeremy Bootloop, you know, letting him go by, you know, not risk his drive. He's on his only second lap of this thing, so he's trying to get the temperature on his tires up. But regardless of what happens, he's not being able to put the same pace as Constantini is. I'm just looking at the laps. Constantini is flying, and I put flying with quite some, you know, focus in it, because this lap was his first lap in 5 laps to do the last 5 laps to be on the 53 house, and it was barely on the 53s.
Yeah, he was actually 0.6 of a second faster than backup, your race leading Daytona prototype, and there's only 4 seconds. They're only 4 seconds down the road. Look at this, 4.1 seconds, and it could be that Apex Racing team, at least in this towards the end of this stint, or maybe even into the stint afterwards, trying to actually get to that first spot, because with Constantini behind the wheel, they've just all of a sudden gained a ton of pace.
Go ahead, Lorenzo.
Go ahead, Justin.
I think we both at the same time. Well, Constantini's been behind the wheel for a little while in this machine, since the 93rd circle around the track for them, but the difference in the pace, it's been around the same, if not a little bit faster than Johan Hart. The thing is, him as well as Zach Campbell were both essentially together for much of the run. All of a sudden, it seems like they've been set up for this portion of the race, that car, compared to Apex Racing Team's 91, because they zoomed on by their teammate. They've now zoomed on by VROS, and now they're looking to potentially zoom their way up to the number 8 machine for the race lead. It seems like they've kicked it up a notch. And mind you, too, all 3 of these drivers that appeared did take 12 seconds slower pit stops than 4th place's Apex Racing team. So they're on a different cycle of the top 3 compared to the 4th and 6th place cars in the field.
So that's definitely one of those things to consider, as all those cars inside the top 5 for the Daytona prototypes just about to get into double digits on their stints in terms of those laps. But Constantini going very, very well at the moment, and again, a couple of tenths of a second faster than Mac Backup on that last lap. And is that the same again this time around? It's a yes. So you can see, if I pull this back up, at least ignoring that one on that last lap, as it's a bit of a disparity to what the graphics show and what my timing speeds actually show. Ibex Racing Team were actually faster on that last lap than VRS Grand Sim Sport, so they continue to eat into the race leader. And Lorenzo, this is setting ourselves up quite well for this sort of storyline coming into the final half of the race.
Yeah, setting up everything, a very nice story, because again, Constantini is flying. He's using maximal usage of his fuel and tires every single lap he gets. And I'll be honest, there is a possibility, unless those 3 cars that get in the way, that's the Williams Esports choke blast. He just clears them way quickly there. I think there are 2 more cars. Well, the another Audi clearing. I think that's the Radicals online BMW. I made right ahead of him. He just gonna clear out of car turn. Not a lot of time lost. Just 3.5 seconds. That can be shredded by Constantini if we keep doing laps like this.
Yeah, he's putting in the hard yards at this point. We are currently, well, 6.5 hours away from the checkered flag. It's around about 20 to 4 local time. So, you know, that track temp is going to be dropping off as that sun just gets lower and lower in the sky. And at the very end, we will be racing in darkness. So stay tuned for that. And that's when the potential double stints for GT cars can maybe start to become more possible. But for now, it's still going to be basically the same across the board for
trouble, Leo Racing Team here, Connery. It looks like Leo Racing Team more trouble. And he spun around in front of 3 drivers here, Connery.
Yeah, let's have a look. I've rewound it about 40 seconds here, and looks like he's continuing on his way right now, so Gotti might have just had a problem. Slightly wide through the right, but that's not too much of an issue. And it looks like it's going to be just a little bit further.
Pardon me, should be the 16, pardon me, their second DP, pardon me on that one. But either way, in the hairpin, it was a hairy situation, and they actually picked up a little bit of damage, I think, in that situation too.
Yeah, let's have a look then. This is the Leo Racing Team DP2 car, the number 16, having a problem. Car swapped ends. Look out, everyone behind. There was a car that picked up damage there, and Leo Racing Team having a problem into the hairpin, and that's something that we saw, Lorenzo, during the Friday primetime broadcast, where some of the cars, even, well, GTE cars mostly, were actually had the tendency to swap ends coming into the braking zone of the hairpin, and it's happened to a DP this time around, and it did cause a bit of a scare for those drivers behind, but most of them getting through unscathed. There was that DP that picked up a bit of bodywork damage though.
Yeah, which is very awkward. It's a very awkward spot. Luckily for all drivers, including the World Sim Racing, which was the DP on the inside going into right behind Daniele Pizzo. So luckily avoiding them. It is very odd to see a car losing brake just at the turn-in, where basically you're trying to trail brake as best as you can a heavy car like the DP and getting a good acceleration out of the turn.
Yep, and you know, we've seen some drivers tap the edge of the grass coming into that as upset the car, and we've seen a bit of real locking as well, at least in the little preview thing that we had for Race Sports Friday Prime Time. But I haven't seen as many of those issues here in this race as I did in the other one. So the drivers are a little bit more careful when it comes to the entry to the hairpin, and just making sure that first that they can even get to the end of the race, let alone be concerned about what position they'll finish in.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, World Sim Racing Team, I believe, actually did have to come down and pit from that situation. They elect to take a 50-second service, but yeah, this at this point, this race, you have to think about this. These drivers have been racing for nearly 6 hours. A lot of these teams, a lot of wear and tear. You don't want to end up having an incident at any point of the race. The deeper in the race you go and you have trouble like that, the harder it is to recover the time. And the more overall incidents you have, well, the less morale potential you have in the pit lane. So you want to at least keep the car in between the rumble strips and the white lines, and make sure you don't make any mistakes, to make sure you don't lose valuable position for not just you, but your entire team.
Yeah, that's the important thing. This is a team racing event, so any mistake that you make is a mistake a team makes, and it's going to affect the drivers that you race with as well. So to have that sort of pressure on your shoulders, not just because people are watching, or the context of the race being an iRacing special event. It's your friends that you race with, your colleagues that are also sort of in it with you, and any victory is the team's victory, any loss is the team's loss. And it's sometimes what people want to do is to pin any particular blame on a certain driver or or a certain incident that happened, but in this sort of situation, you can't really single people out. And right now, at least with this particular battle that I have on screen, it's Altus Esports and Team Redline Green down the inside, and that was a bit of a sneaky move, a bit of a surprising one, but that Team Redline Green Porsche moves its way through on Altus Esports, and well, at least they have had something positive happen to them in this race, Lorenzo, as it seems to be sort of a whole bag of negativity at the moment.
Finally, they're getting a little bit of a break, avoiding mistakes or any incidents whatsoever, and finally gaining ground on cars that are relatively slower than them. But the gap right now, it is 5.5 seconds to Jamie Fluke's number 99 Apex Racing team, as he just gets overtaken, overlapped actually by a Daytona prototype, and he has the Bila car right ahead of him. So more time will be lost right there, so allow Patrick Heinrich to gain some time if the Leo car ahead of him doesn't get in the way too much.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's struggling with it for now, as sometimes if the Daytona prototypes have a bit of damage, they can end up being the same pace, if not slower than a GTE, so which is why, see Henrik getting a little bit frustrated about that, but it looks like that Simsa car is still on the pace to be able to pull a gap over GTE cars, which is always nice to see. But right now you see Team Redline continuing on their way. There's also Radicals Online Track Racer here as well, so they're looking to pick up the position over Altus Esports as well, as this trio continues its way through the middle sector now. And the story for Radicals Online Track Racer, Justin, is similar to the story of Team Redline Green. They haven't had the best of times. We saw Fabrice Cornelis actually lose it into the barriers about an hour or two ago. So things haven't gone well for him either. So at this sort of bottom third of the GTE field, there are a lot of teams that are going to be wishing for more, and they're all basically on recovery mode.
Yeah, I remember seeing that incident and thinking, oh boy, not again, especially since at least this is one of the first times in my memory that I've seen Track Racer now a part of their sponsorships on the race cars. So the main thought is you want to also not just have a good recovery drive, you want to impress your sponsors at this point if you do have a sponsorship, since many of them have been followed on social media. But it's just been kind of that bad luck I've seen in some cases, unfortunately, for Radicals Online in some of these big races here, Connery, because there are very talented drivers in their lineup, and that's not what they wanted to do.
Okay. Altus Esports punted towards the outside, and we'll get another look before passing judgment on this one, as we'll go for the view from up above. This will give us the best view of this one. You see Cornelis behind on that Radicals Online car. It's Yannick Lapshan for Altus Esports, side by side through turn 1. They negotiate that okay, but Cornelis still trying for the inside and wasn't quite as far to the left as he thought he was. I think in that situation there was still a portion of the car that would have made contact with Altus, and it did. We'll take another look, and we'll do it on board with Track Racer here, or Radicals Online Track Racer. You see Cornelis, this is fine. This is standard side-by-side things into turn number 1. That is absolutely fine. But Cornelis, he's still angling towards the inside for turn 3 here, and there's the tap, and it's a tap that's required sometimes. And that Altus Esports car goes for a spin through the grass, and you do absolutely hate to see it, Lorenzo, but I think that's a bit of a misjudgment from Cornelis.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know you want to try to overtake as fast as possible. You have a better pace. Lapshon hasn't lapped a single 156 lap whatsoever. He just lapped one in the last 10 or 12 laps. But still, we know Cornelis is a very fast driver. And I think this is his first special event in a long while. Yeah. For this is actually semi-retirement from the events of iRacing. So, impatience playing the factor right here, unfortunately, capped him out. I don't want to say there was a little bit of net code. It was on my end, but it could have been a touch on his. So, but still, big misjudgment from the Belgian driver.
And you mentioned the experience there. Pardon me for cutting you off there, Connery, too. You mentioned that Fabrice had just joined this team on March the 7th. It was promoted by this team because of that wealth of experience after that break. This has just not, unfortunately, been working out the way that I think he wanted this race to start for him and his new team. But I think it's also, too, a relationship that's going to build more and more over time, Connery.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take him some time to get back into the swing of things, and that is absolutely okay. You know, it's being away from the competitive side of iRacing for so long. You know, things have definitely changed since we last saw Fabrice behind the wheel. So it's just maybe having to take that time as a adjustment, shall we say? But still, it's another incident, and we saw an incident in the Friday primetime race as well involving him. So it's not been the greatest of weekends for Radicals Online at the moment. But having a look further down through the fields, there's a team that was mentioned a little bit earlier on that we didn't get to talk all that much about, and this one in GT3s, because it's Team Fordzilla, and Fords, they do have an esports team. This is their esports team, but they're running in the Audi, so there's a bit of a disconnect there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, unfortunately there is. Let me just say there is a Ford for the GT3s, but that Ford doesn't drive at least in 8 years. I haven't seen that Ford being performed. So don't get me wrong, I would love to see another Ford coming into the GT3s in real life and then in the iRacing service, but it creates a little bit of confusion, but it's still a strong team It's a strong team nevertheless for the Fordzilla, which is the idea is composed the best drivers out of France, Italy, Spain, and I think another country, and then build an international team for them. European-based, but still an international team. Yeah, they've been going along quite well at the moment. They're sort of sat mid-pack in that GT3 field, which we haven't got the opportunity to talk about a lot, but sometimes running a quiet race is the best kind of race, Justin.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to make sure you can have the flashy races or try and run very aggressive and get a long screen time that way, but at the same time, the main thought is, especially when you're a team that's building such as this, and talked about, mind you, just a couple months ago with 440, for example, and on social media, that there's the learning curve of building a team such as this. You kind of just want to be able to gain experience, be able to work with drivers as they develop and gain experience themselves in these big situations. And mind you too, just get to the finish. You don't want to end up not finishing an event because it ends up being something that's a deflator of sorts. You want something to build on momentum-wise, Connery, in this race.
Yeah, you really do. But look at this, though. I've just spotted it on my timing screens. Michele Constantini. I don't know what he's had for breakfast. Maybe he's had some of Valtteri Bottas's porridge, but he's absolutely going crazy right now with the lap times. Maybe not on that very last lap, but gaining a second on lap 177 to the race leading Coanda car, and you also got 3/10 of a second just before that. We have a race on now, Justin, for P1, the overall race lead.
And this was coming, I think, though, because Apex Racing Team, I mentioned this, and their team is saying, yes, that they are having the same setups on the 99.1. Here's the thing, though, too. Driver preference to conditions can also come in. I'm kind of wondering, though, at this point, that Constantini might have been waiting for this right point because the track temperature is starting to drop, the grip levels are going up, and they're on a different cycle, mind you, by a few laps or so, because both Apex cars have been hitting at the same time. So they do have that difference that I think has come into where they've been able to get through the traffic better, and now they're going to have to dodge the Leo Racing Team's second DP.
Oh, Leo DP2 has had another problem. They are stopped on the outside of the hairpin, and they're able to get back going. We'll just have a quick sneak peek at exactly what went wrong, and it might just be the case of touching the grass again into the hairpin. Let's have a look. As again, no grass touching. It's just the car just swapped ends on the entry to the corner, and had to wait for quite a while on the outside there to actually get back going. But we'll focus on the battle for the overall race lead for now, because that is down to 0.3 of a second between Coanda and Apex Racing Team, as they'll follow. Oh, there's the send! Constantini goes for the race lead. He shoves Coanda out to dry. Mac Backham, he'll be furious over that as Apex Racing Team take the race lead in the 12 hours of Sebring. That was a very daring move, a very, very optimistic one, and perhaps one that didn't need to be made because he was so quick over the last couple of laps, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he could have made the move in a more realistic position that time. He just seen the opening, licked the stamp, sent it, jammed it into the mailbox, and sent him off and away. You don't want to do that as a competitor, and now I'd absolutely be steaming if I'm Mac Backham at this point, because that was a situation where he was starting to try and diamond off the corner. He wasn't expecting a car to try and immediately fill that spot.
Yeah, we'll see it in its entirety from up above. You can see Apex Racing Team just sat in the slipstream as they go on the driver's right-hand side of those two GT cars. But then everything came to a head. Constantini saw the door open, stuck his car in where it perhaps doesn't belong, and Mac Backham, he gets an Apex car directly into his side. He's able to hold on to it though, so massive credit for Backham to be able to do that, but that should have never happened really in the first place. We'll return to the live pictures because I just want to see what the gap is at now, and it's at about 2 seconds, so Coanda are going to be very, very frustrated about how that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Now in it, at the same time too, you got to think about the tires are already heated up. They're already blinking the lights. That's how frustrated they are. They fell all the way back to their own teammate. So that's not how they want to go. There's the counter argument though. You can say they did try and keep the window open or the door open. There is that risk. You just don't expect it in the middle of the Apex off in Sunset Bend here, Connor.
Yeah, it's a daring move. It's the sort of move that you'll pull off in the final hour, but we're still over half the race to go. So I'm not exactly sure what the thought process is there. I think Lorenzo, I think it's a bit of overconfidence because he caught from a massive amount back. He's been setting some brilliant lap times out there. Maybe he just all went to his head and he decided, I can get this done very quickly, and look at what happened.
Yeah, before I pass it up, actually, Paul Smith has a better opinion than me. I think that is a matter of, Mac Backham just staying to the outside and relying way too much on that Constantini was not going to go for the move on the inside, but he left the door open. He totally left the door open. There was overlap for Constantini to work with. They could have gone side to side into that Sunset Bend and not have that door. They would have had a door-to-door contact, but it would have been clean nevertheless. I think just Backham just shut the door way too early. But I'll pass it up to Paul. I think Paul has an opinion about this.
Oh, right, yes. Hello, everybody. So Constantini is the sort of driver that if you give him an opportunity, he will go for it. And that's exactly what's happened there. Mac was taking a more normal, conventional line through that corner, and he realised too late that the car was there on the inside. He did try and react to it, he did try and give the room, but it was just a little bit too late. Constantini was there. For me, it's a racing incident. I don't think Constantini should be found at fault by anybody. I think it was just an opportunist move. He was there, and it was just a little bit of a late reaction from that.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you mean there. It's not to get Senna quote on you, but yeah, etc., etc., etc. But it's
please don't bring that quote up.
That quote is the worst quote in motorsports, I have to say. But I see exactly what you mean. But it's just the timing of it, it doesn't really sit right for me. You know, there was, I could see the intention, I could see the opportunity. There was a door left open. You're absolutely right about that. But to go for that move, that low percentage chance, still half a race to go, that doesn't really sit right with people, and I don't know what you think about that.
But he's made the apex.
Yeah.
If it was a dive bomb, he would have never have made that apex, and yes, he's made the apex there. He's done that perfectly as Constantine, in my opinion, and he's thrown that car in there. It does look a little bit from further back than you would expect, but you've got to expect the unexpected, and you've got to get those opportunities. Constantine must have felt that he was quicker and wanted to get by as soon as possible. His team were probably saying to him, look, you're good on numbers, get by him as quickly as you can to pull out the gap. That's all he's done there.
Can I chime in real quick just to finalize this? Sure. 2 things to actually talk about. First of all, I think Constantini should have gone for that move. I think it's completely legal. Because if you're to look in the fuel advantage, he has the last advantage over both Quinn and the car. He's on 21 laps compared to 18 on the number 8 and 16 on the number 18. Secondly, I think there's so much frustration on Backham that he actually allowed Blue to be within draft range, maybe attack range on the London one.
Yeah, we've got that battle up on screen now. So this, you know, if they have an extended duel here, this might allow Apex to get away even better. So at least for Kwanzaa, they'll be better off not fighting here at the moment. But it's interesting to see the different points of view on that one. You know, at least for me. You know, as a commentator, being hyperbolic about things is usually a little bit better than being passive, but I can definitely see exactly, you know, the arguments for both sides in that one. Yes, there might have just been some more room being left on the inside there by Kwanzaa, but again, he doesn't really expect Constantini to go for an absolute dive like that, and there we go. So controversy towards the end of the first 6 hours of the Sebring 12-hour here, and it took a while to get going because, well, we had a couple of dramas at the start of the race with the likes of Vendaval White having a problem in the GT3 class where they were looking pretty comfortable at the front. We also had the Williams Esports Black situation where they had to take an unscheduled stop to sort out Greg Hutu's problems. We also had Team Red Light Green at the very start have a bit of door rubbing with a couple of cars. So it's been a while since we've actually had some high drama, Justin, and it comes just as we're about to switch over to the next portion of the broadcast.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to make it interesting, though, to see, though, what happens in terms of how the pace flies, because we've seen just a couple lap undercut. Dane Virlasco and the SimSports 18 machine, a ton of time on the track. Apex Racing Team, how big is the difference in cycles? They're in the pit lane right now. That 90 just ducked down to the lane. It's about 7 laps, give or take, on the fuel, the difference between those two drivers. So I think it's going to come down to, by the end of this race here, the potential strategy that decides how it goes up on top at this point to see how it gets the checkered flag.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, so both Apex Racing Team cars in the pit lane. There is Michele Constantini, got himself to the race lead under interesting circumstances that people will be very much split on, but up and down on jacks he goes. He will be taking the tyres in this situation. We also had the GTE race leader come down in. That was Red Bull Racing Esports. They are deciding to take their pit stop service now as well. Nirvana DP are also in. So it's basically the tail end of the GTE stops and the Daytona prototype stops that are happening basically at the same time here.
Yeah, they're coming in at the same time. I just saw a scary situation for Constantini. I'm sorry, he was just included. I mean, literally inside the car of, I think that was the Williams Esports Ben Q car coming out of the business. Yes, it was. So both Canapino and Constantini were basically stuck together coming out of the pit lane. And, you know, sometimes it can happen. One car is sent flying because collision problems. luckily for both of them, they managed to get away unscathed.
Yeah, Apex just about able to get through on the couple of bits of GT traffic they were trying to contend with. They made it 3 wide into the hairpin, and looks like he's going to be dealing with yet more traffic here. There's the Black Star Racing team that he is waiting to come through on. But we are coming towards the end of our portion of broadcast now. So if you are in the YouTube stream, there will be a new link going to be posted in just a couple of moments' time, and that is where you'll get to see the final 6 hours of the race. If you're watching on Twitch, then you do not need to do anything. You can just stay here on the iRacing page, and you will be able to watch the final 6 hours of this 12 hours of Sebring. But with that, is there anything you want to say, Lorenzo, before we head out of here and leave Justin and Paul to their own devices?
So it has been an amazing race to watch this far. You know, outstandingly clear. I'll give major props to the drivers. Actions from top to bottom. And now that the track is going to cool down and nighttime is about to come, this race actually turns around 180 instantly. So it will be very interesting to see the next few hours of this race and see how teams will perform under the dusk and dark parts of the track. With that being said, stay healthy and good luck having to listen to Justin and Randy. I'm just kidding. I love you.
But yeah, it'll be Justin Prince, Randy Cheneth bringing you the second portion of the broadcast, and with that is going to be it in terms of our portion of the broadcast, unless Paul wants to say anything.
No, I was about to say I'm joining them for a couple hours of the broadcast as well. Don't miss me out.
There we go. So join Justin, Paul, and Randy Cheneth for the second portion of the broadcast coming at you in just a couple of moments. We'll have to excuse us for a little bit as we get this all swapped over, but don't go away, because we have the final 6 hours of the 12 hours of Sebring coming at you just after this.
realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering
the 2020 12 hours of Sebring on iRacing continues here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's going to be myself, Randy Chinneth, and Justin Prince bringing you the full final 6 hours of coverage with special comments by everyone's favorite train conductor, Paul Smith. We hope you're joining us, as I'm already getting Paul to laugh, and we're only about a minute into this broadcast, so that might be a record. But we thank you all for joining us. We have had an amazing race thus far that is seeing some of the tip-top teams on the iRacing service at the head of the field. Let's do a quick rundown of your current top 3 in class as they run. Currently, it's a pair of virtual racing schools Command SimSport cars leading the way in your prototype division, but pit stops have recently happened in that GT field. Apex Racing team was leading not that long ago. You see the full top 8 rundown there on screen. You also see, of course, Movano, another VRS Coanda car, Leo Racing Team DP1, and Alpine Eagle Racing rounding out the top 8 in your Daytona prototypes. Let's look now to the GTE division. It is currently Team Redline Black of Enzo Benito who currently leads in your GTE division in his Porsche. However, Red Bull Racing Esports BMW was leading before they came down pit road just a handful of laps ago. Porsche 24 driven by Redline and Radicals Online Track Racer. Now, we'll replace that with AAA Esports Black on the left, represent your top 4. And you see that pit stop is cycling the top 8 as we go. BS Competition moves into 5th, Radicals back to 6th, Vendaval 7th, and MSI Esports GTE currently are your top 8 in category. Now, let's go to the GT3 division. Black Star Racing, they currently lead the way in their Audi R8. The Williams Esports Show Blast behind in an Audi as well. Audis represent all top 3 in this category, including 4. It seems like it's a very Audi-dominated field in GT3. Civic Cube NX Racing in 5th, MSI Esports GT3 in 6th, Course Sim Racing GT3 in 7th, and it's SQV Esports rounding out the top 8. So first we'll bring on Mr. Justin Prince. Justin, it's been an exciting race thus far. I know you've taken part in the first half of the broadcast, the last hour and a half or so of that. What have we seen through the last couple hours? What have been some of the trends of the race through most of your classes?
Well, the main trend has been, in part, the different pit cycles we've seen throughout the field. For example, Apex and VRS, they're separated about 5 to 7 laps on their fuel stints. The VRS cars, for example, coming down this time, but it's also been a race of recovery drives for many drivers. Redline Black, they're on a recovery drive after an unscheduled stop.
Oh, we
Redline
got an incident there. We got an incident there. Sorry, the number 7 Daytona prototype. DRS Wave Italy by DP. They just get shoved off the racetrack down at Cunningham. Who was that? That may have been, it was Alex Trainer in the Simza Esports DP Black car. That car actually running for 10th. That was actually a pass for position. That was a fight for 9th and 10th on the racetrack. Going down into Cunningham, just an unfortunate incident there, but seems like for the most part, no harm, no foul, just one slight touch. And that's going to somewhat upset the DRS Wave by Italy guys, I'm sure, but otherwise they keep rolling. Anyways, Justin, continue.
Was going to say, I think that's more so the grass they touched in the car onto the right side. One of the drivers that was in that battle was one of the ones who were part of the recovery drives too, such as Simsa in this race. Team RSO also in recovery drives. But the bigger storylines overall, the pass for the lead for the overall class for the DPs came down to contact as seen at the end of the first stint of the broadcast today between Apex and Coanda. That has been entertaining. They're right now in the pit lane, VRS Coanda SimSport. Meanwhile as well, it's been a very clean race too here in this one, Randy, for Red Bull Racing Esports. They've had a strong run today and some great pace with a bit of luck as well in the GTE class in their number 2 car. And they have looked in pretty decent control of the field just right now separated and/or trying to pull away from Team Redline machines. So overall, it's been coming down to a couple things. Recovery drives and storylines, as well as keeping the machines clean to put themselves in situations such as this, and into good strategies for today.
Paul, what's GT3 look like? I know you mentioned RP speed. We only have one Mercedes actually in that division. Otherwise, I think it's just a sea of Audis throughout the entire field. What does GT3 look like? What's the strategy been? It looks like William B Sports Joe Blast have a pretty sizable advantage, but I think there's pit stops currently happening in that division.
Blackstar have just come in from the lead, so that's what's happening there. So yeah, a little bit of pit stops going on at the moment. They're scheduled stops right around the hour mark. So Blackstar Racing getting their fuel and waiting for a full service because they're getting tyres as well. But yeah, it's been. I think GT3 are in that unfortunate position where they're good for close racing, but because they're getting lapped by both the GTE and the prototype class, they just ended up getting those battles broken apart. So it's more about what strategy the teams can do here at the moment in the stage of the race.
You're definitely right about that, and that's something we typically see over these long endurance races. With the pit stops, by the way, in your prototype division, Apex Racing Team number 90, with Michele Costantini behind the wheel, has jumped up into the race lead once again. It's currently a VRS Quanta Sport 8 car that cycled into second. And the other VRS car I think is coming up on, should be up in third here relatively shortly. But it's been a fun race thus far, Justin, that's for sure. And one thing that jumps out, you mentioned the Red Bull drivers having a really clean race. I mean, that is a pretty stacked lineup. One of the most stacked lineups we've seen that Red Bull organization really pull out. I mean, it's just Patrick, Frederick, and Seb are the 3 drivers representing Red Bull Racing Esports today. And that's pretty much the who's who for that group.
Now, before some of the bad luck for the class leaders in the first couple hours or so due to technical issues, they were running consistently in second and third, and they've kept this car clean in between the white lines and around the racetrack. Patrick Holzman was one of the drivers we spoke with about an hour and a half ago or so, and he was kind of surprised with how the team's performance has gone. But at the same time, you have to remember, there's been limited amount of preparation due to the new tire adjustments for these road cars prior to this week's endurance race. That changed things up a little bit for some of these competitors, and I think they have adjusted very well to that despite the limited amount of preparation to get ready.
And talking about that balance of performance shift, Paul, what have we kind of seen? What's been sort of the adjustments? I'm seeing some, a good mix of GTE cars really at the front of the field. We have a BMW leading, we have a pair of Porsches running second and third, BMW running fourth, and another Porsche currently sits in fifth. But again, I think your GTE field is still sort of in the middle of a pit stop sequence. There's been a couple cars that have recently been down and off of the lane up near the head of the field, so maybe coming to the end of that. But what have we seen from these GTE cars with the slight adjustments we've seen since the build?
I mean, pretty much as Justin said, drivers adjusting to it, driving to the changes that have been made. Teams will have had to maybe just tweak how they set the car slightly, but it wouldn't have been a massive change. You will see drivers having to deal with the different sort of tyre wear is one of the things that they're having to deal with here. But one of the good things about this tyre is that you can recover it with the changes that they've made. If you put a lot of heat through that tyre, you would really have to slow down considerably for lap after lap just to recover that tyre temperature back down. Whereas this, it's a little bit more forgiving if you do get the increased tyre temperature through, say, like a spin or a slide or a little bit of wheel spin. So you can work it, but you still don't want to work these tyres too hard. You want to make them last as long as possible, and in some cases go for double stints and really try and push that strategy.
We have just had the 6th place running Porsche in your GTE division have a half spin. That's Valtteri Lander. That happened down at Sunset Bend trying to deal with some lap traffic. Actually wasn't any contact. I think he was just offline and caught one of the bumps in a way that he wasn't quite used to, and because of that car went about 80% of the way around. A bit of a slide, kept it off the wall, otherwise no damage, and that car is still circulating about 5 seconds ahead of the car behind it. So as drivers continue to cycle through, I will say, Paul, it's really nice of these drivers We come in with a new broadcast crew, well, at least me new, trying to get up to speed, figure out what's everything is going on, who's leading, who's what, who's where. And we come in right in the middle of a pit stop cycle for pretty much all the classes.
It's pretty typical, isn't it, that as soon as me and you get together in a broadcast, it's not that often that we work together in a broadcast, I must say.
For better or worse.
Well, I mean, some people would say better. To suddenly have the standings all changing left, right and centre because of pit stops when we're jumping on. I'll be honest, I've been spending a lot of my last hour and a half keeping an eye on the YouTube chat to deal with any issues on there. So I've been half an eye on the race, half an eye on that for the past few hours. But I'm now fully in for the next couple of hours here.
Yeah, so Paul's going to be giving us proper support that he actually deserves. One thing that's definitely notable about this race, Justin, is how close the fighting has been inside that prototype division. Now, we just had, I think, the DP that was recently running inside of the top 3, and that's the number 18 with Jeremy Bouteloup on board. And we did come down and actually replace the front clip recently down pit road, so they've dropped some time. But currently, the fight now between first and second, 6 hours into the race, separated only by about 3 seconds. Josh Rogers behind the wheel now of that VRS number 8, chasing down McLean Constantine. But it's a very, very close fight for the overall win.
Yeah, it's been close for the past hour or so, especially since Constantini essentially kicked it up a notch. Originally, he was about as far as 18, 19 seconds back, or right around where Peter Berryman is right now. Then it seems something changed about the 5-hour in mark, where once the track started dipping down a little bit, his pace picked up faster than anybody else on the racetrack. He passed his teammate, left his teammate, caught up to second, then caught right up to Joshua Rogers before making the door-to-door contact in Sunset. That number 90 machine has been on rails in this past hour or so in this race. He is 4/10 quicker a lap at the moment.
And Paul, I bet if you asked this Apex Racing group, I think they'd love to race this Daytona prototype more often, because it seems like whenever this car comes out, be it at Daytona like we had about a month, 6 weeks ago, here at Sebring, and then in the Petit Le Mans here a little bit later on in the year, I believe we're going to be having. Seems like Apex is definitely punches well above their weight, and we typically see them in most cars. They really perform well in this machine, and especially in this class lineup with the GTE and GT3 division. It feels like every time we have one of these sort of IMSA-based races with the Daytona prototype, Apex is up at the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, they really seem to have a handle on this car. It's absolutely great to see, and great to see them take the fight to Coanda, because Apex Racing Team, they've got a lot of talent in that team, don't forget, so really giving us a good show, and they've got the opportunity here once again to get the job done. I mean, Constantini and Half, those are two drivers together that you would want working together and putting in a good effort at the front. So they've got as much opportunity as anyone else, but they seem to have a handle on this car, especially last year when they got the win here last year, don't forget, and also at Petit Le Mans. So it just seems to suit their drivers. It just really seems to suit the drivers, does this car and this track as well.
Someone's mentioned it in the chat, Paul, and I'm going to come back to you on this one as well. I don't know about you. The cars look beautiful. I don't hate the new design, but I miss the Coanda purple and orange.
No. Do you know what? I really like this paint livery of Coanda's, moving away from that purple and orange. I know it's the traditional colours and all that, but it does look nice, and it's a nice striking livery, easily recognisable still, and I personally prefer it over the purple and orange, so that's just
your opinion is wrong.
I mean, I like the paint scheme.
Well, your opinion's wrong too. My opinion is the only one that is valid and is therefore correct. So, we're taking a look at some of the other fights for position and the other categories. Seems like the only close fight we have towards the actually P4, P5 hitting up right now in GTE, and this is BS Competition moving. Actually, no, I take that back. It is BS Competition 6/10 ahead of Team Redline Black and Gregor Hutu. And Justin, it's been a while since we've seen Gregor really do well in one of these endurance races, but here he is running top 5 and chasing down Lauren Heinrichs, BS Competition BMW.
And remember, Hutu was the driver, one of the drivers I was referring to, had a technical issue, had to make an unscheduled stop for Team Redline Black from the class lead, and now they're flying through the field. It's when they reach the traffic that's been slowing them up a little bit. But this has been a stellar recovery drive for this team to be able to get themselves back within range of BS competition. The thing is, though, you have to be smart with these passes today. Because we've seen many times here, Randy, especially in the past couple hours, if you make a pass attempt in the wrong place, it leads to trouble.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. You have to pick your spots, and especially with all the traffic. And right now, Gregor's got a Daytona prototype currently shoved up his exhaust. That is Peter Berryman in the Apex Racing Team 91, currently sitting third. So Apex first and third right now in your top division. And see Peter going to be able to cleanly get on through more than easily down the back straightaway and in towards Sunset. He will actually get caught up on BS competition BMW. But Gregor doing everything he can here to close this gap down, Paul, but seems relatively stagnant through the final couple corners of the racetrack. But this is going to be one of the fights to watch here, I think.
Yeah, these two, I mean, Lauren's a highly talented driver, let's not forget. And this is a relatively new team, don't forget. So these drivers, even though the drivers themselves are not new to each other, it is a new outfit, and it'd be great to see them do well here. But Heinrich, Voss and Kashube, and that's a really strong team, is that for BS competition. But Redline, Gregor Hutu, you know, you don't end up being a multiple time champion by accident. And, you know, car number one with Beneke and Benita. Yeah, that's a pretty stacked lineup as well. Those two teams are really ultra competitive right now.
Yeah, they really are. I think, you know, you talk about that group. I mean, Gregor is, I think, hands down the best open wheel racer that's ever existed on iRacing. I don't think that's fallible. Max is 100% in the competition for best GT drivers in the sim. And Paul, talking about Enzo Benito, Enzo's always been known as being fast and arguably on a single lap, possibly the fastest driver in the sim. I mean, Enzo's sets are notoriously loose, but he's notorious for being able to get absurd qualifying times out of those setups. They've just always lacked in the past when they ran these races. They sort of lacked the consistency with Enzo to sort of put down a good effort. But I think that merger that we've seen in the last 6 or so months with Pure Racing Team has really solved that problem that they've had. Now we see them running really well.
Yeah, and you know, Enzo, he sort of keeps himself to himself. Whenever I've been to events, Enzo just likes to keep to himself, and, you know, just, you know, likes to look at what everybody else is doing, and but when he jumps behind the wheel of a car, he just is on it straight away. Unbelievable pace. As you mentioned, he likes to have a little bit of a loose car. But a loose car can be fast if you can handle it. He seems to be able to handle it. And don't forget that he's had opportunities in Porsche Cup cars as well. In Imola, I think it was one of his first times in one of the Porsche Cup cars. So, you know, he's got a little bit of experience outside of the sim as well as an extreme amount of experience inside the sim. So he's a really good driver. But Gregor, you know, Gregor's Gregor. He'll not do anything rash here. He'll just bide his time. He knows what he needs to do, and when the right opportunity arises, he'll take it.
Now, we've been monitoring this Daytona prototype lead as well as we currently look back over towards it. We were talking about the fact that Michele Constantini about an hour ago had pretty much put the car on rails and driven away from people. That is quickly started to switch the other way. Josh Rogers has, over the last 3 laps, reeled in nearly 2 seconds. This current lap, though, he did get held up a little bit, Justin, by some lap traffic. But lap 195, Josh reeled in 8/10. Lap 196, he reeled in 7/10, and he reeled in half a second the last trip around the racetrack. This one, that's going to plateau off because of the traffic through, I think it was turns 2, 3, and 4. But Josh Rogers has opened up the taps and is really pressuring the Apex Racing Team right now.
Yeah, this track is starting to cool off, and it seems like now that it's got into around where it would be earlier on in the daytime, Now its pace is picked back up because I was just taking a look at the speed chart as we were discussing that point. When Backham was in the car, they're running 153s off and on. When they put Rogers back in the car, they instantly picked up about 1 to 2 seconds a lap. So Rogers and his natural pace as a driver is helping this car to absolutely pick up pace now. Last time by with the help of the traffic, Constantine was quicker. The thing is though, there's a lot more of it coming forward, and Rogers is slicing and dicing his way forward.
We all know that dealing with a traffic pole in a lot of ways, it's not just a matter of skill and how quickly you can get through it. It's a matter of really just luck in a lot of ways. Just making sure you're in the right place, or just getting in the right place at the right time. And it definitely seems like at the moment, Josh is generally getting the better end of the traffic. But as they say that, this sector right here, getting caught up behind this Altus BMW at Tower Corners, this is going to cost him a couple of tenths more than likely, but he should be able to blow by on the run in towards Bishop. Gets a good off. That would have cost him a little bit of time, but he's not losing tons of time through this traffic.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of working his way through, and we saw at the start of the race how Josh was able to just pull away from the front of the field and able to get that gap pulled out. Well, he's certainly on a bit of a charge now. He's refreshed, he's had a break, and he's back up and running, really pushing on. And look at those times though, 7 tenths of a second, 7 tenths of a second, half a second. He's reeling in Michelle, and I think right now that Josh wants to give a little bit of payback for what Constantini did to his teammate Backham.
And that's going to be the big thing here, Justin, when I think it's almost a certainty right now that Josh gets up to Michele. How aggressive do you think we're about to see him be? We know that these two cars had a little bit of a run in earlier. I have a feeling Josh is not going to cut Constantini or that Apex Racing Team number 90, whoever's behind the wheel of it, too much slack.
Indeed, right now, and as you can tell, here's the thing too. It's about when you reach some of these drivers too, that will also be a factor. Don't forget too that Beer West Command SimSport has a whole new house that just debuted in the past week or so. You're seeing that on the right side of the screen in the purple room. This is an absolutely amazing facility to have as a team. And mind you, Rogers is one of the drivers living in this house.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest setups I've ever seen. I'm not going to lie, I knew that this was happening. I was sort of up to speed on it a while back, to be honest. But, you know, most of the time, Paul, when you've seen gaming houses, like there's a couple of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers that are in the, that all live in a house. I can't remember who it all is. I think Nathan Lyon is one of them. Apologies to those three. But, you know, this just sort of computers on desk. That's one of the most professional setups I've ever seen in a house. That is absolutely beautiful, the setup that they have.
Can I just say, I'm actually disappointed by the size of their trophy cabinet. Unless they've got more of their trophies hidden elsewhere. That is, they're going to need a bigger cabinet soon with the way that they've been going over this last year or so, especially with Josh behind the wheel of their team. But definitely, they certainly have a brilliant setup there. And it's one that I'm slightly envious of, to be honest. I wish I had that sort of setup where we could have my team come around and do that. Although with my team, we'd probably end up scrapping because we'd be each of us throats.
Yeah, that is true. Everyone would be wanting a little bit of that. But this fight continues to progress. Josh has reeled in a couple more tenths of the last half a lap. Traffic still kind of aiding and helping both drivers. One lap it'll help Michele, the next lap it'll help Josh. So this fight is coming in. They have a pair of GT cars, actually a set of GT cars in front of them, 4 or 5 cars coming up in the next straightaway. So if you're Michele Constantini right now, Justin, you're probably a little bit worried because that's a lot of traffic you're seeing out of the windshield and not a lot of ways, I think, to get through it cleanly, especially the batch of racetrack he's starting to come up on. He's going to get by Brian Lockwood first, and he'll get by him relatively cleanly on the run into Cunningham, but this next sequence of racetrack is really difficult with the traffic.
Yeah, you need to essentially hope that drivers go immediately to the side on the corner rings and to let you go. That's not as simple as it sounds, though, because as a driver in some of your classes, you also want to keep up with potential battles up in front of you and not want to lose too much time. So the timing of all this is going to be paramount. for this battle for the overall race lead here. Mind you, too, this is one of a couple battles. This battle for the prototypes, and remember that battle we were talking about between BS Competition Team Redline Black? That's closed up to 1 car length.
Yeah, the gap right now is 0.3 of a second between Lauren Heinrich and Gregor Hutu as they run out of Cunningham and in towards Tower. You see that Porsche much, much closer to the BS Competition BMW M8 than it was a little bit ago. Gregor not getting a great run out of Tower. That's going to cost him on the run down in towards Bishop, and going to see that gap open up by about a car length. But the actual time on the stopwatch is going to stay relatively stagnant at 0.3 of a second. We're going to be bouncing back and forth between these battles here in a couple of moments, but you look right now in towards Le Mans goes this duo as they head down the back straightaway. Paul, what do you see?
Just a small mistake, not worthy of a replay, but David Williams lost control down at the hairpin after Big Bend. He's back up and running there, lost about a couple of seconds.
So gap's continuing to close. Your race leading gap, by the way, we won't shift the cameras, is down to half a second. Josh not yet in position to make a pass, so keep an eye here. Actually, take that back, we will. Up the inside of the core Porsche with Josh Rogers, and that gap continues to close. It opened a little bit coming out of the hairpin because Josh somewhat held up Justin by that core sim racing Porsche. Had to take a really tight exit, dropped a couple tenths on the run into Cunningham, but he's still very, very close. This move is going to be coming, I think, in about 2 laps time.
I think so too, but it's going to bring up a point you were talking about a little bit earlier in terms of the thought of what happened when Apex tried to make the pass into Sunset. That might definitely be a factor. You don't want to start a grudge though on the racetrack. Here's the main thing, especially amongst 2 top teams. So you gotta still be smart, I think, about it. It's going to definitely factor how aggressive Rogers is going to be, but it's also going to be a situation where you don't want to essentially just punt the driver off. You never want to do that. As a bit of lost time, unfortunately, for Rogers because he got stuck behind Red Bull Racing Esports heading to Le Mans.
Yeah, this is going to really hamper his efforts to go forward here. As you see, I believe that's an Apex Porsche. Indeed it is. Jamie Fluke, Apex Racing Team 99. They lets their team cars, sister cars through easily, and is going to do the same for BRS Coin to SimSport as well. They'll cycle by, and that gap will stagnate at about half of a second. We'll check back in, actually, with this fight between BS Competition and Team Redline, and this gap has gotten separated a little bit, Paul, as well by the lap traffic. So right in 2 fights, we're starting to really close in here. We've had him then separate immediately pretty much back out, and actually Gregor caught up huge behind what looks like a Vendaval Audi coming out of Le Mans.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Vendaval just minding their own business with their damaged rear wing, and that's cost Gregor a ton of time, about half a second. It doesn't seem like much, but it's made that gap just widen out a bit. One disadvantage of that Porsche is that down that back straight in towards Sunset Bend, it just doesn't quite have the legs on the BMW. So that's where the BMW has its major advantage, just that little edge in top speed. So yeah, the Porsche may be quicker, say, in the corners and on the brakes, but really, it's going to be a big task to finally make it past the M8.
Traffic holds up the Apex Racing Team number 90 of Michele Constantini, but as that happened, Josh Rogers actually made a mistake down at Tower. Just got a little bit of oversteer, and that caught him a little bit of time. I think he may have even clipped the inside curb. So he had an opportunity to maybe reel in some big time, Justin, with the car in front of him catching some traffic, but that little bite of oversteer cost him a ton of momentum, and because of that, the gap's now up to nearly a second.
Yeah, I'm curious though now, they're going to have some clean air for at least about a half a lap, and if you're Rogers, that's where you're trying to open it up a little bit. Yes, you want to think about the fuel numbers, but at the same time, this is the chance to get the race lead back here in this Sector 1 and 2, and Rogers, again, as talked about, has been strong when he's gotten into open space such as this. He's already closed up the gap about a car length or so, just in turn 1, it appears, alone. That's how aggressive he's been on these brakes and how much speed he's able to carry more compared to Apex Racing Team, who's now stuck behind Class Traffic and Black Star Racing.
Yeah, that gap coming down a little bit is reeled in about 2/10 just from the exit of turn 4 on the run in towards Big Bend. To 0.8 of a second now underneath that as they close. Josh should get around his GT3 car into the hairpin. Actually, no, he doesn't, and that's going to be actually a big hamper once again, and he's going to be stuck there all the way through that little sort of S-bend fall. It's so frustrating when you're in the faster traffic. You come off that hairpin, if you get caught behind a GT car, you pretty much have to sit there and wait for like another extra 100 yards. But that said, he went through that entire sequence behind that Audi, and he still gained time on the run into Cunningham.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, I have so much admiration for Josh's ability in this end. He is unbelievably quick. I was talking to a couple of his teammates at Sim Expo last year. Sage Karam even mentioned that they can see all the data. They can look at the data output of what Josh does, and they don't understand where he's so quick because they're doing pretty much exactly the same as him. So he just seems to have this innate knack and this feel. And that's a crucial word, is feel of how what the car's doing, how the car's performing, and he's just in that zone. This last 18 months or so, he's been in that absolute zone.
Here we go. You see him eyeing up a move here in the sunset. That gap, only a couple car lengths as they work through turn 17. They come down the front straightaway, and Apex slightly better run off the corner, but Josh was definitely better through the middle. He'll have the draft down this long front straightaway. Turn 1, the move surely will not come here, but can Josh get the exit he needs to set something up into turns 2 and 3? Answer is going to be no, and I think the dirty air, Justin, really hampered Josh through turn 1. He seemed to get really tight, stacked up behind Michele.
Yeah, that's how it really is on the sim. If you get inside the draft, there is that strong potential that it gets tight. And the more you get inside the draft, the more that, especially on the oval-sided scene, it can chew up the tires. So it's going to be something you have to definitely battle with if you're Rogers right now. And look at this. He's trying to find different lines to break himself away from the arrow in the corners.
Gap under 0.2 of a second, the run into Cunningham. You have to think this might be the opportunity. Light flashing at Michele Costantini, but he wants to make this a fight. He was defensive into Cunningham, even with the lap traffic on the inside. You see Josh just clipping the grass, getting a big bite of oversteer once again. This is one of the hardest I've ever seen Josh Rogers push ball. You don't typically see him push to the point of making mistakes like this. He is leaving it all on the ragged edge. He wants this lead back just for bragging rights.
We've seen already in this event, and even in yesterday's Friday Prime Time, you get half a wheel, only half a wheel on the grass around here, and you're going around into that particular corner. So it really is, he's playing with fire right now. And this track, it's not like Circuit of the Americas where you've got about 70 yards of car park to be able to save yourself on. It is a grass strip right next to the road. You get 2 wheels onto that and then you're around. It's very easy to make that mistake. Look at him, different lines again. That's the beauty of Sunset Bend. You can take so many lines through there and it just seems to work coming on the exit.
Yeah, Josh Rogers, he was hampered by that GT3 car on the entry, but we still managed to gain time to Michele. 0.2 of a second the gap as they hit the turning point for turn 1. They come off and Josh has a little bit of a run. That gap is going to come down this time as they head now in towards turns 2 and 3. Actually, as I say that, it seems like Michele able to maybe not open out the space, but the time on the timing clock definitely opening up slightly. 0.4 of a second through the slower bits of the racetrack. I think what we might be seeing, Justin, is even slightly different aerodynamic setups between these two cars. I have a feeling Coanda may be running a little bit more trimmed out, and they're really feeling the effect of the dirty air. Michele seems to have a little bit more aero on board. He seems quicker through some of the quicker corners than Josh.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way too, and that comes down really to, in some cases, team preference. The more trimmed out, the more, in turn, you have the strength in different parts. You mentioned some of the faster corners, for example, potentially in the swing for Apex. I think right now, though, the difference, though, in that aero, I think is really helping Rogers and plays to his strengths as a driver, because that's where he's gaining a lot of the time, since about half the track is some of those slower sections potentially, but the other half is the faster sections where Apex has been able to stretch it. It's going to get curious to see what happens though here, and keep an eye especially down the straightaway in this difference.
Michele, not a great run off of Lamont. This might be the move here. Josh has a run, and he has the draft. He's coming up behind Michele Constantini. The 90 goes defensive to the middle of the racetrack. Here comes the number 8. Lifts out of it a little bit on the outside of Sunset Bend. You see him trying to run that really wide line. You typically see the higher downforce cars up there if you have open wheelies or prototypes, but look at the run. He gets off the corner down the front straightaway. Michele is going to have to block so many different lines. You can run the outside of turn 1, but Josh lifts out of the move. Doesn't want to be side by side through the fast sweeping turn 1. Does he set the run up out of turn number 1? No, he just doesn't have the speed, Paul, through the mid corner out of turn 1 to make the move into turn 2, and that's one of the prime passing places on the racetrack.
But they have got traffic ahead of them, and if Constantini catches them at the wrong point, he would be caught out. But he's lucky there through Big Bend, be able to go to the outside of one of those GT3s, then cut to the inside into the hairpin. Compromised line, of course, offline, and it's dirty. There's a lot of marbles. I will say that the marble build-up on today's race has really been quite a lot offline, so these drivers having to contend with the dirty line is going to affect them for a few corners whilst they clean those tyres off. But again, Rogers, he's remembering the golden rule, being patient. He doesn't have to make the move. If anything, he could put the pressure on, force the mistake, and then just be able to be nice and clean and then charge away.
You are definitely right about that. It's not a move he has to make, but it definitely seems like it's a move he's keen on making. But he has had a couple opportunities that he has, I don't want to say let slip, but he's just sort of lifted out of it. That last time in turn 1, I definitely think he had a chance to stick it out around the outside. But that's one of the big things that Coenda's so good at, Justin, is they're really good at training the drivers to know when is a good opportunity and when isn't. Yeah, you might be able to pull alongside, but that may not be the situation you want to try to make the pass 6 hours into a 12-hour race. You want to maybe make that move 10 hours into the race, not in the first half or even just starting the second half.
I remember that was the argument with the battle for Apex, and look at that. They also know that there was the difference in fuel cycles. Constantini's in the pits. So that 7-lap or so difference has now factored in. Rogers might have knew that, definitely with the help of this team strategist, to say, why not just save fuel? I thought I noticed that in the sort of sunset. That's exactly what Rogers was doing. He was saving.
So Josh doing everything he can. And Paul, what a world to be in if you're Apex Racing team. You find Josh Rogers suddenly outpacing you in a huge way. And if he's back behind you saving gas, that is a potential big world of hurt to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've pitted. Johan Harf has jumped into that car now, into the 90 car. 91 of Pete Berriman as well, the other Apex Racing team. They're on pit road here as well. And see if they get a change of driver. No, Berriman's going to stay in that car, it looks like. But yeah, Harf, then the man who jumps in. And he's got some big shoes to fill there, because Constantini was putting in a really, really good performance and had the pace here to compete, and there was a reason why they were in the lead, because of that pace.
That's true, and now it's going to be up to Mr. Johan Harst to live up to that. This is big shoes to fill, Justin. You just had your teammate out there fighting Josh Rogers, and I think if you're Johan right now, you're probably realizing you have about a half dozen laps to get your speed up. Really, it's 1 lap to get your speed up. And get on pace, because you're about to be dealing with Josh Rogers in about 10 laps time when that Coenda car eventually makes a stop on pit road for fuel and tires.
Yeah, he's going to have to let it rip absolutely to be able to hope to keep his advantage, because that cold tire overrun, not what he wanted.
Yeah, that's not great. That's a huge, huge mistake for Johan Hart, and that's exactly what you don't want to do. Like Justin said, cold tires into the hairpin, and that's really an unforced error, Paul. Just cold tires. He had no traffic in front of him. He had all the racetrack in the world, and I think that maybe isn't just the cold tire. I think that's the pressure getting to Johan Hart there pretty much immediately.
I would say it's the lack of air pressure in the tyres as well, because they haven't built up the pressures there as well as cold tyres. Just running wide. As soon as he's run wide there, he got onto the marbles, and that's just going to send him into the grass. And we've seen how slippery the grass has been here today in this event. So Johan, he'll be kicking himself about that. He needs to keep his head. Don't get emotional. Don't get wound up. It's a mistake. There's still plenty of time. 5 hours, 20 minutes remaining in this race. Anything can happen in this motor race, and to quote Moriwaka, it usually does.
Yeah, that is definitely something that happened in the race quite frequently. And of course, it's important to remember as well, Justin, that if they start doing mistake on mistake, suddenly they're falling back into the clutches of the number 18 PRS Quintessence Sport car, currently driven by Jeremy Bootsaloop. We know Jeremy behind the wheel of that machine has been fantastic in years past. They've just recently gotten some repairs, like we said, at their, I don't think, actually it wasn't the last pit stop. I think they've recently been on pit road. But one of the recent trips down on towards pit road, replacing the front clip on that race car. So, actually, no, I take that back. That was the only one I was saying, pit road. My timing. It's early for me at 1:25 in the afternoon. But it's, you know, just getting those repairs. Jeremy is now, you know, a little ways back, 20 seconds back from where he was. But he does, in theory, have a much healthier race car now.
Yeah, he, as well as David Williams, both have had to replace front clips, for those wondering, for Husqvarna Sim Sport, as I believe that's a different scheme. But for Williams, either way, he had to replace his early on. About an hour or so later, we mentioned Jeremy Bootaloo. But I think it came down to they were losing time from the front clips because both of them had similar damage. Severe left fronts crushed in. They were probably thinking, may as well sacrifice the time now instead of on the racetrack, as a lengthier stop up to 55 seconds now for BS competition. The pit stop average 1 minute 2 seconds.
So we'll see what's going on here. They've been on pit road for a while, and actually they hit that average pretty much on the nose, 1 minute 2.4. So seemed like maybe a little bit long haul, but they're on pit road, get completely full stop, and Lauren Heinrich is off and away. And actually, what have we been seeing from these GTE cars? We know that there's been some tire model adjustments recently as well, which is a term that iRacing is sort of moving away from now, going into the tire parameter terminology. But we know that those cars have been updated recently on the tires. What have the tire life been like for the GTEs compared to races past? Now, I know at Daytona, we were talking, especially during the night, crazy things like people quad stinting tires. Have we seen anything along the lines of that in this race? You know, any double stinting been a factor? It seems like if Lauren's taken full fuel and tires without a driver swap, it's probably tires at every stop.
We've seen people try double stints. We have seen people try it, but pretty much it's been tires and fuel every stop. I mean, MSI Esports, at their last pit stop, they did take fuel on in the number 14 car. They're down in 12th place in class, so really they're not involved in any battling. Look at that BS competition of Lauren Heinrich. Wow, that was a bit of an abrupt move, and that was on Sebastian Schmellenbach. Well, he was on wheels, locked up, and just making the dive there.
Yeah, that wasn't, actually, that wasn't really Lauren Heinrich. That was the Porsche in front of Lauren, Johnny Vecchio. Second place running GTE ahead of him, Justin. He kind of made the move on that Radicals BMW from, I'd say, a little bit too far back. And that's what almost put Lauren in that situation. Lauren just went into the corner normally, and because of what the Radicals car had slung at them by that Redline Porsche, I don't even think they realized that BS was down there. So, really, really brave move by Johnny that I think really kicked that entire situation off.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was just a simple thing for BS competition. They were trying to follow the hole. And I like the move. It's just for BS competition, I liked it. But they're coming back in the pit lane. Heinrich's coming back down.
That might be a huge disaster for them. And you have to think, Paul, that car had a slight hit right on the corner from that Radicals BMW. It seemed like right on the left rear is where they made contact. I have a feeling they bent the alignment in the left rear of that race car, because there's no other reason you'd be coming down towards pit road. The hit otherwise wasn't nearly hard enough. There's no body panel damage on that race car. That has to be suspension damage, and that has to be a mood killer for BS competition.
Well, I mean, the reason why I brought up about Heinrich making the dive when it happened was that he was never making that apex. That was a pure, simple dive bomb trying to take advantage of that other GTE car making the dive for the inside of Vecchio. So really, there Heinrich was trying to take advantage, and it's come back to bite them on the backside by having to pit again and get some repairs. And if that's suspension damage, if say like they were turning the steering wheel at the same time as the impact happened on the front end, you're looking at about 8.5 minutes potentially.
Yeah, they're going to be down pit road for a while. There's definitely no secret about that. They're kind of stuck, and they're going to lose a ton of time. Laps on laps on laps. Typical pit stop time, 1 minute and 2 seconds, and they're already well past that, pushing about 1 minute and, as you can see now, 20 seconds. And Lauren Heinrich gotten out of that car. We have no driver in that car, so VS competition. Not sure if they're pulling the plug, but they're definitely leaving that car onto pit lane for quite a while. So that's a race killer for them, Justin. And man, just blink of an eye, their race is over.
Yeah, and it didn't look like as huge of damage at first glance, but all it takes is skewing the suspension just a little bit, which did indeed be the case. They were skewed more towards the right side of the track than they were straight. That can be lengthy amounts of damage repair for at least a few minutes minimum. So an unfortunate situation, and now Vecchio is in.
So interesting, maybe damage for both of those race cars, and man, what a bit of drama this has suddenly turned into, Paul. Just one slight mistake, and suddenly we have two of our front-running GTE competitors on towards pit lane with potentially huge damage. That's the second place currently Porsche that's on the pit road, or that's scheduled pit stops maybe.
Yeah, that I've got to say there's a driver change happening, although Vecchio's getting back in that car. That's interesting. They had one driver jump in, and then Vecchio's jumped back into that car. That is really bizarre to be doing that. You wouldn't normally do that, and the thing is that's going to cost them extra time on pit road. So Yusi Okola was the one who jumped in before then Gianni jumped back into that car. We'll have to wait and see how this one all pans out, but that is a bizarre turn of affairs here.
Now this might be scheduled pit stops, and we're trying to come near the end of the hour, and of course with these teams, Justin, if you're running a little over an hour on fuel, and they roll off after 1 minute and 2 seconds, so that was a regular pit stop, but it definitely seemed like it could be something else, but regardless, they roll. But yeah, a little bit short of the hour on this one.
And we just had a car run out of fuel because you mentioned the start of the window. I believe it's one of the GT3s, 25. This is Moto IMSA team that is now rolling at 26 miles an hour down the final straightaway, down the Ullman Straight. And this is a team that's comprised of rear-wheel IMSA drivers as well as one sim racer. This is unfortunate for them. It's been a quiet race for them, and now they've run out of fuel.
Yeah, Jesse Krohn currently behind the wheel. Robbie Foley, Andre Melkers, and Bruno Spengler, the drivers, all in behind the wheel of this one. And Jesse Krohn, disaster here for Jesse here, Paul, is he is slow at Sunset and inching his way back towards pit lane. Drivers need to be very careful here. This is a really sketchy part of the racetrack for a car to be this off pace, because the entry, especially after this second wall of Sunset, is blind, and a lot of people, raise his hand, likes to run right up against the wall here at turn 17.
And the thing is, it's uphill, it's slight uphill towards pit road on the exit of Sunset as well, so I don't know whether he'll actually make it to pit road and to his pit stall. It's absolute disaster for them, and everybody just needs to pay attention, especially anybody coming in to the pits. Really, now they know that they're not going to make it, pull it over, take the toe back to the pits, and just take the little hit that toe's going to give them.
Yeah, and I actually think, Paul, in the sim, I know obviously in real life, and Justin mentioned, a handful of rear-wheel drivers and a sim racer inside of that car. You see they eventually do take the toe. I know in real life, I'm sure the idea is to get as close to pit lane as you can. I think within iRacing, I think there's a certain point where when you're going so slow, it's almost better just to stop and really hit the escape key, because you're losing so much time only running 5 mile an hour. Of course, here, compared to real life, they're not having to potentially throw a yellow and roll a tow truck. They're just, you're just getting, essentially teleported back to your pit road.
Yeah, those are some of the things that you have to know or may not know before jumping to the virtual world. Those differences, as well as the difference in feeling of the car, because sometimes you have the feeling of the rear end. You need different accessories, so to speak, for that. But unfortunate for the BMW works driver to run out of fuel in that situation. That's going to be still at least a minute or two at least before they're at least into their pit stall technically.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I bet if any of their teammates or any of their competitors are watching this right now, they'll be messaging going, really? You ran out of fuel?
Yeah, they're racing drivers know to be competitive, and we've seen, especially Paul, you know, as social media has become more popular in recent years, and so many younger drivers coming up have really embraced the social media. We've seen how competitive and really how rough some racing drivers can be on one another. Lando and Max are definitely a prime example of that. Carlos Sainz as well gets involved. Tons of sports car drivers doing the same, beat supercar drivers as well. I think he's going to be more than slightly harassed for that from some of the BMW compatriots.
Yeah, they'll be watching this keenly and going, well, I mean, he'll turn around and say, well, it was my engineer's fault for not telling me to come into pits. So the big book of racing driver excuses will come out on that one, that's for sure. But yeah, unfortunate to get so close to the pit lane and not actually make it. But they're back up and running now, I believe. I'm just trying to find where they are now. Yes, back up and running, just coming out of pit road now. Jesse's still behind the wheel, so just try to keep the head down and just keep going forward. But they're to the bottom of your GT field now because of that.
Yeah, hopefully a new fuel gauge or a fuel pump or whatever has been installed into that race car for Jesse to work this year. But man, Justin, what a crazy 10 minutes we've just had. We've shifted from having a handful of fights that were closing in across multiple categories. You had your lead DP fight sizing up. We had a fight in the top 5 for DPE, a fight just outside of the top 5 in GT, and all of those fights have pretty much just gone away due to mistakes or some sort of incident, and we've had another car run out of fuel. It's been a crazy, basically 5-lap window, and the race has totally shifted in that time.
Yeah, that's the craziest 5-lap window, I think, of the entire event so far. And it was being talked about, mind you, by Connery as well as Lorenzo, that it was very calm. It's not so calm now. On the dark side, though, by the way, some of the mistakes for Apex Racing Team and that cleaner for Joshua Rogers, how much did that 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes span gain them? 11 seconds.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also have to keep in mind, Johan making that mistake definitely cost the bulk of that time, I would say. But yeah, Johan definitely not showing the pace that his compatriot Michele Constantini did. His lap times, Michele was in the high 51s to sort of mid to low 52s. Right now, Johan's out there on the racetrack cycling at mid to high 52s. So definitely about 0.6 of a second that Michele was getting that Johan currently isn't. And Peter Berryman behind actually is their next team car. It's currently actually lapping quicker at the moment than the second place running Apex car, Paul. So we might have a situation where an Apex car chases down an Apex car for second. And oh, by the way, all the time while that's happening, we have Mr. Mitchell de Jong now behind the wheel of the number 18. VRS Prentice Simsport car, they mentioned that. Another mistake from one of your leading Daytona prototypes. This time Mitchell de Jong down at Tower Curve. Another unforced mistake. No traffic in front of him. He does make slight contact with the wall on the exit of Tower, but that should not be heavy damage on that race car. But everyone's making mistakes now, Paul. This is supposed to be happening 11.5 hours into this race, not 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we in silly hour right now? Are we in that point where everyone's going a bit dozy? Again, it's under-braking, getting the line wrong, just clipping the outside curb, and that's unsettled the car. It sent the back end round and is mashing the brake.
Just off of pit road,
yeah.
Lane exit. Yeah, that was that one.
Yeah, so colder tyres not up to pressure, clipping the outside curb. We'll see it here slowed down. There on the curb, it unsettles the car slightly, back end goes around. He's already mashing the brakes, trying to stop it, and as soon as it's on the grass, well, you're just a passenger at that point, because we've seen how slippy the grass has been here today, and once again, another victim of the Sebring circuit.
Yeah, and that curb, Paul, I know from as much racing as you've done a ton of laps around here, that curb on the left-hand side there, I mean, really from about Cunningham to about Bishop, and the exit of Tower Corner there, you really don't want to use any of those curves, because they're all just a little bit too tall, and the way the car is loaded is a little bit odd. There's a handful of sections of the racetrack, of this racetrack in particular, you need to stay off the curbs, and that's definitely one of them. I feel like every time I've ever clipped that curb, the car's gone around.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, I'm a front-wheel drive monkey, so I just get to mash the throttle pedal and get out of it that way. But these guys, they're on the edge of adhesion, and well, Mitchell. I mean, he's an he's ex-Rallycross champion. here on iRacing. He's done plenty of rallycross action. I don't think he would have wanted to have done that in a prototype.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. He would have felt more at home in either the Volkswagen Beetle or the Subaru or the Ford Fiesta that we have. But yeah, in the prototype, you can't really hoon it quite in the same way. That has opened up the gap a little bit. It's now a 20-second gap between Peter Berryman and Mitchell DeYoung. But the point I was going to make, Paul, before Mitchell rudely interrupted me by spinning off the racetrack, was
how dare
if there's any of the Coanda drivers I would sort of put up at the same level of Josh, it's probably Mitchell. I mean, Mitchell probably would have won a few championships by now if it wasn't either for Josh or Martin Franke. I feel like Mitchell has constantly been second or third in so many championships behind one of, if not both of them. And the case now is for Mitchell. He might be in a situation to be able to chase down this number 91. Take a look watching at, it says Josh Rogers under the name tag, currently leading the way. Yep. So Veer's Coanda Synsport with this Stream House, Paul, they're doing great things for us with what they're really bringing us. We have the new NDI component for our graphics for ATVO, and really adding up with these great side-by-side graphics we can use.
They're putting us out of a job, aren't they? That's what they're doing right now. They're producing some...
Or putting us into one.
Oh, yeah.
Are you hiring?
Yeah, please. But again, Mitchell is one of those drivers. I have a lot of time for Mitchell. I really do. He's a really, really nice guy. But he's ultra competitive as well. And I think maybe he's got that last tenth of a second or so. He's just slightly out there, but we saw how he competed for the Porsche Sport Super Cup last year and ended up in the battle for top three along with Josh and Max Benecke as well. So yeah, he's certainly got that talent and that ability there. But Josh, just as I said earlier, just has that little bit extra over him. But Mitchell, he'll be racing from home. He'll be back at home at the moment. I don't believe he's in the house this weekend. And good luck him getting to the house this weekend with all the various travel restrictions going on in the world.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, him being a U.S. resident. He lives actually about an hour north of me in Temecula. I have seen a lot of chatter about this in the chat, and I'm just going to say right now, a lot of people asking, Max Verstappen is not racing. The team he runs with, the team he is associated with, Team Redline, they currently sit P2, and where's the other car? They're about P10 in the GTE class. Take that back, P9. So they're currently second and ninth, but Max Verstappen is not racing today. But a lot of confusion in the chat about that, Justin. A ton of people asking where he is, and some people just randomly tossing out random teams. So to those who are trolling, please don't.
Yeah, I have to say though, the Redline green car you're referring to is actually doing a good job now. That's quietly gone itself back in the top 10. As we're going to take a look towards that machine right now. The 23rd overall, it's just made its move in the past couple months on AAA Esports, for example. So they've continuously had a good recovery drive. I've been impressed with what they've been doing in this race. But the good point, though, in that situation, though, is the real world sometimes makes us realize that humanity sometimes is greater than sports. And it's a tough situation. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it definitely is. Also talking about someone I should have probably mentioned as well. Lando's also not in. There are no Formula One drivers currently in this race that I am aware of.
I've got one. Where's Jimmy?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That is definitely true. There is some real drivers though. Baron Kolak behind the wheel. AAA Esports White chasing down Jonas Vollmeyer. That's 9th and 10th. As we look at Kimo Suominen, who's on pit road. The 9th and 10th in GTE, and 72 and 211 within a second. There's some touring car drivers for you, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. Marin, of course, Porsche Esports Super Cup driver as well is Marin. So be good to have him in the series and giving a bit of tin top experience. Of course, former World Touring Car Championship driver. So plenty of experience behind the wheel he has, but he loves the sim racing. Absolutely loves it. And it's great to see him out there competing at such a high level as well.
the fight's continuing here. We have seen a lot of our fights really spread out. Really, I think it's this fight for 9th and 10th, Justin, that's about to become the closest on the racetrack. Maybe one in GT3 I'm not seeing, but I think 9th and 10th GT is easily the closest one there is.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one because that Simsa Esports machine you see right now stuck in the traffic, it got hit from behind the lap after it's been in the pit lane. So that was about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So this is going to be interesting to see how this goes. Yes, they're a couple laps down, but the same thing is, every position matters, especially when your organization looking to get as best of a finish as you can in these types of events. They've got a good opportunity to have a good recovery overall. They're showing some great pace, even with the fact they had to replace the back wing already once on that car. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get the slipstream and make the move on Alpine Eagle Racing, who's just up the road. By the way, they also have others that are closing up behind as well, who are also for position.
Yeah, P4, P5, so as I say that a lot of our fights are starting to spread out, we have some important ones. Sims is actually involved in a couple of them. They're involved in this fight here, P4, P5, and GT3. Both of them apparently, well, I take that back. But P8 and 9, the Simsa Esports DP Black car is chasing down Alpine Eagle Racing's Hannes Thaler as they work into turn 2, and actually a big speed mismatch. The 127, Alpine Eagle Racing having to deal with the GT3 car into turn 2, and Alex Trainer, sight unseen, Paul, nearly drove into the back of the traffic in front of him. They now work on towards Big Bend, but what's the gap of about 2/10 is now opened up to about better part of a second.
Yeah, that was all a bit, getting a bit squeaky bum time into there as one of your Apex cars, the 91 P3, position 3,